Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the State of Origin series here live in Coffs Harbour. Scott McAllister and former New South Wales Women's Open rep Gab Rose with you in commentary for our opening match of day 2 of the State of Origin series, the Women's 20s. Good morning, Gab.
Good morning, Scott. What a perfect day for a day full of touch, series to be won, superstars to be emerging on our big stage here. But conditions are perfect, albeit it'll be a little bit slippery this morning. Middle of winter here in Coffs Harbour, but yeah, beautiful morning. Yeah, we saw the players contend with a bit of tricky conditions last night. A little slippery underfoot, definitely going to be that way this morning as well. Early start, 8 o'clock here in Coffs Harbour, due across the park at the moment. The crowd has started to roll through. They're all rugged up as well. 9 degrees at the moment, a little bit chilly for the girls. Let's look back at what happened in Game 1 here in the Women's 20s. Queensland getting the victory 7-4, but the game was on a knife edge for a long period of that game. Locked up at 4 tries apiece, an intercept to Kate Ellum, and then it completely changed the context of the game for Queensland. It was definitely about a 3 or 4 minute period where Queensland got the ascendancy in that game. As you said, Scott, there was an intercept, and then the following 2 sets after that, Queensland had the ball, and they were just 50-metre runaway tries. So New South Wales will need to turn that round this morning, but they'll be looking to do that with fixing their box sets and getting some good possession down the other end of the field. So players that were highlighted yesterday, Zali Chippendale was great for New South Wales, as expected. Couple of tries for her. Olivia Atkins scored a couple of tries for Queensland as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one here to kickstart us on day 2. A great day on the first day of the State of Origin series for Queensland overall. If you look across all of the divisions, we go all the way up to the 60s. We've got 65s as an invitational as well. Queensland winning 13 out of the 18 games in the State of Origin series yesterday. They're looking to reclaim the shield for the first time since 2002, and they're on the cusp, but there's big performances needed today. We know how strong New South Wales are. They haven't gone without holding the shield for no reason for that long. And Queensland here in the women's 20s game 2, they hold their line in defence in the first set.
Good set by New South Wales to open up their campaign. They've camped Queensland down at this end of the field, and they'll be looking to those two girls in the middle, Alice Mitchell and Tyneese Bowery, today to bring some magic to their performance. Queensland
shift early, their first touch of the football. As Murphy tips him forward, takes a break. She was good yesterday in game 1 as well, Pia Murphy. Now they shift back through the middle. Good work from Clarkson to hold on to the ball. Pratt picks up, takes a deflection here off the hands of New South Wales. Repeat set. Nice first touch of the footy there from Queensland rolling downfield.
Really good set by Queensland. They're throwing the ball around, recycling it as we call it, and they've got 6 to go, and they'll get the first look at the New South Wales line down here.
Now Pratt to Ellum. Comes off the left foot. Referees are coming back. Pass is going forward from Queensland, so couldn't capitalise off the repeat set.
And Kate Ellum yesterday, she was one of the best on the field. Obviously, we saw her score that length of the field intercept, but scored another try and was instrumental in all their play.
It was quite the scenes when she took that intercept, when she had the whole New South Wales team, blue jerseys, chasing her. Not another Queenslander in sight. And she just got there in the end. Like we said, that was the moment that completely changed the game in game 1 for Queensland. New South Wales coming into the last touch now. Here is Chippendale, just that hop, skip and a jump. Does get behind the defensive line of Queensland. Just swings one over the top, hoping there'd be a blue jersey behind her. No one there to pick up the crumbs for New South Wales.
Yeah, she had nothing to lose there. She went through the gap, Zali Chippendale, and we know the speed that she possesses, so she'll be looking for that this morning as well. But I'm really impressed with the ball handling already. As we said, the ball will be slippery, a little bit wet underfoot, but they're doing a really great job here, these young ladies.
Coming into the last now for Queensland, Nicola through the hands, hits the deck. Ball handling's been pretty good so far as well with these tricky conditions, and the girls holding their feet as well at the moment. Intense start here to game 2. It's all on the line.
Yeah, there's no second chances for the New South Wales under-20s girls here. As we'll see in all the divisions, we'll see Bowery go through. She might get 6 to go there, so they'll get another fresh set. So both teams being enterprising early on, which is great to see.
Actually tapped the ball there. They'll come back because it was a deflection off the hand, so a roll ball. Taken just in front of the Queensland Touch logo. Big opportunity here for New South Wales to strike first in game 2 of the women's 20s. Here's Bowery. Question marks on the pass. As McCarthy sweeps, stutters, rips long. Queensland sliding defence, force New South Wales to put the ball back through the hands. They've done a good job to recover, though, the Blues. Back in the middle. Now we see some contact. And the Queensland crowd in front of us are all up in arms. The men's 20s here are supporting the girls.
Yeah, they're up and about, the Queensland men's 20s, after a miraculous win yesterday by them. The comeback kings, we'll call them, so they'll be on next up. But yeah, the 20 girls, New South Wales probably lucky to get the penalty there, and a few dubious passes, but they've got another fresh set of 6 here.
Here's Bowery. And taken on McCarthy. And there's a touch there. Little hole open up through the middle.
Yeah, she shot through there trying to get a try, but equally good touch. I think it might have been Tess Notley.
Forster now plays it. Oh, it's come off the melon. You don't want that at 8 o'clock in the morning. Cold ball right in the face.
No, you do not. That was an old school Falcon. She rocketed at her, and if it had been a nice, soft little deft pass, she might have gone through the gap there, Foster, but instead she's probably got a lump on her head. That would have hurt.
Absolutely. Back into it, though. She's in the defensive line at the moment. Ava Forster, here she is, coming up to make the touch for New South Wales. Murphy onto the field. Coming to the last touch of the set as they play out the back here. Queensland didn't get too far downfield. New South Wales starting to win the battle at the moment.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that set, New South Wales. And again, there was a little opportunity. They could have stuck their hands out and potentially got an intercept or given 6 to go, but they pulled away at the last minute. They've got the ball back now.
Mitchell will get herself into half. Has a look. Again, Queensland are playing behind the try line. We saw in a couple of games yesterday, teams were getting caught out, somehow just taking that extra step or two behind the try line. We saw points come up as a result of it, and they almost caught them napping there again.
Yeah, we have seen that a few times, but no damage done there by Queensland. We're about 5 minutes into this clash, and it's they're settling into their processes.
Pratt plays it coming into the last. Teakle just tries to pick up and go from half. Probably not a bad option. It's another completed set for Queensland. They picked up more territory in that set of 6 than what they did in the previous.
Yeah, they'll be looking to hem New South Wales here and get an area. See New South Wales trying to get their box, but potentially going a little bit lateral. They might need to straighten up a little bit and get fresh legs on behind that.
Here's Chippendale. Here's Jones. Oh, just has to go back. Stop the flow coming into the last touch. Now Queensland, they'll start their set just over their 10-metre line.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a game of chess at the moment. We see an error there. That's probably one of the first errors we've seen from Queensland in their own half. So New South Wales get a fresh set of 6, and they're just edging closer towards Queensland line.
And it's little moments like that, because that's probably the best starting position that Queensland would have had for one of their sets. First touch, they turn it over and give the ball straight back to New South Wales. So it's little moments like that in an Origin game that you need to be on, and they're going to come back. Opened up down this right-hand side of the field here for New South Wales with Ellie Wilson there on screen.
Yeah, they ruled a forward pass there, but that was a set play by the New South Wales girls there and would have resulted in a try. They planned it perfectly, but just the execution was a little bit off.
So still no score here after 6 minutes and 45 seconds in game 2 of the women's 20s. Here's Tess Notley over the halfway line. Nicola picks up, skips, tries to get away on the outside. Diving effort from Jones.
That was a good set by Queensland. It was brewing nicely, but equally good defence there by New South Wales. And again, their second touch in, and they're right on the halfway line.
Forster. Now Mitchell. They play it within the 7. Mitchell, they've got space out here on the right. Ball just held up a little bit.
Yeah, good touch there by Olivia Atkins, and we spoke about her earlier, the great game she had an attack yesterday, scoring a couple of tries, but a very good touch there. But New South Wales are starting to find a few gaps and a few little opportunities as well, and just as we say that, they'll get another opportunity here, a drop ball early in the touch count by Queensland, and they'll have to race their players on the field and look to defend here.
Big opportunity for New South Wales. First try on the board. Repeat sets. Down the attacking end of the field, Mitchell has a look.
And look how compressed the defence are, Scott, from Queensland. They're daring the New South Wales to go long and wide, but there's 5 Queensland girls probably within this half of the field.
Mitchell from half, this time Forster looks to kick on the outside. Murphy's there to make the touch.
Excellent touch. They're backing their speed and their ability to get back out wide and beat the ball across, and they're doing a great job so far, Queensland.
One touch to make in this set here for Queensland. Forster, they're happy to throw it away as Forster makes her way over to the sideline for a change.
Yeah, she's just holding her stomach there. I'm sure she'll be fine. She's taken a couple of hard hits early, young Forster.
Here's Waters. Again, it's been super impressive. I don't think we've seen too many errors with ball in hand from either team as Queensland come across field now to Atkins. Nice little shift coming out of the box. Gets them downfield. Teakle picks up, goes short side. Clarkson takes them on into the hole. And Queensland will score first here in game 2 of the women's 20s.
Yeah, so they defended very strongly down here, Queensland, and then they've taken the ball all the way up the field. First opportunity down the line, and they've nailed it. So we see here Teakle off the left, throws it out wide. Beautiful dive by Evie Clarkson, 1-0, and that kind of came out of nothing, Scotty.
There was the perception of Teakle It almost felt like she did want to come open side to start with, but the defensive pressure from Bowery shooting up out of the line did shoot her back towards the short side. Could have been a premeditated play. It was a great option for them, and it sees Queensland strike first here after a wave of pressure down the other end of the field from New South Wales as Chippendale goes short ball. They almost hit them straight back there with Ava Jones.
Yeah, and we know Chippendale, the speed that she possesses, but we're also seeing this weekend the beautiful soft passes that she has as well, and definitely one to watch.
Queensland with the changes. Waters plays it shy of the halfway line. Murphy follows on the second as Smith sends the ball out, hits the deck.
So they're going to get the ball about 15 metres before halfway here in New South Wales. It'll be interesting to see if they go direct, try and go a little bit forward before they crab across. Now they've come straight to their box, but a little bit of enterprising play here, which is excellent. Now they can go forward.
Doing the hard yards coming out of the box. Forced to back out on the field now for New South Wales. McCarthy sends it, early ball. Mitchell looks back inside. Oh, and there's players down. One from Queensland, one from New South Wales. Barry's on the ground at the moment. Forster picks up just a collision of bodies there between Antonice Barry and I think it was P. Murphy from Queensland.
Yeah, and we saw Barry take a heavy knock yesterday as well. So we see an error here early in the touch count for Queensland. New South Wales will be looking to strike here, but they don't need to panic. They can be patient. They've got a full set of 6. Plenty of time on the clock still in this first half. Looks like Forster might be going off again. More running on and off the field with little injuries. It looks like they've got Coco Masters. Now watch her on the line. She's lethal.
Touch made. So we'll come back out to the 7 here in New South Wales. Looking to level up the scores. Bowery plays it. Here is Masters. Comes back to McCarthy's. Their players offside. There he is. Zoe Waters caught short. And New South Wales take the advantage and lock us up here in game 2.
An excellent honesty there by Zoe Waters from Queensland. Hands went straight up. We see the replay. Masters pops out of half, looks to go right, comes back left. And she was right there, Zoe Waters, but just couldn't affect the touch on that occasion. So, again, a full set of 6 down on their line, and we're back 1-1.
Shows it's a game of inches. She's probably just another half step away from getting to the line. And now Queensland come up with a mistake from the restart. New South Wales with a bit of momentum going their way now.
And this is what they didn't get in game 1 yesterday. In the first half, they gave away a lot of possession, early and field position to Queensland. They've definitely gone back and watched the game last night and they've improved in that area this morning.
Here's Jones from half. Berryman plays it, last touch outside the 7. Jones goes link ball. Queensland 2 maroon jerseys there to make the touch.
Yeah, they're shutting down in defence, doing a really good job, Queensland are. But you can see out wide there, if they could have got the ball over to Ellie Wilson, it would have been another try for New South Wales.
Queensland now looking to shift. Nice meters from Nicola, kicking away from the New South Wales defence. This will give Queensland a leg up as they get changes onto the field. Waters did a good job to be present to take that ball. It's now Elam. Gets in half. Elam slices them open, looking for support. Goes long, but taken there from Ellie Wilson. There was danger signs there as Elam got through from half.
Yeah, she glided through then, Ellen, picked it up, nice long stride, but it's on the back end from their captain, Chloe Nicola, with a beautiful run before she went off the field.
Now New South Wales on the last. Chippendale hasn't had too many opportunities so far here in the first half.
She took off there, and again, I feel like New South Wales, if they're willing to risk it, they can probably try and throw the ball a little bit wider for their speedsters.
Here's Chloe Nicola. Smith gets it down. Here's Nicola, gets away from one, can't get away from the second. Looking dangerous out there at the moment, Chloe Nicola.
Yeah, and as I said, you expect that from your captains. In the big games and the big moments, your leaders stand up, and she's certainly doing that for her team this morning. As we see an error there from New South Wales, that'll give Queensland a golden opportunity if they can get the ball out to the right-hand side off this roll ball.
Score still locked. One try apiece. 5.5 to go here in the first half. They go short side. Chloe Kohler diving into the line. Pops the extra pass out. New South Wales slide across in defence. Here's Sophie Smith. As Murphy picks up, comes back to Teakle. Good defence in the middle from New South Wales.
Yeah, excellent touch there by Marissa Stubbs. She kind of just shadowed till she was onside and then dived to save a try.
Here's Caitlin Teakle, who scored one of those tries yesterday afternoon for Queensland and sealed the game for them. Now, Takarai diving in. Again, good defence on the line.
Excellent touch by Coco Masters. And again, Family Fair, her cousin, we'll see in the next game, Maxwell Masters, featuring for New South Wales as their captain as well.
So work to do here for the Blues. Now they're a little bit isolated. Need to get this pass away, just connecting up with Mitchell, but it's gone forward.
Yeah, that was probably the worst set we've seen from New South Wales coming off their line. They were again going sideways. Great defence by Queensland, and the dummy half had nobody to pass there to, Scott.
What do you want to see from New South Wales in that instance where they're under pressure from Queensland? That's where another little variation, get away from your box a little bit, go forward first, then try to come back across.
Yeah, definitely. They've got to go forward first, and they might have to sacrifice a touch or take their medicine. As we see here, Ellen, beautiful pass out wide. Oh, and that was a try for all money there for Queensland. Unfortunately, slipped through the hands of the Queensland winger. But yeah, New South Wales definitely need to maybe go forward first, then look to come across before they get their subs. We might see a penalty there. It's actually going to go penalty to Queensland. Forward pass off the ruck, so that was the first indiscretion on that occasion.
Yeah, they weren't too happy with the call. The New South Wales girls are under more pressure here. They've been camped down this end of the field over the last couple of sets. The game's on a knife's edge at the moment. Locked up at one try apiece. Queensland on the attack. Ellum feeds it to Waters. Good defence from outside in from New South Wales.
Wilson again there, the New South Wales wingers, doing a really good job in defence.
Now they come out. Pratt, who steps back in. Ooh, nothing there. Clarkson has had a couple of steps from half. Saw no options, then was under pressure to throw the pass.
It was well defended there by New South Wales girls, but they still had a couple of touches up their sleeve, Queensland. As you see them, they did go away from the box there, but again here, this Queensland defence is just putting New South Wales under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, well, they're making those changes around that 10-metre line, which is hard because the replacement players aren't coming on with momentum. They've done a good job to get themselves out of trouble by a bit of ball movement as Chippendale just loops it up in the air.
A penalty there on the last touch, but that's okay. She had to try that. There's Zali Chippendale. There's a couple of minutes to go before half-time, but again, they've just got to fix those first few touches coming towards their box and back out of it.
You can see Queensland there on the first couple of touches going forward, but they turn the ball over. And they're getting replacement players still coming onto the field. Now, back end of the first half here. This is a big opportunity for New South Wales because it feels like Queensland have been up over the last few sets.
Certainly have, and you look here, they've got Berryman, they've got Ava Jones, and then Alice Mitchell's just come on. They want to try at the back end of this first half.
Here is Mitchell. Nothing there. Still touches to work with. They come back to the 7. Jones literally pulling Mitchell into position as Jones picks up. Oh, it just slips out of the hands. She was tackling the line. Looked like Queensland was sliding across nicely in defence. Minute and a half to go. Queensland going to have one more chance here with the footy.
They'll certainly get one more chance here if they can take it forward first. New South Wales will be desperate to get an error here, which they'll need to do through their defence. Great touch there again by Coco Masters.
Yeah, that takes a bit of sting out of Queensland as they're flat then on the next touch. Nicola again has been great coming out of the box for Queensland and earns her team the penalty as well. Just by kicking away from that defence, putting the pressure on where they felt they had to dive to make the touch, getting bodies into the ruck. Now all of a sudden they get a little leg up, under 60 seconds to go, and they're a real genuine chance now looking for points before the break.
Yeah, they've put themselves in great opportunity here. Good field position. They're just taking it forward. See what they can manufacture at the back end of this set and the back end of this half.
Smith feeds it back to Murphy, who does come back infield to Sophie Smith. Good contact in the play of the ball there. Forces the mistake. That's a huge touch right before the break.
Excellent contact, or we call that pre-touch position, and making sure she was forceful within the rules. She masters there, having to get the ball out to the winger. And they're still struggling getting out of the half. That's a little bit better by Jones.
Clock about to sound here. A little bit of space to work with down the sideline, and that will close us out here for the first half in Game 2 of the Women's 20 State of Origin Series. Nothing separating the two teams going into the break. We're locked up at 1 try apiece.
Really good first half by both teams there. As you said, it's 1-1 on the scoreboard, and the game ebbed and flowed. At times we thought New South Wales were getting the ascendancy, then there'd be an error, and then Queensland would go up the other field as well. So stay tuned, because this is going to be an excellent second half with the series on the line. 1-1 New South Wales versus Queensland Women's 20s.
And the series is definitely on the line. New South Wales looking to take this to a decider. They're looking for their 4th straight State of Origin series in the Women's 20s. Queensland haven't won a Women's 20 since 2016. It's all going to be decided here in the next 20 minutes. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. Love the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like, I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge, it's always challenging, it's always evolving. Yeah, and then obviously being with your friends and mates.
Yes, guys from different things. We all play together, we all talk together, we all socialise.
The biggest thing is probably the families and the different things that you can get involved in. So I started my playing in Gympie and played for Sunny Coast and Razorbacks and stuff like that. And then, now with young kids playing back through, so coming back through the coaching and refereeing.
As players, a family really, like you just enjoy it. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your abilities are. It's just a great sport to be involved in.
I see a lot of young talent that obviously are very dedicated to the sport, so I think it's just going to keep going.
'Cause teenager, so I grew up playing it with my family, of course, and then slowly made my way up to Whites Hills as a 16, 17-year-old and started to take it a bit more professional, I guess, to start training and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, been in the game for a good 20 years. I guess it's a bit cliche. Everyone can play, so it doesn't matter how old you are, what skill level. Touch is a great family game, so yeah, you can play it wherever you like.
Bring the juniors through, give them the pathway so they can enjoy what we've enjoyed.
Live scenes back here at Coffs Harbour. Big crowd watching Game 2 of the Women's 20s. Game on the line, series on the line here. Locked up at 1 try apiece coming into the second half. This is a big second 20 minutes for both these two teams, Gab.
Certainly is, and you just saw the pictures in the crowd there. Plenty of nervous mums and dads and family members up early and cheering their children on.
So Queensland with the advantage, taking game 1 yesterday, 7 tries to 4. It was pretty similar at first half in game 1. 3-2 was the halftime score on that occasion. This time we're locked up at 1 try apiece. Points at a premium so far in this one. Overall, I think the girls have done a great job with the conditions that they're facing so far this morning. Is slippery, is dewy. It's cold out there as well, sitting at 11 degrees at the moment as Clarkson picks up, goes across field, and a great diving effort there from Coco Masters. Cool under pressure. Did the dive, the big stretch, she made the touch.
Masters has done that a few times, very solid in defence. As we see, they need to get the ball a little bit wider here. They've gone direct first, which is a good sign here. New South Wales trying to go forward before they come back across. So that's a good adjustment already early in this second half. And you can see the ground they're making, Scott.
Yeah, we make mention off the back of it there, just a loose pass as they continue to hold down that right-hand side of the field. Definitely probably the main area that they needed to address coming into the second half. Positive signs there for them to start this second 20 minutes.
And they have to throw everything at them. They have to try something different. They're 1-0 down in the series. It's 1-0 here. There's no second chances. They need to win this game.
Notley plays it. Nicola. That's Chloe. Little show and go. Probably one of the shining lights for Queensland team out of the first 20 minutes.
Definitely leads by example.
Here's Chloe again, just shy of the 7-metre line as they thread it in behind the New South Wales defence. And Tess Notley is there to put it across the line for Queensland to put them in front.
We'll watch this replay here in a second, and you see she just ran straight through the hole. Notley came at her like a rocket. Goes through. Beautiful pass by Charlie Nicola. So the two sisters working together, and Notley the recipient of a try to give her team the lead. Beautiful pass, Scotty.
Might have preconditioned the defence there because Chloe's got the hot hand at the moment, and the sister used her as a decoy straight out in front. Beautiful line run from Tess Notley. Scores for Queensland. Pressure back on New South Wales. Here's Chippendale. Decides to rip it out to the left-hand side to Wilson. They'll finish their set in the corner.
They'll be quite happy with that, New South Wales, and you can see here they've drawn an error very early. Excellent defence by Nina van der Rieden there for New South Wales, and it's given her team the opportunity for an early look at the Queensland line.
Mitchell back out onto the field for New South Wales. She is wearing the number 6. With the full set to work with. Now, Queensland players caught in the ruck.
It was unfortunate there for the Queensland player. She just slipped as she made a touch, but there was no other option. The referee had to give a penalty. And again, they can be patient, New South Wales. Look for Mitchell and Bowery and Forster there.
There is Mitchell short side. Very dangerous, even in that part of the field where there's not much room to work with. We've seen her slice through and come up with points throughout her young career in that position before. Now back in field. Masters plays it. They couldn't pick it up cleanly this time around. Bowery from half.
Well defended there by Queensland. So no damage done, and they're just driving the ball straight up the field here. Chippendale just pulled out of the touch, so they went an extra few metres there, was Sophie Smith.
Gave Queensland a good leg up with changes coming onto the park as we see Pratt down on the grass. She pops back up now. Took a little bit of punch out of Queensland coming into the back end of the set. Pratt shows and goes, loops over the top as Neal does a great job to send it back infield. New South Wales defence holding nicely though. It took a few metres off Queensland as well on the back end of that set.
Yeah, good set there by Queensland. Pratt could have nearly gone through herself there, but unselfishly passed out wide.
They're in trouble again here, Gab.
Yeah, we keep speaking about it, Scotty, that this flooding defence by Queensland's making it very difficult for New South Wales to get out of their half. But they're doing a good job here with Berryman at the back end of the set.
Great punch coming into the last touch. McCarthy down the short side. They did recover as well as what they could have in the back end there. But again, that pressure when they're trying to make changes for New South Wales. Queensland bringing the intensity again.
And Queensland are making it very difficult for New South Wales. They are just coming in like a tsunami, just flooding this box area. As we see an error there by Queensland. So they're getting a couple of little opportunities here, New South Wales. Bit more possession down that end of the field, and they need to convert.
Yeah, and on the flip side, that's probably the area from Queensland that's been letting them down throughout this game. Errors coming out of their end, just gifting New South Wales opportunities to stay in the game and hit back. And they're looking to level things back up again now, as Jones has a look at defensive lines, throwing questions towards the referees as well. Berryman plays it, receives it back. Berryman comes back into Ava Jones, and New South Wales, off that mistake from Queensland, they make them pay, and the scores are levelled yet again.
So much strike power across this New South Wales team. You see Talia Berryman right in the thick of things there. Jones knew where she wanted her to dump it. Out to Berryman, off the left, back inside, and Ava Jones says, I'll take that and I'll even up the score.
It was nice work from Berryman. Took a little stutter before she got the ball in the hands. Reset, came back in. Great line from Jones, who's been great for New South Wales throughout the first two games here in the series. All the tension starting to build in this one.
But it was on the back end of that area you spoke about, Scotty. Little error early in the touch count. As we see Elam here, we know she can convert, how clever she is down close to the line. Well defended New South Wales. But here they need to try and fix this, getting up towards halfway. And that's better, they're going direct.
Queensland players being called back as well, so a step or two short. Much better start to the set here for New South Wales as they look to go a little expansive, but Chippendale has to come back across to the mark, and it wasn't played square. So they had a better set that time around, but the back end went away from them that time for New South Wales.
And you can see here now New South Wales moving up in defence. Queensland are just getting their full complement of players on now. Couple of last touch, here we go, as we see Teakle take off. We've seen that plenty of times. Really good touch by Bowery.
Yeah, she's quick, Caitlin Teakle. If you give her half a chance, she comes up here to try and make the first touch. Two New South Wales players getting themselves in from half. Bowery sends it across to Forster. They're having to throw the footy around again to try and get forward.
And you can see they're trying different things here, Scotty. They're trying to go, drop it back in, get players, recycle the ball, but they just don't look overly comfortable in that space. It's excellent that they're trying it, and they've got to persist with it. There's 7 on the field there, unfortunately. They're having a look in the box, seeing what's happened. 7 on the field. We haven't seen that too often this weekend, which has been excellent.
It's a really good point, actually, yeah. The teams have been pretty well disciplined. You know, the referees don't miss those. We'll give the refs a shout out for this one as well. Lachlan Carey, Savannah Draper, and Michael Littlefield in control of game 2 here in the women's 20s. Smith at the Teakle, leaves it behind. Missed opportunity there for Queensland.
Yeah, so we'll see what New South Wales do here. Is Ava Jones just taking it forward and on to Berryman. They are going straight up the field. They know what they need to do, but we, again, one of those 50-50 calls on that occasion. New South Wales claiming there was something in the ruck, but the referee didn't see it the same way.
And that's probably the frustrating thing for New South Wales, is they're trying to throw different variations in there now to get themselves downfield, but the Queensland defence are just muscling up and saying, well, if you want to go through this door as well, we're going to be here to meet you. New South Wales, they can't throw any more questions towards Queensland at the moment. They're answering them each time, as now Queensland probably didn't throw that extra pass. They still had touches in that set to work with. They just continue to hold in here and claw. That's the real positive that the New South Wales coaching staff can take at the moment.
Yeah, and they'll be really happy with their winger there, number 12, Ellie Wilson for New South Wales. She's doing an excellent job out here on the, as we call it, the box side or the close side. Great run there by Stubbs as well.
Now Masters, nice little switching play. Masters again, they've got the numbers out here, New South Wales, and they do come out towards Ellie Wilson. What a fight back it has been. They've been under all sorts of pressure, New South Wales. One of their better sets there. Bit of ball movement on the back end of it, and now they're in front.
Excellent try there by New South Wales. So we see him, Masters comes in, little wrap around with Mitchell. I love seeing that old school out there. And as we said, Wilson, excellent in defence, and now she's been rewarded with a try and attack. I love seeing that. Little bit against the grain, try something different. Clark out to Wilson, and she deserves a try, and they're taking the lead in this game too. 3 tries to 2, New South Wales over Queensland.
Such a simple play, but such an effective play. And Queensland now looking to hit back, and the ball hits the deck.
Forward pass there by Queensland. They're looking to strike back straight away. New South Wales defended well. And again, always after a try, Scotty, particularly in these younger ages, you see the intensity just lift immediately.
Again, New South Wales go direct on the first. Better. I'll say the touch was made first there on Van Rayden.
So you can see these changes that New South Wales have made in coming off their own line. It's paying dividends for them at the moment.
Forced up. Ooh, that's loose in the play of the ball. They give possession back here to Queensland.
And they've shifted it wide straight away, Queensland. They're doing a really good job there. Good touch there by Chippendale on Nicola. But they're well into Queensland, New South Wales half already with a few touches up the sleeve.
Nice run from Murphy. Working with Smith in the middle. Murphy, early release. Smith takes him on. Threads a beautiful ball behind the back, but the touch was made first.
That would have been a beautiful try there. Smith was just the conductor there in that band. She was doing so well, but unfortunately the referee saw a penalty.
And now a mistake from New South Wales. Repeat sets down the attacking end of the field here for Queensland.
Yeah, they're certainly turning up the heat here, Queensland. They're looking to strike back and get even on the scoreboard. And they'll have a fresh set here. We'll see what they can come up with.
Oh, Teakle. Slippery ball. She was looking to kick out on the outside and it just came away from her hands. Now she's down on the deck.
Yeah, bodies flying everywhere there as we see Barry down again. Oh, it's like a ice skating rink out there, Scotty.
Yeah, very tricky conditions. Heavy dew across the field this morning. New South Wales doing a good job to get themselves out of trouble again. Nice, they've gone back to the same play again. This time Queensland is there. Touch and pass, a little bump play which saw them come up with points.
So Queensland will get the ball back there, 10 metres out of halfway, before halfway. We've got about 8 minutes left on the clock. Game still in the balance here. Series in the balance, and this is how we love starting our day of touch footy.
Yeah, just a correction on one of our referees. There were some changes. So we've got Cody Reynolds, who's out on field at the moment. We mentioned Michael Littlefield was refereeing. Cody is out there controlling things in this women's 20s game too.
The referees are doing a really good job here. You're hardly actually noticing them, and you're just seeing all the play. The girls are being disciplined. You see them taking the ball up the field there, New South Wales, and they've now got Queensland on the back foot in defence, which we haven't seen too much of in this series.
It's a fair statement to say you hardly notice the referees when they're out there in fluorescent yellow shirts, but it's a great point that you make. They're just letting the teams play, and this is a real traditional origin game between these two women's 20s teams. Tough contest. New South Wales still in front at the moment. Queensland only 1 try away. We saw them crack the game open yesterday in game 1 towards the back end of the second half. They'll be hoping to try and do the same. New South Wales are the team in front this time around. Last touch, they're just over the halfway line. It's Nicola gets caught in possession on the 10-metre line. Much better set in defence there for New South Wales.
Great defensive set by New South Wales. They knew what was coming and they combated it perfectly. And then we see here again Barry, they're just driving up the field. They're doing a really good job here. But as we know, Queensland will never give up. As we see Chippendale with a bit of space, Pass out to a winger. They've got plenty of speed, but well defended by Queensland.
Down the right end of the field, though, New South Wales. Gee whiz, if they could get themselves up by 2, that really changes the context of the game. Last touch now as James picks up from half. Nice little switch in play. There's been no contact yet. Chippendale's making her way off the field. So they're a player down, and they concede in the end.
They do, but they've put it in the corner there, but they're going to get a penalty here. Referees moving up. They're offside. They're a little bit too eager in defence there, New South Wales. They know that they're so close to winning this second game. Queensland 5 minutes on the clock, and it's going to be 6 to go there. And Queensland will get some fresh legs on the field and be taking it up and looking to even up this game.
It's a hard penalty to give away, but I like the mindset of New South Wales because it happened in the previous set where their defence started to aim up, and they're looking to do the same. Fight fire with fire against Queensland, who have been so good defensively. And New South Wales are trying to muscle up as well. They've got a couple of touches still to make here in the back end of this set. They come out, Nicola. Nice one-on-one battle between the two tens. Lily Clark makes the touch. One to come here for the Blues, looking to hold out yet again. Murphy down the left-hand side. They finish it up.
Great defence again there. Both teams are putting on a defensive show here. We see the score's only 3-2. But in these conditions where it's a little bit slippery, these defenders are coming in and then they're getting back out really quickly. They're doing a really good job, both teams.
Now they shift with a bit of space down the sideline for Wilson. One of the try scorers for the Blues. Stubbs releases. Nice exchange of passing. Masters now working with Mitchell in the midfield here for New South Wales. Mitchell looks at options. Stubbs gets it down as Mitchell has to reach for it. Picked off there from Queensland. Oh, they're going to get a penalty late in the count. Players offside from Queensland. Now with 4 minutes to go, New South Wales here attacking the line.
Yeah, the player that took the intercept there unfortunately hadn't got onside for Queensland, so a fresh set of 6 for New South Wales. And again, they'll be looking to Masters and Mitchell and Stubbs, who's had a really good series so far. Just only knows one way, Stubbs, straight forward.
Come back towards her now. As McCarthy sweeps, they feed it to her. McCarthy decides to rip early. Simpson holds them up. Queensland entering in defence so far. Back in the middle of the field now. Stubbs, loose ball. Queensland hold on.
And it's just that spot on the 7 metres. They're trying to get a clean dump away to give their acting half and some plays off the back of it. But again, the ball's still a little bit slippery. And Queensland defence held strong there.
There's Waters rolling Queensland down over the halfway line. Last touch, Elam juggles. New South Wales just going to come forward and make that touch. Queensland, they're going backwards.
New South Wales, they did a really good job, Scotty. They stayed in one line. That last touch is actually the easiest touch to effect because you don't have to go backwards afterwards. So really good job, but Queensland trying to find a gap, and they need to. Speaking of gaps, we see a little one here for Wilson. Great hands again on the wing.
Now they're making changes. And Raiden will play it. Forster looks to kick on the outside of Pratt, who comes back to make the touch. Forster will steady them again. Nice roll coming into the back end now as they feed it there, but Elam came from outside in. She was ready to make that touch.
Excellent defence. And I'm not sure what young Ava Foster's done to the Queenslanders, but every time she gets the ball, they are onto her. They are not letting her through today.
Here she is coming back at the Queenslanders to make the touch. There's work to do, and the clock's starting to wind down. Under 2 minutes left now here in Game 2. New South Wales, at this point in time, are going to take this series to a decider. Teakle looks to sling it out there. The contact is made from Chippendale.
Good attack, but equally good defence there. And I'm getting nervous in the... Scotty would be noticing I'm kind of jumping around, pretending I'm throwing the ball. 30 years too old for this division, but yeah, loving every minute.
Forster through the middle. They've got to complete this set at least, New South Wales. They'd love points, and right as I say that, they turn it over just shy of the halfway line. With 1:20 to go here in Game 2, Queensland looking to level up the scores and send this to extra time. Series is on the line. New South Wales looking to take this to a decider this afternoon. Queensland looking to win the title for the first time since 2016. This has to be the set here for Queensland. Under 60 seconds to go. Last touch and they come up and make it on the collar. Big defensive play from New South Wales.
You had the big guns on show for Queensland there. They were doing everything they could to find their way through to the line. Great defence by New South Wales. They need to hold the ball here. Queensland need to draw an error. But, Scotty, it looks like we might be heading to a decider in the women's 20s division.
Crowd really getting behind New South Wales. Is still a really important set. 30 seconds left and it's the last touch. Queensland is still going to have one more possession. They're only just shy, and that's probably wisely picked up there from half. This could be a penalty here for Queensland. Referee, and it will be, so they'll get marched up to the halfway line now. 15 seconds to go, and they've got some distance to carry. Have they got the energy in the legs here, Queensland? Great opening touch. Nicola decides to go early. They're still making changes. They've only got 5 on the field here, Queensland. Nothing there, and caught in possession, and the hooter sounds in the background, and New South Wales will send the women's 20s to a decider.
Great game, and still Queensland at the end of the game only had 5 on, so there's a little bit of confusion there in their attacking subs. Great game, well done the 28 players there, and we're heading to a decider in the women's 20s. How good?
Wow, that was an exceptional game of State of Origin football. New South Wales just gritty, weren't they? Like we said, Queensland put so much pressure on them, and there was periods throughout that game where they really struggled, but when they had those opportunities gifted to them off mistakes from Queensland down their end of the field, that's what separated the two teams in the end.
Agree 100%, Scotty. And the biggest change in the second half for me was the way New South Wales got off their line. So they struggled in the first half with the excellent defensive pressure by Queensland. They made some adjustments, which is what good coaches and good players do at this level. And they were able to get the ball a little bit further down the field and create those opportunities for their strike players, as we said, in Berryman and Jones and Masters and co.
Great win from New South Wales. We'll head down to the sideline as well and soak up everything from Game 2 there in the women's 20s. After that, men's 20s coming up. What a game we saw yesterday in Game 1. Probably the game of the day yesterday. What will we get in Game 2? Stay with us. More to come here from the State of Origin.
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, you just all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are reading these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now that shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and
Down here with the head coach of the New South Wales Women's 20s, Rahab Paki. What a game there. The series on the line, and your girls really performed well this morning.
Absolutely. You know, we got 14 debutantes out there, and it's been a really good journey for our young girls. And to come back and win the second game has been amazing for our girls.
Game one yesterday, you guys were right in that as well. There was just a couple of moments. An intercept really turned the game, and it was a game that went away from you, but it was a great response this morning from the team.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, those 1%ers, they count in games like this, and it's state of origin, so we can't afford to do those 1%ers. So we went back, fixed our little 1%ers, and we got the result in the second game. So.
Must be happy with the performance as well, because Queensland defensively really putting a lot of pressure on you. You found it hard to get out of your end a lot of the time, but just kept grinding and stuck in the game to get the win.
We always knew that Queensland was going to be very physical. We just had to come up with a game plan that we could sort of break that, which we did. And, you know, the results really says it. So, yeah.
What are the key messages now for the girls? You're into a decider later on this afternoon. No doubt the nerves will be there. It's going to be a big game, but the series is on the line.
Oh, of course. Like, this is one of the best games in the world. So we've got to go back, and I'm just going to let them know that, you know, it's the last game. You either won it or not. You leave everything out there on the field, and at the end of the day, whatever the results is, it's because it's the best team that won the game. So.
Well, you did an amazing performance in game two. All the best of luck to try and wrap up the series later on this afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it. And I thought, you know, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Welcome back here to CX Coffs International Stadium in Coffs Harbour. Well, the ledger has been squared in our first match. It's all locked up in the women's 20s division. We know the task at hand here for New South Wales on screen right now. They went down in a thrilling contest, arguably the best game of day one, into a drop-off, but they have to correct course here on day two. A very good morning to our viewers on KO Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. James Preston and Hall of Famer Gab Rose to take you through all the action. Gab, this should be another brilliant match.
This game, if it's anything like yesterday's game, it was 4-1 to New South Wales at half-time yesterday. They came out of the blocks firing. 7-all at full-time with a try right on the hooter to take it into drop-off. A try each during the first part of the drop-off, and then Blaise Prednegas scored a try to make it 9-8. In a game that New South Wales will have be disappointed that they didn't win because they were definitely in control. But Queensland, they got superstars right across the field, and this is set to be a cracking game, James.
You talk about some of those superstars there for Queensland. That New South Wales side is stacked as well. These two teams here, it could nearly be a case of men's for probably all of these players within the next 12 months.
Certainly, a lot of the players, and especially in Queensland, we saw playing men's open at the champs, and again across on the New South Wales side, a couple of their players yesterday just stood tall and really dominated for their team.
Perhaps none more so than Logan Tui. He was outstanding in that first game, at least 3 try assists. So they'll need another performance like that from him.
Yeah, Logan's actually my nephew, so I declare my allegiance straight away in this, but he certainly had an excellent game yesterday in attack and defence, and his fitness is excellent as well. So for all these young men across here, superstars of our game already, and they'll be nervous here. Series is on the line. Queensland took the lead yesterday, but New South Wales need to do more of what they did in the first half yesterday, James, and try and level up the series.
Now, if you are wondering why there's a little delay here at the moment, we do still have a drop-off on Field 6. I believe that is with the men's 65s division, so hopefully they're going to be all right post-match. I'm sure the calves might be cramping up a touch, and the boys here will have to go through another little warm-up as well. But, you know, let's just run through some of these players here. We've mentioned Blaze Prendergast from Queensland, the captain for them. We've mentioned Logan Tui, but another player that really stood tall on day one for New South Wales and showed a lot more patience, a lot more guile than perhaps we've come to expect from him, Manos Lagos.
He was the other player yesterday for New South Wales. He really took a leading role, very calm, very patient, but made such a difference for his team. So, as we said, there's so many superstars. They've played at the big level, you know, they've played on the main stage a lot already at such a young age, and that's the beauty of our game. They get the opportunity. You know, it's been a big touch season this year in 2025. We've seen them play for Australia. We've seen them play for the champs. So they're coming in touch fit, and they just play what they see. They're not scared to have a go, and that's what we always see in the men's 20s division. And it looks like we're still waiting for this men's 65. It could be the longest game in history, I'm sure, as you said, James. Somebody please just score, or declare it a draw, and we'll just play game 3 later on this afternoon.
Alternatively, send some medical help over there just in case. But look, taking a look as well at this Queensland side, we know what Prendergast can do. I really thought that Bailey Deakin as well, he stood tall in that first game also.
Yeah, very experienced campaigner at a young age. And we saw also the number 5 for Queensland, Matt Moore, had a really good game. Jonte Brown, Jordan Bell, as I said, you could go through the whole 14. And also there's some, you know, you look at Ehlers and Medved, Cameron Chloe on the wing for New South Wales. Now, I love watching him play. Maxwell Masters, their captain. So the New South Wales players are on the field. We've obviously got a result in the 65s. I'm not sure who won it. We'll try and find out for you. But somebody's taken game 2, and we're about to get underway in game 2 of the men's 20. So 2 ends of the spectrum there in terms of age and probably pace of the game as well, James.
Absolutely. And, of course, that first match here, 9-8 to Queensland in the drop-off. It was 7-all at full time, and they came back from a rather large half-time deficit. The Queensland side 4-1 at the break. New South Wales were in control, and on the call, myself and Jason Stanton, we were potentially looking at double digits for New South Wales, with Queensland trailing by some distance thereafter, but they really turned it around at the break. The big question now for Game 2, can New South Wales turn their fortunes around? They need to try and keep the series alive. The women's 20s have done exactly that, but of course the ledger at 13-5 at the moment. Queensland in control. It needs to be a big day too. It's already got off to a pretty good start here. Final checks from our officials, and then we will be getting underway. So there will be, of course, perhaps a slight delay for our next fixture after this one. Might end up just on time.
And we'll see our officials here. We've got Charlie Cheesley, Alec Clark and Lachlan Freshwater. And a shout out to all our referees. They're doing a really good job throughout this series. We've got the premium players in all divisions across the 2 states. And same with the referees. We've got our best referees in the game on show at this tournament.
Well, Gab, the big question here for New South Wales is how differently did they need to approach this match compared to Game 1? They were only just beaten.
Yeah. I think they just need to, they would have gone back and watched the video, but just look at what they did in the first half and see if they can repeat that today. As we see the Hoodoo go in the background, Queensland have got first use of the ball.
So Delaney starts us, followed up by Moore here. Through the middle, Prendergast. Hopping in and acting half yet again. Now Deacon at speed. Back to Prendergast. Will then retreat back outside the 7. Moore on this left-hand side. Deacon floating around. Prendergast picks it up once again. Oh, lovely delay on the ball. And then Delaney mid-flight. Took a step away from the defence, squeezes through. A perfect start for Queensland.
And that's the beauty of Blaze Prendergast. He knows what decision and what option to take at the right time. So Deacon plays the ball. He digs into the line, Prendergast, and then just lollipops it over the top. So it goes off the right. Looks like he's going long over the top of the New South Wales defender. And a great put down by Delaney. 1 set, 1 try to Queensland.
What a sinker pass that was. He might actually catch a fish reeling in at Coffs Harbour. So now Tui and Lagos will work through the middle. Here comes JP Catalano sweeping around. New boots today for JP. Bouncing around through the middle. Once again, we'll have a little look at the line. Late release from Catalano. Geez, that's great covering from Moore.
Excellent touch by Moore. So looked like there was going to be a try back on there for Lagos, but not to be.
It's an early lead here for Queensland. They already have the ascendancy in the series. 1-0 in this division. So they head out on this right-hand side now. Great to have your company here on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. It's now Queensland into enemy territory. We'll play it here on the last. Flat pass, but misguided. Looking to link up with Kalis Brown, but that one hits the deck.
Yeah, Jonte Brown, another one to watch from yesterday's game. But game has started at the speed we would expect for the under-20 boys. And again, this Queensland defence just pushing up, trying to unsettle New South Wales early.
Well, it's funny in many ways, the 20s boys, as we see an error here for New South Wales. It's actually quicker than the men's because they don't tend to take the foot off the pedal at any point.
No, they just go 100%. There's often not changes in tempo. We did see a little bit of change in their tempo yesterday and play a men's open style game that you and Jason were talking about in yesterday's commentary. But New South Wales have gifted Queensland with another early opportunity here.
Kalis Brown then finding a good ball, and it's another little area they can exploit there, Queensland. Chloe came in very quickly to shut things down, so there was space on the edge. Now Jonte Brown again. There is that space once more on the edge. So, yeah, it's a very retracted defensive line here for New South Wales.
New South Wales are definitely playing a compressed defence, but Queensland have identified that early. And on 2 occasions there, if they could have got the ball cleanly to the winger, it would have been a try.
So good speed again here from the Blues, working away from their own end. Chloe brings it forward, and then, strong contact for Queensland. That's what State of Origin is about. Now flat, right at the advantage line for Oscar Gray. Picks up good metres. Ehlers off the back of it. Still working through now. Perhaps a little unlucky there not to pick up the penalty, but I think he was the man who engaged the offside defender. So once you're running into him, that's where that can come unstuck.
Yes, unfortunately for Ehlers, he actually affected the touch, possibly with his head as he was trying to go through. So the referee, right decision there as Queensland are straight back on the attack here, James.
Now Jordan Bell. Once more looking likely, Moore found a pass, but it was a little bit too low and behind the support there of Ronan Delaney, who already has one so far. And New South Wales, another error here coming out of their own end. Well, you can't afford to give a team with this much attacking potency this kind of field position. So Queensland again will go on the attack here, about 7 metres away. Out to this left-hand side with Richter. Richter, easy pass from Moore, and they tear them to bits here. Well, that's the exact issue we were talking about. If you keep turning it over, Queensland will make you pay.
It's just been a weighted possession here for Queensland down that end of the field. You see here, simple out ball, and then it just became a numbers game. The New South Wales defenders potentially marked up wrong there, and Morey did a beautiful touchdown one end of the field, and he's come up with a try here on the back end of a pass from Jacob Richter. But a very different start to what we saw yesterday, James.
And of course, New South Wales were very dominant in the opening 10 minutes. 3 tries on the board. This man had a hand in plenty of them. Lagos hops in at acting half once again. Now threatening to go along instead. They'll pop it short here for Lagos. Somehow avoids the touch and then hops back outside the 7 looking for a penalty. They'll play it now quickly. Back again here for Wardrobe. Wardrobe then firing a pass out wide, but Queensland with a nice pressing defence step up and make the touch.
Well defended there by Queensland. We know Blake Wardrobe possesses a really good long ball both ways, and he'll be looking to execute that today, but Queensland up to the task and shutting him down.
So great start here for the Maroons. Just inside 5 minutes gone here. 2 tries to 0. They've picked up where they left off in the second half, and that drop-off for that matter in game 1. Flat pass now as they come up towards halfway. Last one here. Moore then sending it wide. Good scramble, though, for New South Wales. They slid out and made the touch.
That'll be a penalty there to New South Wales. You cannot throw the ball away on the last touch. So a penalty to New South Wales, 10 metres shy of the Queensland halfway. New South Wales need to be better at this end of the field. Queensland have drawn out many errors, and you can see that pushing defence there by Queensland, James.
You're completely getting Lagos off his bearings. Now Catalano will straighten the attack. Good metres as well from Masters. One-handed scoop now from Semple. This is better from New South Wales. Again, though, playing short probably would have been the better option there. There wasn't a great deal of room to work with, but when you do have those outside men, you've got to try and go through the hands gap.
Certainly do. It was a better set by New South Wales. They've finished down in this end of the field, and now they've drawn an error from Queensland, and this is an opportunity New South Wales need to take here about 6 minutes into this first half.
They do have the weapons on hand to try and get something out of this set, though. Semple, Masters, Catalano certainly ones to watch. Queensland marking up strongly, though. Matters makes the touch. Back to the 7. Masters bouncing around. Once again, Matters up quickly. Masters will go from distance. That's beautiful from Masters. Put the foot down, squeezes through a gap, and New South Wales are on the board.
Great start for the captain there. And again, on the back end of an error from Queensland, in this division, there's so much talent right across the field. Line defending is not an easy task. So you see Semple goes down. Off the right foot is Masters. He looks to go wide and goes, nope, I'll dive through. Excellent dive. 2-1, Queensland over New South Wales. New South Wales back in the game.
Geez, that's clever from Masters. Even all the way to the line, still holding it with two hands, threatening to link up with his link there. So he's done a great job, Maxwell Masters, and puts New South Wales back in the contest. And now with a turnover here for Queensland, the Blues have another chance to put another one on the board here. Catalano cycles it now for Chloe. Scoops it up once again. Meters here for Tui. Yet to see him get too involved in this match here as Catalano now takes off. Oh, great touch again from Richter.
Amazing touch by Richter. Had to be made because it looked like Catalano was off for the prize there.
He looked very likely for New South Wales, particularly in that first half of game one. Probably has started the sharpest here for the Blues yet again. Just waiting to see Tui hit his stride. He was massive for the Blues in game one, but a little bit quiet in the opening 7.5 here. As Queensland bring it forward. Now last one, pop to Prendergast. The pass was too good in the end. And it bounces off his chest.
Yeah, and a little bit of momentum shift towards New South Wales, I'd say, in the last couple of minutes as we see an offside penalty is going to go towards New South Wales. So they'll get a bit of a piggyback up. They're a little bit too eager in defence there, Queensland, trying to draw an error out of New South Wales.
So Masters now brings it forward. Semple back to Masters again, just trying to work over these middles. Meters on offer again for Walker. Now Masters once more. He came up trumps on the last occasion. He wasn't too far off there either.
No, it was merely a case of deja vu there. We had Semple working with Masters, and he's got such a good dive, Masters, that you've just got to be on your game.
Here is Masters again now. Cuts out Semple, finds a lovely pass, but geez, that was a brilliant read from Jackson Streeter.
The wingers in our game these days just do an amazing job. They've got a split second to make a decision. Are they coming in? Are they staying out? And more often than not, they make the right decision.
So 2-1 it remains. Good contest here in the men's 20s. New South Wales needing victory to keep this division alive. 18 competitive divisions overall, plus, of course, our invitational. So 19 across the board, but 18 going towards the Shield.
New South Wales have just drawn another error out of their Queensland. They're playing the ball right on halfway. And as we said, they're just getting a little bit of ascendancy towards the mid part of this first half. Although not on the scoreboard, Queensland's still ahead as we see Wardrobe skip out. Excellent touch there again by Matt Moore. He's having a cracker of a game to start this morning.
That's his second crucial touch plus a try, so you're not wrong. He's had a very good start here. Ellers back to the middle. Now Catalano sweeping around. Changes the emphasis once more. Back to Ellers. Will retreat. Once more looking to set up a strike dump. Ellers, Catalano plays it quickly. Now Ellers taking off. Deacon was never back for mine. He's lucky to get away with that.
Agree with you there, James. He kind of tried to step in, step out, step in, and the referee just eventually called Deacon onside.
So Queensland, they'll ride the luck and they'll head up towards halfway now. Nice meters here from Kalis Brown. So they keep charging forward with Rolfe. Last one brought up. Great footwork again here from Delaney, just trying to split them. We didn't see too much from Delaney in game one, but he's been very, very strong to start this game.
He's already got a try for his team and proving difficult for the New South Wales defender to keep a hold of. As we see, Chloe there's going to have to go back to the mark. Good defence again there by Streeter.
So Wickman up to halfway. Now New South Wales straightening. Heavy contact there. Tui involved with Matters as once more Tui takes off or finds a pass. And again, it's a good read from Queensland. Geez, their wings have been strong to start with.
That was Sam Shepherd on that occasion and apparently called the whiz kid, so they tell me. So excellent touch there by Sam.
I think we might have to delve a little further into why he's called the whiz kid. I've got my concerns, but also some good things, I'm sure. As now a little pass here is bobbled, and that one will go to ground from Queensland. New South Wales will come up with it regardless.
A penalty here to New South Wales. Logan Tui's he's quick to take the tap, trying to get the game moving again, and they march it up towards the halfway line.
So Tui now heads to the sideline. Masters will deputise for him. Pops a very late pass. Catalano hadn't got onto the field yet. Chloe, Masters, and now again here for Charlie Walkerton. So a few emus floating about, plus, of course, World Cup reps in the form of Masters. Now wider still it comes with Cameron Chloe dancing up along the sideline. Now seeing a little bit of a slippery surface there toward the edge of the field around that 7. It's been quite chilly overnight. A lot of frost in the morning, so that early morning dew as well, just causing a few issues, and that's also the case for the handling here. Queensland leave it behind. Walkerton now for Semple. Avoids the touch, and there's the first penalty inside the 7.
So they needed to move up there, Queensland. So that's one penalty to New South Wales. Another set of 6 on the line. Semple will be looking to work here with Masters again. They got the try early. Another great touch there by Sam Shepherd. Popped out of the line.
Very flat pass too from acting half. They got away with it, New South Wales. Semple now. Bounces off the right foot. Back here for Walkerton. There's the second. They've got to be careful, Queensland.
If we see another penalty here to our viewers at home, Queensland will have one defender have to come to the sideline. So New South Wales need to be patient, try and make sure they're keeping playing and trying to draw a penalty out of the Queensland defenders.
Well, this is just about the only time we see them take the foot off the pedal at that breakneck speed. And they're looking for the extra penalty. Oh, Shepherd again, great read. So that's midway through the count now, New South Wales. The question is, do they keep trying to look for that penalty or now set up for a scoring play? Catalano will take the latter option, and he does so to great effect. A lovely line at full tilt and splits them.
Well done there, Catalano. And you spoke about it, James. There was that little slowing down, and then they just put the foot on the accelerator, and Catalano has evened up the game. So you see here, Masters to Semple. The splitter play through the middle. Just couldn't get back on side, Queensland defender. Well done, JP.
There's Jordan Bell, who was really trying to get back there, but the speed that Catalano was moving at was always going to be a tough task. You got 1 foot behind the line, but of course you need the 2 on there. As Deakin now takes off. Oh, Deakin, that's beautiful from him. A change of pace, draws in 2 defenders, slips a late pass, and Queensland, as quick as you like, back in front.
Yeah, big smile on the face there for the Queensland try scorer, but it was all Deakin here. We'll see on the replay. Fakes to go to Prednagast, goes back to the short side, and looks like it might be Delaney.
Yeah, Deakin, wonderful work here. Just the big left foot step, and as you mentioned, linking up there. And again, yes, it is Delaney, so a double for him. Great start to his day here on day 2, and we mentioned that he was maybe a little bit quiet on day 1. Certainly not the case here with game number 2, as now Lagos provides short again. Catalano, he's got that dive working well. He'll come back to the 7 now. Last one for New South Wales. Lagos at first receiver, but it's a static start. Lagos will simply float it long, and they'll kill it away from the Queensland box.
So 3-2, the score here. Queensland taking a lead again, just when New South Wales had evened up the score. And we're seeing some nice play out wide straight away from Queensland, but they're going to get a penalty here. And New South Wales, another little opportunity as Queensland racing to get their players on the field with Tui with the ball onto Wardrobe.
Well, Wardrobe really had a chance to just put the foot down and link up with Medved there, who had come on late in the piece, sweeping around. Now Tui, Catalano working through traffic. Well, there had to be at least one player offside there for Queensland. They'll get away without any penalty being called.
Kalis Brown there, the number 6 for Queensland, must have been the onside player, and he came from a far distance to affect that touch.
So Tui, Lagos and Catalano. It's a great trio, but they won't get a chance to launch a ray. That's disappointing for New South Wales.
they'll be disappointed with that. They had a golden opportunity 5 minutes out from half-time to try and even up the ledger again, but strong Queensland defence.
So 3-2 the score here. Queensland in front. Now head up over halfway now as the sun shines at Coffs Harbour. Last one. Moore out to this right-hand side. Numbers in motion. They put the foot down with Barnes, but he was well dealt with. Still not a bad spot to turn it over for Queensland. They've been really struggling to get out of their own end for the past 5 minutes, so it's a better set for them.
They'll be happy with where they finish there, and now you can see they're moving up in defence, making it difficult for New South Wales as they just cross the halfway line, a couple of touches in hand.
It is again here for New South Wales. Semple links up with Masters. Semple again taking off, or pops a pass, but Moore somehow held on to it. Well, he must have super glue on the fingertips.
He's the everywhere man today. Young Matt Moore, attack, defence, taking intercepts. He's got all the skills.
It's a brilliant start from Matt Moore. Him and Delaney in particular. Deacon's also been good. In fact, the one man perhaps who's been a little bit quiet based on his efforts in game one is Prendergast. Here he is now. We know what he can conjure up, but he hasn't needed to do anything so far. It's been all the supporting staff, if you will.
It sure has. He set up that first try in the opening set of the match, but then from them it's been some of his other teammates. As we see another error here from New South Wales. It's that little area down near the box. The referee has signalled penalty to Queensland, and we see that man we were just talking about, Blaise Prendergast. Look out for him at the back end of this first half.
So big chance now for Queensland to set up a little buffer as Deacon goes to Prendergast. This time floating out in that link position. Picked up here from Delaney, who does have a double. Prendergast slipping around. Keeps it alive. Last one here for Queensland. Static start. Prendergast over the top or batted on from Deacon into the arms out wide of Streeter, but they're going to say it must have been a forward pass in the end, it looks like.
Yeah, there's a little bit of push and shove there. The hat had come off, the ball had gone flying, but New South Wales got the ball. But there's some full force and intensity in these touches at the moment, James. We'd expect nothing less for men's 20s division.
Well, and for State of Origin, of course, no love lost between the two traditional rivals as Catalano now floats a pass that was touched in flight by Queensland but went backwards, and they'll then pick it off. So zero touch there. Ooh, and that was a 50-50 call that went the way of Queensland. A little bit of extra force. You were just talking about that, Gab.
Yeah, they just need to stay calm here, both teams. Just take a breath, get back into the game a couple of minutes before half-time. You don't want to give away a silly penalty that can lead to some cheap, easy possession down the other end of the field.
So meters now for Rolfe, who links up with Richter, who's been terrific defensively in this one. Streeter. Then for Rolfe again. Richter. Popping it back to the middle. Now Matters takes it forward. Oh, great read there from Wardrobe, who shot out of the line and shut it down very quickly.
Yeah, well done, Blake Wardrobe. He traditionally plays in the middle. He's playing in the link here for New South Wales 20s, but I know back at home in Cronulla, he's been down the oval practicing his craft in link as well, which I love seeing and hearing about for these young men.
So now meters once again for Semple. Drops it down. Masters with the two-handed grab. Or found a pass, and again, that was a great read from Shepherd, even if Walker was able to reel that one in. It was a tough one to take, but Shepherd was all over him.
Done a really good job, Shepherd. I thought he might have just gone short there, Masters through to a flying Semple, but he went out the back, but well defended there by Shepherd.
Well, this is now a crucial period coming up towards half-time. They've turned it over here, Queensland. So if New South Wales can get themselves back on level terms, they'll certainly back themselves in this second half. But a big defensive set coming up for the Maroons. Semple works it forward. Touches made there from Queensland. I'd love to get something on the board here, the Blues. They've chewed up two plays now, though. Looking for the penalty at the moment. Semple, Masters, back to Semple. Now fires it long. Lovely ball. Cameron Chloe for the finish. Gets there in time. Oh, Semple, that was difficult, but he made it look simple.
Yeah, well done, Ethan Semple. From down in Albury, all the way down in the south part of New South Wales, and Cameron Chloe. He still had a job to do there. So Semple gives it to Masters, floats it a left to right pass, and an excellent put down there by Cameron Chloe. We're all tied up, 30 seconds to go in the first half.
So Queensland, one final right of reply. They'll work it forward now with Richter. Richter still floating on that right-hand side. Oh, now here's a chance for Brown, who puts the foot down. Oh, what about the saving touch there from New South Wales? That might be the best of the series so far.
Amazing touch, and had to be made. So it looks like Queensland are going to sneak over right on half-time.
Still a problem here for New South Wales. Prendergast will pick up the penalty. They'll get one final play. There goes the siren. They'll get it just in time. Prendergast takes off. Stepping up into the channel is Ellers, who makes the play at it. And New South Wales, they'll be very happy with that, all things considered. They'll go in level at the break.
Excellent first half. Very different to the game we saw yesterday in game 1 of the series where New South Wales took an early lead. They took a while to get into their processes, New South Wales. Queensland, some superstars across the field, but we're 3-all locked up at half-time, James.
Cracking contest. Can New South Wales keep the series alive in this division? We'll find out in the second 20. All the action coming your way in just a moment.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love
as a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go River Stars!
Are you okay? If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay?
Welcome back here to CX Coffs International Stadium in beautiful Coffs Harbour, northern New South Wales. Great to have your company across KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. This is a cracking contest here in the men's 20s, locked up at 3 tries apiece. It's a bit of a chilly morning, but the fans are out here and forced to watch some excellent action. James Preston and Gab Rose to bring you all the action here in the second half. New South Wales looking to keep this division alive as Semple brings it forward. Now Catalano, Wardrobe, Masters, rolls sharply. Semple, little skip off the right foot. Oh, they had them worried there for a moment, but Prendergast, one of the quickest players in the 20s, was able to shut it down. Now Catalano drops it down here in the last. Masters will send it wide. Chloe pops a pass back on the inside. Good covering again from Queensland. And once more, it's that man, Matt Moore.
Had a great first half, Matt Moore, but that was looking likely there for New South Wales. We're talking in the break. This game, it's been Semple and Maxwell Masters for New South Wales that have taken the lead, and they've drawn an early error from Queensland here, a no touch as we call it. So New South Wales play pulled out of the touch. Queensland have made an early error, and here we see great opportunities. We see Manos Lagos come straight onto the field here, James.
And Logan Tui, so that's another good combination. Geez, they've got some strong pods, New South Wales. Lagos now receives it back once again. He'll just slow things down momentarily. Tui biding his time as well. Cycling the footy once again through the middle. There's the first penalty for New South Wales.
So again, Queensland weren't going up fast enough for the referee's liking, and it was Lagos and Tui there just playing with them.
Well, here is Tui now taking off. Oh, he's out of acting half, keeps it alive, and then a great step back on the inside from Blake Wardrobe. Well, Tui, he's awoken from his slumber, and it's produced a big result here for New South Wales. They hit the front.
And they need more of that from Logan Tui. We see working with his Cronulla teammate, Tui, outside his player, Blake Wardrobe, Cronulla teammate, 4-3. New South Wales take the early lead in the second half.
And a lot of work still to do here for Wardrobe. That's a great step to beat a man who has smothered everything so far, Matt Moore. But Wardrobe got the better of him there. So 4-3 the score. Good start here in the second half for New South Wales. Brown takes it out to that left-hand side, linking up with Jonte Brown. Back to the 7 they go.
It was on the back end of that error, James, from Queensland early in the set, and with the talent across the field, you just cannot make errors on your own line in this division.
So Ehlers now for Gray. Strong contact there from Queensland. Hitters on offer for Walkerton, who chews up, heading upfield. And now Walker, Ehlers, slipping and sliding all over the place. It's like he's on ice. As now, Masters will straighten the attack. Semple scoops it up. Chance to take off here. Shut down. Pretty good defensive set from Queensland.
Yeah, good touch there by Campbell Rolfe for Queensland. Not a bad attacking set by New South Wales, but well defended by Queensland.
Queensland up over halfway now. Little bobble in the roll ball. Play on is the call, though. And they're nearly getting too many cooks in the kitchen on that occasion, Queensland. Now they'll straighten up the attack. Good scything run from Bell, who tries to link up out wide. New South Wales, though, just got there in time and did enough to put him off.
Yeah, that was looking likely there for Queensland. We see New South Wales straight away. And again, it is a bit like an ice skating rink out there this morning. The sun is shining. It's perfect conditions for touch. As we see the captain, Masters, just drive straight through the middle here.
Well, Delaney was saying that he pulled out of the touch. He was looking for a turnover there as Lagos drops it down. Now for Tui. Can he use his speed? Here he goes. Oh, wonderful recovery, though, from Bell.
Excellent touch there by young Bell, and had to be made or Tui was through again. He's had a cracking start to the second half, Logan.
Well, we were talking during the break that we haven't seen too much from Logan Tui in that first half. It's almost as if he somehow eavesdropped on the conversation, as now really clicked into gear. Prendergast in a similar vein. He was a little bit quiet outside the first set for Queensland. Can he drop something in the second? Lovely long pass. Oh, that's a brilliant ball on the end. Well, nothing was doing there, but Streeter will capitalise. This will look great on the replay.
What a beautiful pass there. As we said, there wasn't too much doing there for Queensland. But you see there, Deacon picks it up in one hand, right to left, 25-metre pass, and we spoke how well he played in the first half. It's worth another look at. Picks it up, easy as you like. I'll just throw that 30 metres to set up a try, even up the scores.
Well, what I'm loving here, Gab, is, of course, yesterday was almost a shootout between the likes of Prendergast and Tui, but it has been the supporting cast that has come to the fore in Game 2 here. We've seen so many great performances, probably none better than Deacon for Queensland, and, of course, Maxwell Masters, the captain for New South Wales. He's really stood up in this game too. So 4 tries apiece, about 5 minutes into the second half here. Wardrobe once more losing his footing. So as the sun shines and all that early morning frost is melting, it's getting quite slippery underfoot. Now scooped up here again. Wardrobe on the last. Oh, popping a pass, but stepping up in the lane is Queensland. Moore takes it again. He's everywhere, this man. Throws it over the top. Great coverage in the end. They'll shut it down through Jake Medved, the Manly product. Now Queensland, though, with their tails up, marching towards the 7. They'll keep it alive. They've managed to steady the ship here, but Queensland in good position to potentially hit the lead once again. Richter out to this left-hand side. Good covering from New South Wales. They're losing ground here, Queensland. Richter will send it back to the middle again. Rolfe drops it down. Last play. Here is Richter threatening once more. Out to Moore. And well covered there from Charlie Walkerton.
They did a good job there, New South Wales. After the intercept by Moore, he made it down halfway down the field. But New South Wales were able to get back in time and have a good defensive set.
So now Gray will take the metres on offer. Here's Wardrobe marching forward as well. Chloe back to the middle for Semple. Maxwell Masters on deck once again. Drops it short. Semple, Masters, back to Semple. Here's a chance. Queensland played it. I think they had to play that one too.
They had to play there. There was a simple wraparound play on the back of a rooster, and Semple had a 3-on-2 situation, and he throws a beautiful ball left to right. So well done by the Queensland defender.
Now watch out for the long-range dive from JP Catalano. He's back out there now. Masters finding Catalano. We'll slow it down momentarily. Back to Masters. Now here he comes with a bit of speed. Oh, Catalano, the draw and pass. It was excellent, but what about the slide there from the Queensland defenders? And once more, shutting it down. Now back here for Walker. Walker turns it for Catalano. Bouncing. Now at speed. Oh, popped a pass. Oh, how about the take there from Masters? It nearly paid dividends, but it's come out of the hands forward. That little clip in flight.
There's a full-length dive there by Masters, and it was looking likely for New South Wales. We'll see the replay here. Beautiful, but a deflection.
Oh,
that
jeez.
deserves a try. That was a beautiful catch.
It was forward out of Walker's hands, but I'm with you. If you can somehow reel it in with these slippery conditions at full tilt, award it. So Queensland coming forward. Oh, Prendergast now takes off with a burst of speed, looking for support, finds it out wide. Now New South Wales are there, Catalano claiming a touch, but they've done enough, and I think it's Brown who somehow got himself airborne. Griggs was there in support too, but Prendergast, he's the man, and Catalano has a bit to say off the back of it too.
They're having a bit of a chat, those two. A little bit of banter between the two, but you're right, it was Blaze Prendergast. He just shot out of a cannon, got round Semple. They tried to track him to the corner.
Ooh.
But Brown looked like he might have been a little bit of holding back there. If we get to see another replay here. Suffice to say, try's been awarded to Queensland. Potentially a little bit of a shepherd, all in the contest.
Ooh, and is there separation? So there's a few question marks on that one. The referees are right on the spot. It's Alec Clark, Charlie Cheesley and Lachlan Freshwater. We've got to back them. They've got a better vantage point than we do. But there are some question marks there. But certainly no question about who's in front now. It's Queensland, 5-4. So they keep marching downfield. Jesus has had a lot of momentum swings this game. Now Matters. Out to this right-hand side for Rolfe. Rolfe holds it in two hands, comes up with the flick pass. Probably a pass that didn't need to be thrown.
No, it was last touch, though, so he's just thought, I'll try and flick it back on the inside. Let my defensive line get set as we see Tui marching it up the field. And this is the start of a good set here for New South Wales. They've got Queensland going backwards.
Now Wickman up over halfway. Quick release. Ellers just changing the pace a touch here as Gray now starts to chew up the metres. Ellers looking wide. Chloe, easy as you like, takes it in with one hand, but nowhere to go. I think there's a little bit more opportunity for New South Wales to hit that link hole. That's where Queensland have seemed a little vulnerable. Their wings have been in splendid form in this match.
They sure have, their wingers, so they're going to have to change things up a little bit. They've got about 10 minutes on the clock. They're one try down on the scoreboard. And as you see here, Deacon again driving forward with Prendergast straight through.
There it is, right through the middle. It's the old firm, Prendergast and Deacon. Well, they have come to play here. It's taken a bit of time for that combination to really light up in this second match, but it is well and truly ignited there.
You see them come on at speed. Deacon, down for Prendergast. I'll give it back to you for the work you've done. You can have your own try. 6-4, Queensland, and now the pressure's starting to build for New South Wales.
Well, it's 3 straight tries for Queensland. They really need to turn things around here, the Blues, as Masters hits the deck. I dare say, Gab, it's already a case of they have to be next to score.
Agree. Definitely have to try and get, we see there, Semple onto Masters, back to JP. Well defended there. We see Jacob Richter. He's had a really good game in defence.
Yeah, Richter and Moore have been outstanding for them. So too have the wings, but probably through the middle and lengths, it's been Richter and Moore that have shut down the most amount of plays. So Queensland, very much like game one, just building as the contest goes on. Of course, they were down 4-1 at the break in game one. They had a lead for game two here, and now it's New South Wales that need to conjure up the comeback.
So they've got a changeover in possession here, New South Wales, so that's a little win within this game, but they need to capitalise. They need to get the ball down the other end and get that attacking strike power on, which we know they've got.
Here's Charlie Walker, and always picks up good meterage. He'll get there in time now. There's an issue for Queensland. I think it might be Jordan Bell who's clutching at a shoulder as he heads to the sideline.
We hope he's okay there, Jordan Bell. he is clutching at that left shoulder. Whether it's been displaced, we'll wait and see. The medical team's with him straight away. Hopefully he's all okay and can get back on the field.
So now New South Wales come forward on the last. They'll use a little bit of speed here, but again, Queensland just easily pick it off. Kalis Brown on that occasion.
Kalis Brown, we've seen him in attack, score a really nice try over there in the corner and defended well there to stop Tui from going over for a try.
So if Queensland can hang on for the win here, it'll be, at least in terms of our stadium matches, the first division that is claimed for the Maroons. It's all locked up at 1 apiece in the women's 20s. That was a little earlier this morning. Show and go here from Queensland. They'll somehow stay alive in the play. Big dummy coming in, and then nearly Zach Griggs squeezing through. But 6-4 it remains. 8 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time for New South Wales, but they need to shift this momentum.
They sure do. Plenty of time. Men's 20s, 8 minutes. You can see 8 tries in that time in men's 20s. So this game and series is not over yet, but I agree, New South Wales need to be next to score.
Tui. Through the middle he goes. Now, short pass for Walker. Ellers. Tui. Wickman. Oh, Wickman, what a pass that is. That came out of absolutely nothing. Walker on the spot. I was talking about the space in the links. Well, finally they identified it there, New South Wales.
Yeah, we'll have a look again. When we see the replay here, it's Tui and Wardrobe working well again. So Tui dumps. Blake Wardrobe lets it rip out right to left. Beautiful pass. And again, Tui, Wardrobe working together. They do that at Clubland, and they've done it for their state now and got their team back in the ball game.
6-5. New South Wales. Here's the comeback on. Queensland looking to douse the flame straight away. Now retreat from that line. Baying for a penalty, but Ellers stays high, as does Gray. Now quick release here for Deacon. Geez, they had numbers on that right-hand side, Queensland. That's concerning. There's still an overlap out there. Last one now. Moore will turn away from it. Back to the left. That's a missed opportunity for Queensland.
Yeah, incorrect play the ball by Queensland. So New South Wales have done a good job. They've defended well after scoring points, and they're letting the ball come wide out here to Chloe. Drops it back into JP Catalano.
Yeah, nice recycling of the footy now. Walkerton will take the metres on offer. Here comes Wickman, who's been strong as well in this second half. Now Semple, Masters, right at the advantage line. Picked up from Wardrobe, again looking for that link position. Well, he's found his bearings here, Wardrobe.
Yeah, he loves that long pass, Blake Wardrobe. He can do it both ways, and we've seen the Queensland defence shutting down, so he's looking to go long and get some space out wide for his team.
Cracking contest here, 6 to go. Still oodles of time for the comeback for New South Wales. Are we headed for the drop-off again? Wouldn't that be a great story? Drop-offs in games 1 and 2. Queensland playing it right on halfway now. Masters up to apply a little bit of pressure, but Maroons are doing a good job here of recycling the footy through the middle. Now Jordan Bell, who has recovered, back on deck. Brown sends it wide. That one just in between link and wing, so an easy turnover here for New South Wales. Chloe, Walkerton, Masters. Now try and take the metres on offer, but just missing the mark there. That could be costly.
Yeah, Semple needs to get his hand out there and make the touch. As we see Tui march it forward, looking to team up there with Lagos again.
Lagos now off the left foot, drops it down quickly at speed as Catalano finds a good pass, but once again a terrific read from Shepherd.
Well done there, Shepherd. You've done that at least 3 or 4 occasions, because that link hole, as you spoke about earlier, James, is where New South Wales have been finding some joy in the last 5 minutes.
I'm glad they keep going back there, though. Now that they've discovered there's a little bit of a vulnerability for Queensland, they're trying to exploit it. And so too is this man, Deacon. What a match he's had. Prendergast on the follow-up. That's a great 1-2 punch. Or taken on the fly there from Walker. That'll be a 0 touch. In fact, they're going to say play on, which is bizarre. Well, that's what I was thinking. They have to go back to the 7 for the 0 touch.
Yeah, Deacon looked like Deacon definitely touched Walker there, so he's back to the 7. Walker thought he was going to get a few extra metres, but he did a really good job there, Walker, to come in take the intercept.
So now Tui up to meet Deacon, all very flat there for Lagos. I saw the head from you, Gabrose. You're trying not to look at it. Now there's a bobble too, so New South Wales, no, they won't get away with the second one. But look, that's the touch footballing gods coming into play. There was karma for that previous forward pass.
And there was an opportunity New South Wales had to try and get some time down on Queensland's line. The clock is becoming a factor. 4 minutes. We know there's plenty of points still available, but they definitely need to be next to score.
They can't afford to concede here. Queensland marching forward. Now for Rolfe. Last one for the Maroons. Popping a little pass. Oh, it's tapped on. Now Streeter for the corner. I think they've done enough, New South Wales. He's adamant he's made the touch, and yes, it's a great cover touch in the end. Trying to see who that might have been. It was an important touch as well.
I'm going to say it was the number 3, Harry Cash out there, who made that touch in the first half as well at the back end, but could have been all over there as we see Wardrobe march up the field. They need something here, New South Wales, with 3 minutes on the clock.
It was actually Wardrobe, so he came across from length. Cash had been beaten, then Wardrobe getting involved. Now Wickman takes it there, but again, some brilliant defence out wide from Queensland. Geez, it's been a good battle for the wingers.
Excellent contest for the wingers, and they're so important in our game and the work that they have to do in attack and defence.
So now meters here for Queensland inside the final 3 minutes. Can New South Wales keep this division alive? Prendergast, good footwork. Now pops a pass. Or had Medved had a look, there was a good chance to actually run away with that one.
Yeah, he was coming in to shut down, but didn't see the ball coming, but his team's got the ball back. But 2.5 minutes to go. Time is of the essence for New South Wales as we see Tui and Lagos come back on at speed.
Take a look at the high pressing line Queensland are offering here. So they're really not allowing much of an opportunity for New South Wales. As a result, Wardrobe is forced to fire it wide. The flick pass comes in, and then Queensland still come up with it. But that's a credit to Queensland there. They really had a very aggressive defensive approach.
Excellent defence by Queensland. They know if they can hold on for the next 2 minutes, couple more defensive set, the series is theirs.
So Deakin, short pass. Ooh, and then Queensland, that's handy. Another penalty for them.
It's been great to watch at the back end of this game. The number 1, number 2 for Queensland in Prendergast and Deakin. The cream rises to the top, and they're certainly showing that this morning, James.
It's been a real strong display from Deakin. He was good in game 1, but I dare say he's the pick of the bunch in game 2. There's now Moore, who's also had a great match. Heads out to that left-hand side. Moore wrapping around once again. Back for Kalis Brown. All catch and pass. That's play on for Queensland. Now Wardrobe arrives to shut things down. Brown once more for the finishing blow. Sends it wide. Oh, Chloe. Geez, that was an opportunity there for Walker to try and snatch it. So this might be final doors for New South Wales. Can they come up with some points? Walkerton getting involved as well. Now, is there a penalty there for Moore getting right through the ruck? That's a big question. Walkerton takes off. Now Chloe. Ehlers, they're only going to get one more chance here. Gray will bring it forward. This is the last now. They'll send it wide for Chloe. Pops it back on the inside. New South Wales. You can't count them out. This game deserves to have a drop-off. It's going to be 2 in a row. Games 1 and 2. We are headed for extra time unless Queensland. Can they do it? Can they come up with a miracle fight back and once more drive the dagger into the Blues?
Excellent pass out wide. Back into Cameron Chloe. We see an even-up try. 30 seconds to go on the clock. 6-all. It was Charlie Walkerton getting the prize there.
Well, this is the drama we've come to expect from State of Origin touch footy. Gab Rose is quite literally bouncing in the studio. Prendergast now has a chance to close it out. What a pass, but what a recovery from Medved. Ooh, one more chance.
I can't look, James. There's 15 seconds on the clock. Queensland have got the ball. Can they score to take the series, or can New South Wales defend to take us to a drop-off?
And it's Prendergast and Deakin. They'll get one final play here. 5 seconds on the clock. New South Wales, they'll be happy to give away the penalty. They're not stepping up. There is the penalty blown, so this will be the last play. Oh, it's a forced sub for Ehlers. They've got the overlap. Deakin trying to squeeze it. The touch is just made. New South Wales, drama until the very final moment.
I can't believe what I'm watching here. New South Wales forced sub with a couple of seconds to go. Captain Maxwell Masters, he is out on his feet, hands on hip, but he's just saved the series for his team with a great touch after the hooter. So we're going to drop off, James. How good?
It deserves a drop-off. Game 1, of course, ended 9-8 after the period of extra time. It was 7-all at full time. This one's 6-all. We quite literally can't split them. What a contest. And the Blues, they've done a Queensland on Queensland.
Just this game is unbelievable. My heart rate's higher than when I was out running this morning, I think. So they'll both go back. They'll all take a breath, referees, crowd, commentators included, and see what they can manufacture in the drop-off. Now, we saw yesterday in the drop-off a try each in that initial 2 minutes. and then it was Blaze Prendergast that came up with the win in the end. So their coaches will be talking to them. They'll have their plan. It'll be interesting to see what players they put on, because sometimes you can go in with a plan, James, but if somebody's got the hot hand during the game, you need to change your tactics and see who you put on in attack and also in defence.
Well, if I'm New South Wales, that man with the hot hand for mine is Blake Wardrobe. I think he's been terrific for them so far. So I would imagine maybe it's Wardrobe. I would typically say Masters, but he looks out on his feet at the moment. That final play, I think that might have been the last reserve in the tank, so to speak. So I'm assuming maybe Wardrobe with Lagos, Tui. Yeah, and there's Catalano, so they won't opt for Masters.
No, he'll get his breath back, Masters. He's done an excellent job there down in defence. And we can see over for the Queensland team, I can see Blaze Prendergast and Bailey Deacon. Looks like Brown. And out here, looks like we've got Ronan Delaney, who's had a great game as well. So, this is going to be excellent. See what we can do. New South Wales looking to save the series. Queensland looking to take it 2-0 lead.
Well, they get first opportunity, and that, of course, proved to be quite vital in Game 1 with the drop-off. Queensland got first use on that occasion, so they'll need to try and come away with points here, the Blues. Tui, bring it forward. Lagos, who has been probably a little bit quiet in Game 2 here. It's a concerted approach from the Blues. 4-on-4 for the first 2 minutes. Tui, Lagos threatening. Lagos goes once again. Deacon can't get there in time. The Blues have the advantage. It's 7-6.
And you called it with who they needed to have on the field there, and it was Lagos. He stood tall. Tui off the ground to Lagos. He fakes to go in, goes out, and again a beautiful put down. But this game is not over by a long shot, James.
If the Blues can turn Queensland away here, though, they'll go a long way to winning it. Ellis and Masters out there now to try and shore up them defensively through the middle, but there's too much speed. All for mine. I thought Queensland had beat him on the outside with Matters. Masters claiming it, and the referee agrees. I thought he did enough. Back to the 7 now. Queensland. Oh, little bubble. That could be massive for the Blues. There's the turnover, and we haven't got a great deal of time remaining. They just have to finish up the other end of the field here, the Blues.
Excellent defence by Masters and Ellis. Now they're driving up the field, getting, as you said, the man that's had a great game this morning, Blake Wardrobe, back on with Tui, and they'll be trying to run down the clock. We're probably in the last 30 seconds. Can they tie this series, New South Wales?
Wardrobe, one to finish perhaps. Oh, Tui takes off. Here's a golden opportunity. It's played out from Queensland. Now, that's not exactly a poor result for New South Wales. They can ride out the time.
Great run there by Logan Tui. The clock is ticking away. We've got to be in the final moments of this drop-off. They've just got to hold the ball here. Play smart. Take the game to a decider this afternoon as we see Tui around the outside.
And Tui, he don't even need the try here, but he's done enough. It's 7-6. New South Wales keep the series alive. It is 1-1. Both the women's and men's 20s now have done the job for the Blues. We're off to a decider. What a cracking contest, Gab Rose.
And this game deserves a decider. We're just seeing the final moments of the game. New South Wales scored early in the drop-off, took the lead, able to defend it. Well done, Queensland. I can't wait for the decider this afternoon, James.
Doesn't get much better than that. And, of course, the action keeps rolling forward. Up next, we move to our Opens division. It's just non-stop here on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. It is the Mixed Opens. Up next, all the action to be brought to you by Scott McAllister and Jason Stanton. Welcome back to Coffs Harbour for the 2025 Touch State of Origin Series here with a very happy but very tired Blake Wardrobe. Another epic encounter right down to the wire.
Oh, mate, when you play Queensland in a game like that, they gave it to us yesterday and we knew we were in for a fight today and just had to stick solid and play the full 40 minutes, and the coaching staff did a great job to lay the platform for us and get the job done in the late one then.
Now, yesterday we saw some big performances across the board from both Queensland and New South Wales. It seemed like Prendergast was the man that you really had to watch out for yesterday, but Deacon, he was certainly causing a few troubles in this one for you guys.
Oh, man, across the board, their team is just so sharp and solid. There's no real 1-3. You've got to watch out for everyone, so that's what makes for such a good spectacle and such a good game out there, because you got the best of the best out here. State of Origin is just the best.
And on the New South Wales side, a very strong performance from yourself. You seem to find a lot of joy hitting that link hole.
Oh, yeah, that's just one of the things coaching staff picked up on, sort of, as you go through a 40-minute game, there's plenty of tactics that can play out, so we just had to keep through our systems and trust what the coaching staff give us and play through our plays, and sort of the boys were able to execute at the end, which was good, got us the result in the end. Should be a good Game 3.
Yeah, well, look, all squared up in this series now. Can you do it? Can you claim victory?
I mean, we're fully confident. I know it's going to be a great game, but I guess we'll just have to see this afternoon.
Blake, best of luck. Hoping for another epic encounter.
Thank you very much, everyone.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially it's the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends, and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and we love.
As a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow.
Back here, live action, and we're in Game 2 of the Mixed Open Series. Scott McAllister and New South Wales Men's Open legend Jason Stanton in commentary. New South Wales got the win yesterday. Stanto, Queensland looking to level up the series.
Yeah, Queensland, they'll be very hungry coming into this one. I'm sure they would have been watching the video and assessing what they did well and didn't do well in Game 1, and they'll be coming back with their best efforts here in the rematch.
It was an interesting Game 1, wasn't it? 8-7, New South Wales got the victory in the end, only the one try in it. Really low scoring in the first half. 2-1 was the score going into the halftime break with Queensland in front. We saw 3 tries in the first half, 12 tries in the second half. I reckon with some dry conditions today, we might see a few more points early on. Searle now, and it might be Queensland who score first. First touch of the footy, and they come up with opening points. Great way to start here in Game 2 for Queensland.
Yeah, great start for Queensland. You mentioned the low score in first half. We're not expecting that in this one. And you'll see here it was just a basic 3-on-2. The Lincoln winger probably had to stay out. Dummy half can't score. So they probably needed to stay out on that occasion, and Queensland were able to capitalise on that defensive error, and they're out 1-0.
Melita Case scores there for Queensland. She got a hat-trick last night for the Queenslanders, and has started her try-scoring feat again here in Game 2. Queensland strike first. New South Wales looking to hit straight back. All ball out in front. It did go forward, and they did have some space to work with out there on the right edge.
Yeah, it was almost I know it was a different play, but it was a similar scenario where New South Wales created the 3-on-2, but on that occasion the link and the winger for Queensland, 2 female players, bought a bit more time for their middle, stayed out, and that resulted in no try. So that's been the difference in those first 2 plays. I think a bit of confidence and communication between the link and middle.
And we've made mention of Amelita Case's hat-trick last night. Finn Watkins for New South Wales, he really led from the front.
Yeah, Finn Watkins was a handful, wasn't he? I think it was.
Here he goes.
Yeah, I think it was 3 times he might have been waltzing around in the in goal. I'm sure Queensland make some corrections to try and see if they can handle him today.
So New South Wales after the mistake from Queensland. Here is Watkins, plays it. He'll go over for a breather as replacement players come on now for the Blues. Josh Turner. He'll send it back infield. George Azzi was great as well in Game 1 for New South Wales. Here he is picking up from half, has a look, tries to thread it short. Queensland answer it, and they get straight onto the football here as Adam Russell heads down the left-hand side of the field.
Yeah, again, as we saw last night, New South Wales, plenty of attack across the board. They've just got to get the combinations right. And Queensland did a good job of bustling and really staying connected in D.
Plays offside there for New South Wales, so Queensland take advantage. Muir decides to show and go and takes himself. Did have an unmarked player on the outside in Vandermeer. And Queensland back inside for Walker, who was good for Queensland on debut last night.
A little bit uncharacteristic. New South Wales, that's another, like you mentioned, there was an unmarked player again. A little bit of miscommunication in D. Queensland definitely got out of the blocks a bit quicker this morning, haven't they?
I think it was good defence from Taryn Love. She actually ended up coming in after the dummy was thrown from Meg Muir, so good defensive read on the flanks for New South Wales. Now they've got space and the ball just dips away in front of that young lady, Taryn Love. So there's been a couple of chances on the edges, just final passes going away. That's good contact there from the Blues. Now walk up.
I think that was Brittany Rudd coming in from the wing. Very experienced player. She's had a strong game one again. So both the teams look a little bit loose in D, Scotty. Anything can happen here.
Ward behind Bell. Kane will play it here for New South Wales. Nice release to Moffat. No touch has been claimed there from Caelan Bell. Referees didn't see it clearly. Now Ashby.
Here comes Watkins.
Picks up. And, again, it's just that final pass. There's been 3 genuine opportunities for New South Wales to score. They haven't been able to hold on to it yet and get across the stripe. Now they give the penalty away, foot in the ruck.
Yeah, Queensland got to try and get a second or a third try here because New South Wales have been squandering opportunities. They're a little bit not at their best. They're a little bit off balance, I think. Queensland have got to capitalise while they can, maybe get a second or a third in this early period.
A direct roll downfield at the moment. Crow plays it. A good platform here for Russell. They look like they were short, New South Wales, and they're looking for the advantage as well, Queensland. It was an early call from our on-field referee, Zach Jenrick. It was actually for a foot in the ruck in the first instance, so not the offside play. So he's gone the first infringement. Good opportunity here for Queensland to do what you said, Jason, capitalise. Another penalty given away.
I think so. It was a great dump there. He got both middles in the touch. You get 2 players in that touch. There's 2 offside. Queensland looking pretty good here, but they do need to capitalise while they've got the chance.
Price sweeps around, does receive it back for Russell, comes off the left foot. We saw him do it in game 1, James Price. He does it again here to start early in game 2.
Very good footy IQ there from Price. Very clever. New South Wales had given the 2 penalties away, so he knew that they were under pressure, and rather than going too lateral, he swept around, and you'll see him straighten up here. The number 11, Ashby, doesn't get 2 feet to the line. You've got to get both feet, not 1. Great call from the referee. Queensland out by 2.
Yeah, 3 referees, Zach Jenrick, who was on field there, supported Campbell Muir and Jordan Randall. Out there officiating here in the mixed open game 2. And ball out the front of Lucy Spain.
Yeah. Again, I wanted to point out the contrast there. They've run the sweeper, but then rather than straighten up and dive, he's tried to run around the defender into a 3-on-2. So that's a good little, contrast for our viewers at home to see the different plays. Queensland were able to execute it by straightening up. New South Wales trying to run around the defenders. So this is where you need to adjust. There's no one way to play, but if lateral's not working, you've got to straighten up.
Penalty given away for the contact on Danita Smith. So gifting more field position here for Queensland. Now punching through, Bell loops it over the top, couldn't hit Link. A chance their hand there, Queensland. Looking for more points.
See, this is, I know I'm stating the obvious, but this is the best of the best here. So if New South Wales are half a step off this morning, they're not quite focused on, Queensland will put them to the sword. Even though I think probably New South Wales stronger roster possibly in this division. But you only got to be half a step off. Queensland easily could be 3 up here or 4 up. New South Wales just got to hang with them, and then they've got to adjust. They're certainly off the pace for the moment.
Bit of trouble here, New South Wales. Good ball to Shelley. Got themselves out of trouble. Smart there from Brittany Rudd. Again, like you mentioned, one of their experienced players got them out of trouble on that occasion. They've rolled downfield nicely. Now, as Kane shows it, rips left to right and a scramble across, but they got the ball down before the covering defence there of Amelita Case. New South Wales, after what looked like it was going to fall away from them in the early point, off the back run, they get downfield and they get their first try.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a shame for Queensland that one, because looked like they had their measure for all money, but Luke Kane, a nice dummy. You'll see the pump there, ball in two hands. Looked like he was going to go to the in goal, saw the vacant winger, delivered the pass. Great work, Luke Kane. Great work out wide. The Blues are back.
Adelaide Sylvester scores the first try for New South Wales. 2-1, Queensland still in front. Price asking plenty of questions here of our referees. Come back out to the 7-metre line. Here's Crow. Russell from half. Russell takes a big deflection there off one of the Blues. They're claiming it might have come off a head.
Yeah, Luke Kane said it was off my head. That can't be 6 again, sir. But Queensland will get the result. So, yeah, 2-1, Scotty. I think Queensland probably deserve to be up by a bit more. So they're going to be eager to see if they can grab one here.
Now Russell back to Price. Saw him already pop off that left foot. Again, arms up in the air, James Price. Adam Russell. The Redlands combination, good contact there, a little bit too much. And Campbell Muir's having a chat here with Luke Kane. He's giving away some repeats in the line. Gets the forced substitution. Queensland are just going to keep a cool head here as Ashby's still making his way out onto the field. Back to 6-on-6. With a full set to work with. Another penalty. How much is that now?
Well, it has to be at least the second. So the referees normally here would swap out, and then the third penalty would create a 6-on-5 situation. So
New South Wales are going to be on their toes now. Queensland throwing questions at them. Carmody comes back in. Price. They're holding at the moment, New South Wales. Now Carmody so dangerous in this position. Kicks away from the New South Wales defence. Finds James Price for his second try. Queensland back in front by 2.
yeah, deserve a try there. Bit of indecision there from New South Wales. You'll see it on the replay. The outside defenders are not knowing whether they're going to come in or stay out, and they just sort of plant their feet in the channel, and Queensland really cash in on that indecision. You'll see here, it looked like it was going to set up for a sweeper, but then they dummied and went straight into it. And then the defenders were not sure. This is where the comms have got to be better. And Queensland cashing in on that opportunity, 3-1.
Now back to live action, Ashby. And the touch made there from Muir. The last one of the set as well, as Watkins looks for footwork. Stone floats it out to the right-hand side. Nice slide defence there from Queensland. Walker makes the touch. It's on their side of the field as well. A nice bit of ball work there from Queensland. Gets them downfield nicely. Second touch here, and they're over the halfway line. They get good flow. Bowers on the field. Ward as well. They made an interchange infringement. I think we're going to come all the way back to the halfway line. 7 on there for Queensland.
Yeah, they won't be too pleased with that, Queensland, because they're definitely, I think 3-1, you know, they definitely got the run of the game for the moment. They can't be inviting New South Wales back in. We haven't seen a lot of Watkins yet. We haven't seen Azzy Hughes. You give them ball, you invite them back in, they'll make you pay. So Queensland will have to really focus in D on this set.
New South Wales making changes, so they burn a couple of touches and get those replacements on. Azzy is hovering around at the moment. He's in the left middle position, but camped down on the left edge. And Queensland just slide across. No players over there for New South Wales. They really will all cram down this left-hand side of the field, and the back end of the set just falls apart for them.
Just have a bit of a high-level look at the New South Wales. And I know it's only early days, Scotty, but you got Daniel Stone's probably one of the best long balls in the game, or definitely the best long ball out there on the field. Hasn't had a scoop yet. Finn Watkins probably the quickest. Hasn't had much of a ball yet. So this is where New South Wales are probably sitting there going, okay, we've got to make some adjustments, be a bit smarter. And Queensland, you know, kudos to them. They're sort of been able to defend and, stay in it.
Yeah, on last touch on the 7, Adam Russell just goes behind Price. New South Wales will start their set on their 7-metre line. They're on their side of the field as well. Here's Watkins flirting with the sideline here. Great punch from Hughes. You know how dangerous he is, ball in hand. That time he just tucks it under the wing and gets the Blues going forward. There's now Kane. Gets a nice clean play of the ball, but Price is up in the line, takes the intercept and looks to go. Just took that little stumble as he took the ball into his hands, but gets the footy back here for his team. 0 touch from the intercept as well. As Queensland now make changes. Walker back out onto the park. Here's Meg Muir. Andrew Searle, who had a heavy hand in the first try for Queensland, as did this man Sam Carmody with their last. This time Carmody looks to take them on himself. When Kane gets across to make the touch. Still 1 to go here as Walker looks to dance and almost shred him behind the New South Wales defence.
It's a great dump there from the number 8, Sam Carmody. That's the ones you want to do. You'll see on the back of the drive there, Scotty, he's just come charging onto it, and then rather than dump the player in front of him, he's kicked out and got 2 defenders in. So you could do worse than copy Carmody. Some great drives and dumps on that occasion.
Rolling downfield nicely, though, in this set here, New South Wales. Hughes comes back to Azzy, links back up with Kieran Hughes. Azzy with one hand scoops it off the ground. Hughes, they get the repeat. They're claiming for it. There's fingers being pointed. Referees will say 6 more touches here to New South Wales.
Yeah, very good play there from George Azzy. We always say one of the best support players in the game, and he's there with Hughes. This is all of the warning alarms are going off in the Queensland camp.
We've got frantic at the back end of that. I like Kieran Hughes. He's really trying to inject himself into this game. Here he is now. This time goes long. Unmarked player out there for New South Wales in Brittany Rudd. We'll put it down to the previous set that got him down that end of the field, Azzy and Hughes. And it's Hughes who finishes it off with a beautiful ball out to the left-hand side of the field. Yeah, you'll see again there, great service from Azzy. Quick one from the ground there to Kieran Hughes. And rather than dive or use his footwork, which is normally what we're accustomed, Hughes has shown his great skill with a long ball out there to Rudd, and just like that, New South Wales back within 1, probably lucky to be so close. Now Bell throws a lovely ball out to Case. Great scramble defence to get across and make the diving touch. Here's Kate Hammond. Plays it outside the 7. Tyler Ward. Beautiful left to right and juggled and spilled. Vandermeer had a good look at that one, and that is one that's gone away from Queensland. Yeah, New South Wales were a bit passive there. They just sort of, last touch coming, there wasn't a lot going on, and a ripping ball, and that's the opportunities Queensland have got to take. Like I said, they probably needed to be out by 2 or 3. So New South Wales will be pretty happy if they can get into the half-time breakdown by 1, given they probably haven't been at their best just yet. Last touch, New South Wales haven't punched too far downfield. Has that been held on to? They'll come back. No, they're just going to say touch. Well, it almost opened up for them. Everyone going to sleep. Queensland defensively, almost skipping away down the sideline was Sylvester. Already scored one so far in this game. Almost got another one. It's Queensland now throwing the ball around, trying to get themselves out of trouble. People missing assignments there. Yeah, Queensland really inviting the Blues back into this contest, aren't they? It's kind of flown, unfortunately, off the back of that missed opportunity from the try down the other end. New South Wales are up and about. Hughes is out there again, plays it out the back. They've got them isolated, and Finn Watkins can't give him half an inch. Goes across. It's actually Josh Turner, apologies, who scores it, but it was lovely ball work in the middle. And Turner, he just had to get on the outside and get it across the line. Yeah, look at that again. We're seeing that combination of Azzy and Hughes. Great footy IQ there. We talk about conditioning sometimes where you run the play that looks the same, but you take a different option. And they ran that exact quickie, hit the winger, ran the exact quickie again, hit the link. So too smart from the Blues, and 3-3. A little bit surprising, ominous for Queensland. I think they've had the run of the game, but it's not showing on the scoreboard. It feels like Queensland have had the better of the game, but New South Wales have had the better over the last 5 minutes. And now they've levelled it back up. And a great touch coming up out of the line from Lucy Spain on Adam Russell. And they're flat trying to create something coming into the last touch of the set. Russell tries to play through the line, shows and goes. And look at New South Wales here, straight back onto the ball. Great defence there from Watkins. I'll come back to that in a sec, because the Blues are looking good. Down the sideline they go again with Taryn Love. Now Ashby gets contact there from Price and gets his team the penalty.
I noticed that the referee's Brandon Sanderson, so the refs have been a bit tricky. They've pulled a Swifty on us. Brandon's moved from the women's opens last night into the mixed, and no one told us.
Yeah,
Can you believe that?
Switcheroo. Apart from this piece of paper that's right in front of us, which we haven't had a look at. So Zach Jenrick, Brandon Sanderson, and Campbell Muir. Now 3 referees here in this one. Sanderson on field. It's pretty hard not to get him mixed up with anybody else when he's 8 foot tall.
Yeah, I know. A little bit tricky, but changing games. I want a personal update, Scotty. I need to know what's going on, mate. But no, he's having a good game as well. Referees having I think the mixed game was refereed well last night, and again we're seeing that it's nice and open. They're not really impacting the result. I love it. It's good work.
Queensland rolling downfield nicely. Carmody with the ball in one hand. Here's Walker. On top with Andrew Searle. Now some Walker again. Last touch. Walker this time goes long. Comes out to Vandermeer who takes it, but the touch is there in Sylvester. She's been heavily involved. Said already got 1 try. She's made some big defensive plays as well.
Yeah, a little bit surprising. So I was rapping Queensland that first 10 minutes because they were playing direct, taking smart options. Seems like that last 5 minutes they've gone a bit long ball happy and they're trying to run around New South Wales, and they'll have to make that adjustment. So if I'm in the Queensland camp, you want to run those tight sweepers, dive in between players at the offside player. That's what you want to do, and let's see whether they can make that adjustment at half time, because it's definitely been a real sort of contrast in terms of the types of plays they're running.
Under 20 seconds to go before the break. Queensland, this will be the last touch of the footy for them. Can they get a bit of momentum going into the second half as Price looks to flick it on? Tough defensive read there from Brittany Rudd coming in. Knew she had to put contact on. There she is on screen. Took the shot from Price at the same time. It's a tough character, Brittany Rudd. There she is. Looks a little bit worse for wear after that one. What a first half, as expected. Both teams locked up at 3 tries apiece. Great fight back from the Blues to get back into this one.
Yeah, very much so. And it was almost like 2 quarters more, like the first 10 minutes belonged to Queensland, the second 10 belonged to New South Wales. And this is very interesting now to see what adjustments are made at half time. Queensland, obviously, when they're getting 2 defenders in the touch, they look good. When they're direct, they look good. New South Wales, on the other hand, when they're driving, controlling the midfield, their attack is amazing. So we've got a real contest here.
Yeah, absolutely. Big second half coming up for both these 2 teams. New South Wales are looking to take the series. Queensland looking to send it to a decider later on. Halftime score here in Game 2 of the mix. New South Wales 3, Queensland 3.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy is going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more. So that should help improve our results, hopefully. So.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. How that shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and to run. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Happy birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Back here live for Game 2 of the Mixed Open in the State of Origin series. We are locked up at 3 tries apiece between Queensland and New South Wales. It's all on the line here in the second half. New South Wales looking for the series. Queensland, can they keep it alive and take it to a decider? This is a good start, but did they get across? Yes. Leader Case almost scoring again. We saw almost the carbon copy to start the game. Case scored on the first possession for Queensland. She went a whisker away from getting it done again. They come back to her. Why wouldn't you? 3 tries yesterday and 1 today. And New South Wales hold out in their first set of defence.
Yeah, pretty good start there from Queensland. Definitely looking. They're going to need Walker. I said they. I'm talking in New South Wales language, aren't I? Queensland's going to need Walker and Andrew Searle. Some of these guys to really take a grab on this game, because if it goes according to script, New South Wales should be kicking on to victory here. So Queensland will have to come up with something a bit different.
Last touch now for New South Wales. Queensland have done a pretty good job to contain the Blues. They're still throwing it around. I think they think, it's coming into the last now. I thought the hand up went up in the previous one, or as he almost had a bit of space to punch through as Turner comes back in. Frantic end again to that set. New South Wales happy to throw the footy around, and they created some opportunities there.
And here's some nice drive there with those 2 players I just mentioned, Walker and Searle. So let's see how they go. As we mentioned, Queensland, Price had a good first half as well. They're definitely good enough. They just got to control the ball a bit better. I feel like New South Wales, it's sort of brewing, but I'm expecting a big kick from them. So it's going to be a big 20 minutes.
Under a bit of pressure here. Updates around the ground in the overall State of Origin series. We are sitting at 3 divisions to Queensland and 2 to New South Wales. Queensland winning the men's 60s, men's 55s and men's 40s. New South Wales have wrapped up the women's 50s and men's 50s. So a lot closer that we're seeing today, Jason, than yesterday. Queensland, it was a great day for them. Had the advantage coming into day 2, but we've seen a lot of series be taken to deciders later on today.
I think so. I don't think too many of the New South Wales Welshmen would have slept well last night. It was a bit of a massacre there on day number 1. But as you mentioned, lots of close games, and we don't hand out any cups on day 1, do we?
Now Tyler Ward goes left to right. Good hands there from Danita Smith. Yeah, so division's still in contention after deciders from game 1 this morning. We got both 20s divisions, and what games they were this morning again. A drop-off in the men's 20s, women's 27s, men's 35s, women's 35s, and women's 40s, all going to deciders later on this afternoon. The State of Origin Shield still well and truly in contention here. As New South Wales roll down, coming into the last, Kane looked like he made a little bit of contact there on Tyler Ward. Now it's opened up for them down the side again for Adelaide Sylvester. New South Wales continue on where they ended the first half, and they strike first here, and now they're in front.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to that contact you mentioned. It might have been with the left hand with Kane, because that's an important rule for the viewers to follow. As you know, the scooper, I think you mentioned it in one of the calls yesterday, if the scooper puts their hand out or makes contact, then that's an active touch. So I'm not sure how, that was probably a close one. New South Wales may be a bit lucky to get the call on that occasion, and out to 4-3.
Pressure back on Queensland as Carmody kicks away, takes him on himself. His hands up in the air here for Queensland.
Another save there from the winger there. I think it was Love on that occasion. Gee, the female players for New South Wales are next level, aren't they? They're doing a great job.
Unbelievable so far throughout the series. And again, getting across there. Another big touch. It is Taryn Love out there on the edge for New South Wales.
Big
last
players,
touch.
aren't they? Yeah, Taryn Love. I think it's Adelaide Sylvester. I'm just sort of looking through the lineup. Of course, we mentioned Brittany Rudd, Keisha Kapia.
Yeah.
Very good players.
Now the Blues looking for changes. It's Turner. Comes in, one of the try scorers for the New South Wales team in the first half. This familiar combination of Hughes and Azzy back in. Referee down. Straight back up to his feet, Campbell Muir. The pace of the game is intense.
They're picking up, isn't it? Starting to pick up now. They're playing for keeps. Queensland know they need to get the win here to keep the series alive. And they're only down by 1, so they're sticking with New South Wales for the moment.
Contact on Russell draws the penalty. Back end of the set. They needed that, Queensland. Just a relieving penalty. Repeat, full set to work with. They're down the right end of the field. Here's Lockie Crow. Price looks to sweep again. Crow picks up, slices in behind New South Wales. Looks to pop back early to Adam Russell. They were covered there in defence.
Smart play from Queensland because Price is so dangerous on the sweeper. So they sent him around the back and they did the big dummy, and all the New South Welshmen, all the crowd thought, oh, we thought you were going to give it to Price. So very clever play there from Queensland. Dummy in the sweeper and going back against the grain the other way.
Now Price gets his hands on the ball, making the touch. Referees are just happy to say the contact was made. New South Wales maintain possession. Here's Stone. Pointing and directing the traffic. Experienced player of Daniel Stone. Ashby comes back towards him now. Nothing on offer so far for New South Wales. Better play the ball this time. Oh, Kapia had a good look at that. Lovely link hole running through. They had a half a chance there, New South Wales.
Great save there from Hammond, the number 10 for Queensland. So the reason we talk about the female players so often is that generally in mixed, the males will be in the middle, the females will be out wide, and they need to do all the decision making. Am I coming in to help? Am I staying out? So very, very critical role from the outside players.
Bell slings it back across to Bauer. As Ward feeds it back to him early. Bauer, lovely out of the hands. Out to Case in the corner. It's another huge touch out there for New South Wales. Their defence is keeping them in this game.
Case is another one that had a great game last night. I don't think anyone else but Brittany Rudd there, and that's a try to Queensland. So definitely the outside players for New South Wales are keeping their nose in front. We haven't seen that big kick that I was expecting. I thought New South Wales might get out to 2 or 3 and blow them off the park in the second half. That hasn't eventuated, so nail-biting stuff here coming into the last 10.
And a mistake for New South Wales coming out of their end of the field is gifting Queensland another opportunity to try and level the score back up, and they will do it right now through Kaylin Bell. Just a bit of a defensive lapse on the line there for New South Wales. Might have been caught a little bit short of the line, and Bell makes them pay.
Yeah, you'll probably catch it on the replay. It's another little intricacy, a bit in touch. You've got to get 2 feet on the line, not 1. And I think maybe on that occasion, Ashby a bit guilty. You see the left foot clamp back, but not the right. So good call from the referee. You'll probably see that in the replay. 2 feet. I think that was Queensland's second or third try. Might have been a similar scenario. 1 foot on the line. So that's a nice tip. Don't forget, get to the line, but it's both feet.
Yeah, every inch, every centimetre matters, particularly in State of Origin football. As Moffat comes back to the 7-metre line. Kane feeds it to him. As Shelley looks at options, has to squeeze the ball back in on the inside. Last touch outside the 7. Kane has a look up. Bit of space to work with. Beautifully summed up there from Lucy Spain. The ball hit her hands. Just had that extra second to look at the defensive line there of Queensland. Draw and pass to finish it off. Nice response from the Blues.
It's great footy from New South Wales, and you know what I'm going to say. Why don't we see more of that?
Yeah.
The guys doing the dummy, throwing it out to the girls, letting them play in a bit of footy. And they finished well. They caught Queensland off guard because I was so focused thinking the male players were going to do a little dive over, and they took their eye off the Blues out wide. So they're back out in front.
Yeah, it's smart play, isn't it? It feels like that's a coach's play coming out of the box. It's been worked on the training field. Third try as well for Adelaide Sylvester. He picks up a hat-trick. Might go over for more. Queensland are looking to go over right now, and they will. Charlotte Vandermeer scores here for Queensland, and all of a sudden we're starting to go punch for punch.
Yeah, and I think it was a long ball from Price. He's showing he's not just good on his feet, he's got a good pass too. You see he gets it from the ground here, looping it straight over the top. The New South Wales winger there has to be in or out. We've been wrapping them for the last half an hour. That's a bit of an error on that occasion. You'll see that I think it might have been Hughes from New South Wales. They were very compressed. They come flying in. They probably need to be a bit more patient on that one. Queensland made them pay. And also Lachlan Crowe has been strong too.
It's been good.
Yeah, the number 15 for Queensland.
Coming out of the CQ system. Now they're in trouble here, Queensland. Early release and New South Wales with Brittany Rudd. Well, Sylvester's got 3, Rudd's got 2. And this is now really starting to feel like a traditional mixed game of State of Origin footy.
Yeah, starting to open up. This is a bit more what we expected. You'll see here, I think it was Stone with a rip-in long ball. And why that's so hard to defend, you'll see it here on the replay. It doesn't loop. It doesn't go high. It's like a bullet. It's flat. It doesn't give the winger a chance to recover. Daniel Stone, he's been doing that for years. So nightmares for the defenders when you look up and you see Stone ripping passes like that.
Walker comes back in to Meg Muir. Holding the middle of the field at the moment, Meg Muir. There's Carmody. Short ball goes to Muir and she'll get it done through the middle. Well, great play from Meg Muir. She had her hands all over the footy in that set, held her spot in the middle of the field, and why wouldn't you go to a great finish and Queensland back on the board?
And classy stuff for Queensland, and you know what I'm going to say, why don't we see more of that?
Yeah.
The number 7, I think it was Searle, pulling the New South Wales defenders wide and high of screen, and then what was the female player?
Taken here as we get back to live action. Russell takes the intercept. What a turnaround here for Queensland. Out of absolutely nowhere, Adam Russell, like a thief in the night, takes the ball, kicks it back to halfway. Back-to-back tries here for Queensland.
Out of nothing, New South Wales from a one-up lead, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it's bang, bang, and it's 7-6 to Queensland. I was marvelling about Muir. I was trying to get the name out. Muir hitting that tight hole, saying let's see more of that. Where the female players are right in the middle, running great lines, and just like that, Queensland out in front.
Well, hasn't this game turned on its head? There's still more to unfold, though, in this one. Nice work from Sylvester just to be able to catch it. Ball dipping down. Still gives her team one more chance, but they will finish it off on the sideline. Well, Queensland back-to-back tries in front, looking to level up the series. Still plenty of time left to go in this one. A whole 8 minutes left here in the second half.
Great work, Queensland, Scotty. Honestly, not going to script at all. I love the resilience of the team. They're just sticking with him. They're throwing things at New South Wales.
Wow.
And we've seen it again with the male link moving out to link and the female coming to the inside position. It's something different, and New South Wales cannot handle that.
It's causing chaos out there at the moment for New South Wales, and the love, the play, and gee whiz. There was another half a chance. It was Danita Smith there for Queensland punching through the middle. And New South Wales hold on regardless. Watkins, they've contained him pretty well throughout the game so far. Finn hasn't had too many opportunities. Doesn't go for him on that set of 6-2. Throwing the head back. You can see Jaden Ashby on screen.
It's quality mixed football, and this is, we often talk about this mismatch. So what's happening, Scott, is that the female link is looking up, seeing the male player saying, well, I better cover him, stays wide, doesn't come in to help. And that's enabling the female middle from the other side, just have a big hole right through the middle. So it's just mismatched footy, and Queensland have just brained them. Love to see more of that from the Queenslanders.
Crowe is back out on the park. Hammond plays it now for Adam Russell. Adam Russell gets away from Ashby. Ashby makes the touch. Must have just been onside. The two number 11s coming together there.
Yeah, Russell maybe a bit unlucky there. It was close, wasn't it? Russell could have easily been in the in goal. That probably would have been game to Queensland. So New South Wales live to fight another day.
Blues now down their sideline with Ashby. Did he get it down on the mark? No, he didn't. I think he was actually trying to do the polite thing. He was coming in 100 miles an hour. The female player coming in, he kind of braced himself just to take some of that punch out. And we see teams get penalised in possession, making solid contact, and just couldn't slow his momentum up. And it gives a big opportunity now for Queensland, looking to extend their lead by 2. And it will be Price. Oh, they'll come back. That's a touch made. I must admit, I didn't see one in the lead up as Price heads over to go for a breather. It's the last touch now. Crow has no options as Walker was still making his way onto the field.
Vandermeer's been strong. I forgot that name right for Queensland. She saved some tries. I think she created the turnover that you were just talking about. One of the things I'd like to see Price go back to those tighter sweeper lines. He ran tight sweeper lines in the first half. Now he's going a bit wider. I'm not sure if that's a tactic or not, but I think he could do well to get a bit tighter.
Hughes plays out the back to Turner, who leaks it out. Great touch in court. Again, Brittany Rudd. Third try for Rudd. New South Wales lock us back up again.
New South Wales, just whenever they get good ball, they're just so dangerous. And Queensland have been to wrestle themselves back in the game by controlling the midfield. On this occasion, a great little outline there from Turner. Looked like he was going to hit the tighter hole, drifted out with the ball. Very hard to defend. And a great finish in the corner from that woman again, Rudd.
So Adelaide Sylvester and Brittany Rudd, 3 tries each in this game. They come back out to Vandermeer. Oh, it's only the forward pass that'll go away from them. Otherwise, Queensland were going to score.
Unlucky they had him beat for all money there, didn't they? And that would have put them back out to 8-7. So we're locked up. We're coming into 4 minutes to go. I can't pick a winner.
No, nothing separating the teams. They were locked up at half-time. They're still locked up deep here in the second half. Where's this game going to go? Is this a big moment now? New South Wales with the error in the play the ball. 3 changes coming now for Queensland. They'll just plug it down the left-hand side as they get those replacement players on. Danita Smith plays it. Carmody on. Price is back on. Amelita Case as well, all on the right-hand side. Price sweeps. This time he is a little bit tighter. Feeds it to Carmody. Threads it out. And they will get there in the corner. Amelita Case scores again for Queensland. What a tournament, what a series she is having. Queensland now with the advantage coming in the back end of the second half.
A super try, and have a look on the top of your screen, the number 4. You might miss it in the replay. I think it was Ward. He actually did one of the set-up dumps, and then rather than stand still, he took a couple steps back and then moved towards the top of the screen, gave him, created himself as an option, and that's what made the try. Some great work off the ball from the number 4 for Queensland, Ward.
Hughes now plays it, gets it back. Looking, it's phased within the 7. Hughes slings it out, takes a deflection. They've got to come back, though. Forward pass is the call. It's always that risk when you're that close to the line. You get good, clean phase play. It's so hard to defend, but it can be tricky as well.
I tell you what, State of Origin football always serving up unexpected outcomes. You mentioned so many games are going to that game 3. This one I had New South Wales winning by 2 or 3. I've grabbed that paper and thrown it in the bin, Scotty.
It's gone.
Because Queensland, they're flying. They're out by 1.
There's still time on the clock, though, for New South Wales, but they're in defence at the moment. They've got one more touch to make in this set. Searle looks at options. Nice little hole there from James Price. So let's take a look at the clock. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go here in this one. And they've got to go all the way down the other end of the field. Good start to this set, though, from New South Wales. Good exchange of passing. They'll get some changes on. Queensland don't want to give a penalty away here. They're rolling in defence. There's no half in place. Kane has to scramble to get there. He'll get into half again. Looks to take advantage away from Searle. They come back out to Sylvester. Why wouldn't you? This time she pops it back on the inside to Casey Shelley while she's racking up points. This time she gets the try assist and she keeps her team in this game.
Yeah, Queensland, they defended for the most part really well, but as they come through towards the line, they just got very passive, Scotty. They rolled out of it. They allowed New South Wales to do a nice dump for that number 1, Luke Kane, a ripping pass. So Queensland, I wish they had that 30 seconds again. I think they had it. They just got a bit passive at the wrong time.
Oh, and snatching was Smith. Did a good job to hold on to it, but Bauer, it turns it over. Now New South Wales just over 60 seconds to go. We saw them roll downfield and come up with points in the last set. There's smelly blood in the water here, the Blues. Can they snatch this at the death and take the series? Kane in from half, picks up, goes. Bowers chasing him, switches it back on the inside. New South Wales have scored and taken the lead.
Absolute superb play. You called it. New South Wales had a sniff. There is way too much skill and class out there. You cannot invite them back in the game. And you'll see this on the replay. Great work again by Kane. They swept on. They charged down the field. Kane released. Got into a one-on-one. I might come back to that because Queensland's still a chance here.
Oh, they're more than a chance. They're going to finish it in the corner with 30 seconds left on the clock. Sam Carmody again. They held off him. We've seen him do it throughout the game. Sets it up and goes out to Case. Yet again, this game is not over.
It's end-to-end action. We can barely unpack the replay of the previous try. We're back down the other end. How good's touch footy?
Last play, Hooters about to sound. They've almost created the numbers, and Russell there, of course, is there to grab the ball. Cops a shot as well for his liking. Bit of verbal out there between both teams, and we are locked up here and going into extra time.
Extra time, that's a bonus. We're not going to charge you any more for your ticket. Keep your ticket as is, and you get extra time. This is amazing stuff. Which way do you lean? Queensland, I thought early had the game on their, in their side, and then New South Wales just came back, and then I thought they were going to kick.
Just
Queensland responded.
Flows this game, like we said, it was all Queensland early doors in the first half. Again, they started the second half really well as well, but that late comeback there for New South Wales to the back end, you thought they had it won. Queensland with 30 seconds to go, tap the ball, go down the other end, and I like that they had good intent to go early. Carmody saw the space, took it on, and we locked up and we go into extra time. This is a flip of the coin. It's all on the line here. New South Wales, they'll want to take it now. You don't want to go into a decider. Yeah. Queensland trying to keep it alive. What is going to happen?
It's crazy stuff, isn't it? So just to unpack where we're at. So Queensland have to win this extra time to take us to a game 3. So we've got 2 minutes, 4 on 4. It isn't golden try. We've got the full 2 minutes. Then if it's still locked up, we go to 3 on 3.
Yep.
Golden try. So really hard to pick a winner, but how good is touch, and Queensland's resilience. They just kept coming back, didn't they?
Yeah, they've been fighting throughout this game. We are in the New South Wales huddle right now. They head out onto the field. 2 male players, 2 female players to start this extra time period. 2 minutes on the clock.
Let's have a look how they're lining up here. We've got Price there and Walker, I think, matching up against...
what about
Kane
the
and
start
Moffat
here? Hammond with some space to work with. She'll wisely just hold things up. In Queensland, they do have the advantage of tapping first. Walker, he's got great footwork. He'll receive it back here from Price. He'll fancy his chances here, Walker. That's a huge touch in defence from Luke Moffat.
It's a great touch. So generally here, there's not really any shutting down. It's generally a man-for-man type scenario, one-on-one.
Price back to Walker. This time he does get on the outside of Moffat. Queensland score first here in extra time.
Yeah, and they used up a good 30, 40 seconds to get the try. As I mentioned, it's a man-on-man here. Moffat came to help Kane a little bit. Probably didn't need to do that. Gave a bit of space there for Walker, and look at that put down. He's actually changed it from right hand to left hand during the dive. That's an astronomically difficult thing to do. Great work, Walker.
Hughes and Azzy out there for New South Wales. Hughes loops the ball. It's gone out of the hands forward. That may have been their chance gone. Hughes throws the shirt over the eyes. He'd love to have that one over again as we take a look at the replay.
It's just not a high percentage play. Look, Queensland have run their play, run at the offside player. The New South Wales have gone into, let's try and throw a long ball. Didn't need to do it. So probably, they, as you said, wish they had that one again. Queensland, 30 seconds away from giving us the big game 3.
Here's Price. Bell out on the field as well. Kalen will play it, gets it back. Queensland can finish it off right here, right now. The referees like it. Queensland like it even more. They scored 2 tries in extra time. and we will be going to a decider in Game 3 of the Mixed Open Series.
And again, you've seen the same thing there, and bit of a defensive error. 4-on-4, those two male players have got to be man on, Scotty. So you'll see Hughes then has come across the help a little bit, doesn't need to do that. It's given the number. So Queensland spotted 2 New South Wales errors, got both tries, and I have to say deserved winners and unexpected. I didn't have them winning this one, so a big Game 3 coming up this Arvo.
Yeah, it was a great performance. Perfect 2-minute period there for Queensland, scoring 2 tries. You will see the decider at 3:20 local time here this afternoon. Make sure you're tuning in. Women's 20s and men's 20s beforehand, both going to deciders as well. So we're shaping up for a really big afternoon of State of Origin footy this afternoon. We'll head down on the field and grab a chat with one of the Queensland players as well to soak up what was a big Game 2. And we've got Women's Open Game 2 coming up next. New South Wales looking to keep the series alive.
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, just all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are reading these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
Jason Stenton here, sideline with Jackson Walker. What a Game 2. You came back from the loss last night. How does it feel coming into the big decider now?
Yeah, it was good. It was a tough game out there. It was a real grind. Obviously off losing last night, it fueled us up massively. Worked on a few things and all comes down to Game 3, so we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, nice. I noticed in Game 2 you seemed, like particularly early in the game, you're quite direct. You're getting some tries in between the middles. Do you sort of make those adjustments? Do you watch Game 1 back and come up with different tactics coming into Game 2?
Yeah, we looked it back and just saw what we could do better and everything like that. Just worked on a few things that we did wrong that we can fix in that game. So more to come, and we're looking forward to it. So
yeah, it was awesome. One of the things I noticed, because in like mixed touch, it's a little bit different, obviously, from men's and women's. One of the things I noticed is when your female player gets into the middle, and then your male link pulls the defence quite wide. New South Wales really couldn't handle that. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in Game 3. You feeling confident?
Well, we're feeling confident. We're looking forward to it. So it'll be good. So yeah. Get back to some recovery now and look forward to Game 3.
Yeah, that's awesome, Jackson. You had a really good game. So we're 1-1. We're all locked up. I think the game's at 3:20 this afternoon. The big decider, New South Wales and Queensland, doesn't get any better than this. All the best for the Game 3.
Thank you. Thank you.
Still young, and
Well, we are into game 2 now of the Women's Open Division. Queensland taking the victory in game 1, 5 tries to 3, looking for an unheralded 5th straight State of Origin series. If they can take game 2, New South Wales, though, they will absolutely throw everything at Queensland here in this one. Gab Rose with me in commentary. And looking forward to game 2 here of the Women's Open as Queensland tap to get us underway. Here's Sammy Jo Love, their captain. Tiani Bryce shapes to come back to Ashurst. They're there to make the defensive read this time, Andy Law. We saw them run that play a few times in game 1 last night, the Queenslanders. There's Love out in front, and they'll finish it off in the corner. Good defensive start for New South Wales in this critical game 2.
Yeah, great defensive start by New South Wales, and they need to be near perfect this morning as we see Danielle Norman just drive it up the field. They need a victory. Plenty of the series, or plenty of the divisions, are going to series decider later this afternoon, and all New South Wales fans here and at home are hoping for the same here.
Potts plays it as Jess stumbles coming into half, but gets her feet back. Ball hits the deck. It was a really tight game last night in game 1. The score ended up being a 2-try margin in the end. 1-1 at half-time, and it took until the 36th minute. It was 3-3 at that point in time for Queensland to score late, and they got one right before the full-time at Huda as well to seal the victory. They come up with a mistake here in New South Wales. Have got a good opportunity to strike first.
And conditions are perfect. Last night we saw it was a bit dewy on the field when these ladies played, but today you could not ask for better conditions. Sunshine, field's dry, so we should see some high-quality touch here this morning.
They've still got touches to work with here in New South Wales. As they put it through the hands to O'Reilly. Sweeping around the back, a nice early dive in at the line, and it didn't look like Queensland were there to make the touch. Referees are just having a quick little chat here, looking live from our position.
Ooh.
I thought it was good. They put their hand up and they say the touch was made.
I was calling a try here early, Scotty, but could have been the potentially 2 blue eyes that I've got this morning, but great defence there by Queensland. And it should just be going end-to-end in these first few minutes as they suss each other out. A great touch there again from Danny Norman. And I just spoke to her before she went on the field. She is pumped for a big game.
Our 3 referees for game 2, Zoe Jenrick, Jordan Randall and Amanda Sheikey. There's Queensland fighting for metres. Get down into New South Wales territory. Donovan cops a shot from Norman, who you said she was fired up. She showed it right there. She's a bit filthy, though. It was down towards the back end of the set. And sometimes you just can't take that aggression out.
Yeah, she's trying to lead by example there, but it was two-handed and had to be a penalty. But she'll be back, and Queensland are going to have an early opportunity here down on New South Wales line, and we know the strike power they've got across the field.
Big crowd around the stadium watching this one as well, and you can hear the effects coming through. Really vocal, both teams, as Ward almost gets on the outside. Norman makes the touch. They press up nice and early. As Ward doesn't have an option to go to towards the back end. Intensity early on here for New South Wales, but they've got to be able to continue this out for the whole 40 minutes.
It was excellent defence there by Maggie O'Reilly. She really pushed out up past the 7 and didn't give Queensland any time. Speaking of pushing, we're going to get a penalty here for New South Wales. And again, they're wanting to win the series, Queensland. New South Wales looking to stay in the series. So that's why there's a lot of intensity and enthusiasm in the touches, I would say, Scott.
Halliwell Quinn taps to restart after the penalty for contact for New South Wales. Andy Law skipping away, comes back to Slattery. Bang, goes off the right foot. Little show and go. Queensland recover. Slattery holds them up. We'll get the football back. Queensland jerseys everywhere. They know she's just a dangerous, dangerous player, particularly in this area of the field.
I was just about to say, you could see there Chelsea Hindmarsh knew exactly what was happening there, and she was right on the money to make the touch on Slattery.
Now through the hands and space to work with. Ball in one hand, Holly Raff. New South Wales strike first here in game 2.
Beautiful dive there by Holly Raff, and it was a desperate Queensland defender coming across. We see Slattery with the ball. They look like they're going to go down. Andy Law had a great game last night, shifts it out wide. Beautiful put down by Holly Raff. 1-0 New South Wales, and they needed that. They needed to start fast, and they needed to start well, and they're first to strike in this game 2 of the series.
Queensland restart with Beck Mai, vice captain. Lucia Fields was good last night, as expected for Queensland. Walsh. Fields, footwork, tries to get it in behind New South Wales. But Hindmarsh was up in the line, cops his shot here. Queensland are being pretty physical. Probably not that upset with giving that penalty away.
No, it'll just let their defensive line get set. But, yeah, the physicality is the right word, Scotty. It is, as we see again, there's going to be another penalty there. That's 2 in a row. And I venture a guess the referees might have a chat to the captains relatively soon if this comes up, because the game's getting a little bit disjointed with the number of penalties that they have to give.
Here's Maggie O'Reilly. Threads it out. Now his players up in front of Halliwell Quinn. As McDonald plays it, we'll get them going forward again. Lucy McDonald comes back to O'Reilly. Ball's bouncing around in the ruck. Good defensively there, Queensland. Not going away from that physicality, that's for sure. They kept it well in check in that defensive set.
And when it is as physical as it is, you've just got to, as the attacker, you've got to get your hand out and protect the ball. Be strong in the touch. Talk about being strong in the touch in defence, but in attack you have to as well to keep the defence away from the ball.
Now Andreasen sends it out. Ashurst tries to skip on the outside. 2 Blues stick the hand straight up to the sky.
It was a beautiful attack there. It was Andreasen again. We saw her skills on display last night. She would have ripped the ball out there, but equally well defended by Quinn and New South Wales. As you see them shifting the ball out wide early, straight to their box, and this is starting as a really good set for them.
Yeah, well, she was probably best on ground for Queensland last night, Hinarangi. That's for sure. As now New South Wales come up with the error.
And it's funny, Scott, we've seen in a few of the games this morning, a few of the New South Wales teams are struggling at that, just getting to the box and getting out of the box. We've seen a few teams adjust with great success already today, so it'll be interesting to see how the New South Wales teams can combat that Queensland flood defence that they're so good at.
Not punching too far down at the moment, Queensland. This is a bit more direct here for Emily Ward. Comes back in field. Donovan, no, going to come back for the forward pass. So not the cleanest of sets there. In good field position for Queensland. Little opportunity missed.
They did have good opportunity there, but weren't able to capitalise. But we'll see here again, Queensland just move up and up all day on their defence. A little bit too eager there. So a penalty's been given, so a bit of a piggyback for New South Wales, and they get a tap just on their own side of halfway, and they should get a look at the Queensland line by the back end of the set.
So let's see if they can get a little bit more advantage this set, New South Wales, than what Queensland did, because they got the penalty and started their previous set in pretty similar position. They've rolled downfield pretty nicely, and it was off the back of Potts. They come back out now to the right. Ball out in front. And Abby Good showed beautiful hands to take that one. A flying effort in the corner. New South Wales have got the first 2 tries here in Game 2.
Excellent take there by Abby Good. She had all the work to do. It was beautiful play on the sweep. Came out the back, and it was Chelsea Hindmarsh, who's been a great start this morning. Looked up long, threw it over the top of the winger, and you're right, Abby Good still had work to do. Perfect wingers put down, and they're now jumped out to a 2-0 lead, Scotty.
Great start for New South Wales. So important when you're down by 1 game in this series. Your start needs to be spot on in Game 2, and they've ticked that box so far. Here, the ladies in blue. We know the attacking prowess this Queensland team has. This young lady, Rachel Walsh, she's one of the ones that could be the one to spark them back in. 2 tries last night for Queensland. Now Fields across field, just gets chased from Andy Law. Did they make contact? Oof, lucky. I think Law might have missed in the first instance, and they had to scramble to make the touch there on Lucia.
She's like a magician, Lucia Fields. She's just always scheming and looking for where she can find a gap. Nearly snuck through there as again we see Slattery just pass the ball out wide to Zara Nicholas, and Danny Norman again leading from the front straight up through the middle of the field.
Now O'Reilly. Nice clean pick up for McDonald. Ooh, hits the deck. And that was a solid contact there for McDonald. Quite spectacular at the end. She was upside down, legs were in the air.
Back up in the defensive line, ready to defend for her team. We'll see the replay here. She flies through and just accidentally got caught up in Maimai's foot. All an accident and all are good to go.
So just been onside. Beck Maimai to make the touch. Now, Goodsel's looking around for anybody, and they're retrieving and going backwards. Now, Bella Fields Ball in one hand. It might have been a chance just to get up and put some pressure on and stop Queensland. Andresen now rips. Comes back out to Goodsall, who was having a look back on the inside for options. Ball spills out of her hands. New South Wales get possession back.
That was a funny set by Queensland. They were a little bit slow in the transition to get people on as we see O'Reilly just march up the field. This is looking good for New South Wales. But, yeah, for Queensland, they're usually so good at coming on at speed. But on that occasion, wasn't to be.
This is nice for New South Wales to set up and getting those fresh players out onto the field. Rolling down, sets a nice platform for Jeffs, who releases it early, but they hold their line. There, Bella Fields, who makes the touch. I like that set, though, coming out of the box. They're going to get marched downfield as well for not returning the ball. New South Wales looking very sharp here.
Really good set there by New South Wales. They're holding the ball, they're getting field position, and they're putting Queensland under pressure. But here's a better set by Queensland. We see their players are on, they're ready to go forward, and they'll have a trick play at the end of this set.
Gianni Bryce working with Donovan in the middle. Bryce picks up, comes back, right foot, comes out to Murray Thomas. And Norman screaming for the ball to come back.
Yeah, she's still pleading with the referee for penalty. To no avail there. Queensland, that was definitely a better set, but well defended by New South Wales. And you can see here again, Queensland trying to cramp them in their own corner here and keep them in their own half.
Halliwell Quinn feeds it to Good. Sends it back in field to Andy Law. Last touch of the set. Slattery just decides to pick up and go. New South Wales, hands in the air. They're looking for offside players. And now they get penalised in return. So it definitely didn't go how New South Wales would have wanted it in the back end of the set. Probably didn't have too many other options other than just picking up and going there.
No, Slattery definitely had no other option. She thought she was running an offside play. She's probably a little bit unlucky to be penalised because she actually handed the ball back to the Queensland player, but not quick enough according to the ref. So Queensland have a penalty, and they'll be looking to strike back and get back in this game.
Now my ball in two hands, just shy of the 7. Andresen plays it out the back as Lucia tries to slap it across to Caitlin Blade. Ball behind Blade.
They're just so dangerous, those Queensland players. You talk about Walsh got a double late in the game last night. Andrea Sam, we speak highly of her every time she plays. And then you got Lucia Fields, as we said, scheming out the back there. So you just cannot take your eyes off this Queensland team. And that's going to be they look like they're going to give a changeover. One referee, they're having a discussion, fingers pointing. No, referee on field has said, you can just take it back and play that. And it's play on there, and another beautiful pass there by Slater out to her winger, Nicholas, getting plenty of ball out here, Zara Nicholas.
It did look like there was comms coming from the other side from Jordan Randall. He was moving into position for Queensland to regain. New South Wales hold on to the footy. As now they play through the middle. Tough contact coming into the last touch. As now McDonald tries to thread it in. The bat on, but they'll come back. Contact just made. As that bat on pass came out to Nicholas.
Enterprising play there by New South Wales. Well defended by Queensland. They've come up with a penalty. And they're going to march across to their box again. Going forward first was Andrea Sand. And they're just retreating back a little bit here, New South Wales, which you definitely do not want to do against this Queensland team.
Curtis, nice ball back to Ashurst. There's players down on the deck, yeah, and there was a touch that was actually claimed. So over the mark, it was Maggie O'Reilly in defence there for New South Wales. Big touch had to be made because they were going to get some good flow off the back of it there, Queensland. Now they come down the sideline. Donald back on the inside to Norman. As Nicholas has to scramble to get into half. Potts plays it. Early release it to Good again. We saw almost a carbon copy from New South Wales. Abby Good. That was how they set up her first try. This one, the ball just out a little bit further in front.
Yeah, she definitely couldn't reel that in. It was an excellent effort by Good. But again, New South Wales looks so much better when they go direct and then they're sweeping around to that open side and finding some gaps out in the link at the moment. But this half's flown by, Scotty. We're already nearly 15 minutes in, 2-0 to New South Wales, and Queensland will be looking to strike back before half-time.
As now Donovan picks up, has some room to work with, just loose ball from Lucia Files, looking to connect up with Emily Ward. Now Rachel Jeffs Plays it on the New South Wales 10-metre line. Halliwell Quinn, nice exchange of passing this time. Lucia is up there and she goes, that's where I got you. Back to the mark you go.
It was a great touch.
Read that one beautifully. They've tried that little variation play coming out of their box a few times, New South Wales. Queensland starting to click onto it. Last touch of the set. Slattery back on the inside the Law. Nice diving touch from Emily Wood.
And the game's just gone in a little bit of a grind. We've saw the 2 tries to New South Wales, but I'm going to say the last 5 or 6 minutes, it's just going from end to end. Seeing the defensive systems have been excellent in this first half by both teams. So pushing up in defensive, you see Queensland just driving the ball forward, looking for a gap there.
Great run from Mai. As one of the New South Wales players got called out for being offside. Mai's on the deck. And Hinney will get a repeat set here for Queensland.
And here's where they're dangerous, Scotty. You got Mai, you got Andrea Sand, you've got Walsh. Excellent touch there by Hindmarsh. Had a really good game this morning in the first 15 minutes.
Well, she could see that her inside defender was going to get caught short there. It's now Queensland looping over the top again as Goodsall looks to come back in. They're going to get another penalty here, though, Queensland. More pressure here for New South Wales. They're still looking for their first try here in game 2.
And they're probably panicking a little bit at the moment, I would say, Queensland. That was relatively early in the touch count. They've got a penalty, so they get a fresh set of 6. But with what they can produce on the try line, they don't need to panic. They can go through a whole set of 6, as we see a beautiful dive through there by Bella Fodge. And we see an injury there to the New South Wales player in affecting the touch. It looks like it might be a shoulder or a wrist.
You can't quite see who it is at the moment, so we take a look at the replay.
It's Hindmarsh.
It is Chelsea. Oh, she's got the hip right in the head, which has put pressure on the neck as well.
She's onside. She's affected the touch.
Oh.
Beautiful. But she's copped a knock to the head in the process.
She's just off in back play at the moment. Has been replaced. Queensland continue on. Ball out in front for Goodsall. And Queensland will crack them open eventually. All the pressure too much in the end for New South Wales. Queensland back into the game.
Again on the back of a repeat set. They got given a penalty. They've come through and it's Andrea Sand on the sweep. She's looked short. She's looked long. She goes over the top of her link. And the New South Wales defender was right there but just couldn't affect their touch. So game back on. 2-1 New South Wales over Queensland. Good finish there by Goodsall.
New South Wales from the restart. Parrott. Jeffs. Potts plays it. Parrott back in the half. Rachel now. Early release. Ooh, out in front of Norman. Again, asking questions of our referees.
She's asking lots of questions this morning, Danny Norman, trying for any little advantage she can get. They've been given a penalty, so her questions have been answered the way that she wanted. I feel like she was saying she was potentially held back there, Danny. Suffice to say, she's got a penalty, and they'll be looking to convert here in New South Wales going into the halftime break.
Yeah, under 2 minutes left now here in the first half. New South Wales in front by 1. They've had the better of it throughout the opening 20 minutes here in game 2. Looking to keep the series alive. Here's Norman. Jeffs. Just didn't quite get it out of the hands. Defensive pressure coming up in the face there of Rachel Jeffs.
Well defended by Queensland, and they needed to get a stop there. They've still got a minute and a half here, so they can get some momentum coming into the back end of this set. They're an opportunity for some type of strike play, but for New South Wales, they'll try and get the ball back and have one more crack at them before half-time.
Lucia Files gets Queensland over the halfway line. Marama Thomas, Emily Ward. Andrea Sand back out onto the field. Here's Marama Thomas, this time early release. And a touch made on Murphy, who's backing into the defence.
Yeah, Crawford came up and in there and snuffed out any opportunity Queensland might have. And what New South Wales don't want to do here is have a drop ball. So if they can't get down the other end of the field, they definitely want to complete the set.
Hindmarsh back out onto the field, which is great to see. As Law plays it, Slattery comes back out to Hindmarsh and links up with Nicholas. They run out of room, go over the sideline.
She was nearly into the stands there, Zara Nicholas. She's had a lot of work to do out here on that wing. There's 30 seconds to go. Queensland have a penalty, They don't look like they're in too much of a rush to take the tap. As we see Andreasen, head down, hand out. A couple of touches left in this half.
Donovan, it's good contact from High Marsh. They're containing them well so far here in New South Wales. You can probably hear them vocal in the box. They're really trying to get their team shaping up here defensively. They've only got one more touch to make. Queensland have got nobody in position to do anything there. The Hooters sounds in the background, and it will be New South Wales going into the break with a slight lead 2-1, but they definitely look the better of the two teams at the moment.
New South Wales will be very happy with that first half. We use the word physicality throughout the game, and that's what they've brought to this morning's game. You'd expect nothing less. As we know, Queensland will not go away. They will keep driving, they'll keep peppering, and there'll be plenty more tries in this game. Series on the line. New South Wales started the first half well. What can Queensland produce in the second half, Scotty?
We'll take a break here at the halftime. Game 2 of the Women's Open State of Origin series. As Gab said, series on the line. New South Wales looking to take it to a decider. They're in front at the moment, 2-1.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Back here for the second half of Game 2 of the Women's Open. New South Wales in front. Lucia Follins give us a little piece on. She knows where the camera is. Absolutely. She looks very relaxed going into the second half. Series on the line here. New South Wales looking to take it to a decider. They're on the right path at the moment, but a big second 20 minutes needed here for the Blues.
Sure is. New South Wales, as we see there, going through, and Norman on the way back in. They're going to have a strike play here at the end. Unfortunately got caught up with the touch, well defended by Queensland.
High Marsh just pulling them back momentarily as Norman will receive it back from High Marsh. They come back in and Lucia makes a big touch. And the final one of the set as well. As Potts just picks up, found a little bit of space on the last touch. Queensland on the opposite side of the field if they want to make some changes. Love to Lucia Files.
And as you said, Scotty, Lucia Files, she just looks so calm and just composed in everything she's done. Looks like she's having a really great time every time she takes the field.
Referee Jordan Randall back to his feet. Looks like it might be a little bit slippery back out there again. Nice short ball as Walsh tries to punch through a hole, and that's a big touch.
Yeah, really good touch there. Holly Raffin had to be made because we know try scoring is high on the skill set for Walsh.
New South Wales down the sideline as Potts plays it. Replacement players flowing on here for New South Wales. Andy Law will play it on the 10-metre line, sets a nice platform for Slattery, gets away from the first defender, comes back to Andy Law. Well, they were the first team to score in the first half, and they back it up here to kickstart the second.
And Andy Law deserves that. It was a case of I'll pass to you if you'll pass it straight back to me. So you can see the foundation she set there. Put it on a platter for Slattery to go through, backs up like all good players should. Andy Law, well done. Nice dive there, unfortunately in vain for the Queensland player in Walsh. But they wanted that at the start of the second half, and they've taken out a 2-try lead, New South Wales over Queensland.
We saw them hold a 2-try margin for the majority of the first half. A try for Queensland towards the back end. Saw them go down by 1 at the halftime break. New South Wales back up by 2. Now a little bit of work down the short side for Bella Files, but a big touch coming back from the try scorer and Andy Law. Well, she scores points down one end, big touches down the other. A huge couple of moments there for Andy Law. Should we take a look at the replay?
That was an amazing touch. She came from the middle of the field, got her on the back of the legs, a definite touch. It looked like Files was in for all money there. They just got caught up in numbers there, New South Wales.
Now Tiani Bryce loops over to Murphy, who will score. And I was just going to make mention, Tiani didn't have too many opportunities in the first half. She injects herself nice and early. Queensland back in the game.
Always does. We talk about moments, and Tiani Bryce always has big moments in games. She feigns to go left, big step off the left foot, and passes left to right. A good 20-metre pass. Great try there by Murphy. Gets them straight back in the game. 3-2, New South Wales holding a narrow lead. What a beautiful pass.
Yeah, Sinead scoring on debut for the Queensland team last night. Daughter of the current Australian Women's Open coach, Queensland legend as well. Player you're very familiar with, played a lot of touch football against in Renee Murphy. As we see New South Wales now, Norman will pull them back out.
And I know why she's the Australian coach. She wanted Queensland to play wider. Well, she motioned it to us visually at half-time and straight into the second half. Out wide, her daughter scored. How good.
It's very hard to take that Origin goggles off, isn't it? Everyone still knows where your home state is. Renee, and she's got a vested interest as well. The former Queensland Women's Open coach for a number of series that really set up this dynasty of what the Queensland women's team has been doing. And she's got now her daughter out there playing for Queensland for the very first time. As New South Wales have held Queensland to just getting into their end of the field now. A little deflection. They get the footy back. 0 touch as well, I think it may have been, unless it came off the hands of Queensland. So they'll roll down now. New South Wales, strong start here to the second half again for the Blues.
And we've seen a little momentum shift again. Queensland, that try, put a pep in their step. We've seen New South Wales coming into a back end of their touch. They'll be looking here for Jeffs to go through.
Rachel now picks up his Queensland jerseys all in front. Snuffed out that opportunity, the Australian Women's Open representative. Andresen gets it down. Queensland to make changes here. As Walsh will follow suit. Goodsall feeds it from half. Lucia, no one there in support. Donovan through the middle. Tiani Bryce now picking now. Thinks there was a bit of contact there with one of the New South Wales players. Incidental, and she was making her way back onside. Jess Potts.
It was certainly accidental, but I was interested to see then what the referees would do, because they could have potentially given a penalty to Queensland there, but no, all incidental. And New South Wales have got the ball back coming towards halfway.
Halliwell Quinn gets New South Wales back towards the midfield. Now Law jinking the combination here with Slattery, who picks up, this time goes early to Law. Queensland recover. Donovan now on the first, goes direct.
And that's the only way Donovan knows. She's always straight ahead. But on the flip side for New South Wales, you see Andy Law going forward to allow Bella Slattery behind it. And those two forming a really good combination for New South Wales.
Ashurst back to Love. And lost the count there. Thought they might have had one more to come, Queensland. Slattery on the first here for the Blues. She'll take another hit up down the sideline. So not afraid to do the hard work for her team as well. Bella Slattery earns their team the penalty.
Yeah, so the referee said they just weren't quite back on side there in the most recent try scorer in Murphy for Queensland. So a fresh set of 6 as we see Maggie O'Reilly there, feigning one way, coming back the other way. They'll be setting up for a play out here in New South Wales.
McDonald receives it back. O'Reilly having a look at the Queensland defence at the moment. Just got their timing wrong. They'll reset though. Highmarsh looking to come across from the left link. Norman now is looking to straighten them up and steady the ship. Comes against the grain. Looking to keep coming out. And that was the last touch of the set for New South Wales. Just lost their way there on the back end.
They'll be disappointed with that set. And you could see Danny Norman, a couple of girls, trying to get the ball to come out to this side of the field to make it difficult for Queensland to get to their box. Their fresh players are coming on as we speak with a nice little wraparound play and some good metres for Caitlin Blade.
Walsh follows up, receives it back on the switching play from Andrea Sens. Walsh must have just got it down on the mark. They play out the back. New South Wales are comfortable. They're slipping, they're sliding, there's Files. Slips it back on the inside. Norman was there to make the touch. It's a good battle between the two number 6s.
Excellent battles right across the park. And, you know, as we said, they're both Australian players here. They know what's on the line, as we're going to see a call from the ref there. A little error in the roll ball. So Queensland just have to go back to the mark. But that was a little win there for Files over Norman.
Gets one back.
Little battles within the battle, Scotty. I love it.
We've played a lot of football together since Danny has made her way up to the Gold Coast. Penalty here for Queensland. Give them an opportunity to make some changes if they want to as well. Got Britt Donovan coming onto the field. Remaining 5 staying out there for Queensland.
And we've seen when Queensland have had repeat sets down on the Queensland line is where they have the ability to strike.
Beck Mai holding the middle here for Queensland. Andre Sen punches through. Nothing there for them in the early stages of this set. Donovan plays it. Andresen on the sweep. This time releases early to Goodsall. Nice slide defence. Nicholas coming across. Last touch of the set here for Queensland. Now they look to go through the hands. New South Wales holding their feet. They close out the set.
Yeah, they didn't get a try there, Queensland, but they have camped New South Wales down in their own end, and they'll be really pushing up here, hoping for an error. As we see, an excellent run there. It was Sailor Perrott.
Now, an update on the overall State of Origin series as well. Queensland have wrapped up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. New South Wales have got just the 2 at the moment. So Queensland now, as we come back to Slattery, who's skipping away from Mara McThomas, and they are getting inch closer now to taking this one to a decider. And defensive lapse there for Queensland, as we saw Slattery just streaking away from the Maroon defence.
It was thumbs up for Bella Slattery. Didn't look like much was on. She got it on a switch. Little skip off the right. Got the defence to stop. Round Donovan. Round Thomas. And just sprinted to the line. That is just an individual effort from Bella Slattery. Well done.
They get back to that comfortable margin of 2 tries yet again. New South Wales, Queensland have been chasing all game. They're looking to hit back now, and the contact is made on Ashurst.
And that was Hindmarsh again. But as we said, Queensland, they don't mind being in this position. They will keep fighting right to the final hooter. And as we've seen in games already this series and again this morning, you never know what's going to happen right up after the final hooter's blown.
Tough meters again from Norman. really leading from the front, the captain. The last touch here for New South Wales. Jeffs looks at options. Nice early release out to Nicholas. Don't mind that. They finish it over the sideline as well. Gives them an opportunity to get their defensive line set. And two Blues come up out of the line now and want to try and pin Queensland here. Tough contact there in the middle. Jeffs on Ashurst. As the Maroons now, it changes. Donovan kicks out. Coming onto the field again. Ward straight and hard into the line. Files has a look. Oh, that ball hits a target. It's taken a deflection. Jeffs is pleading her case here to the referee, saying, didn't come off my hands.
Yeah, they're looking, but the referee's already made his decision, and that was an excellent set there by Queensland. They're going to get 6 to go, and this is the position they like to be here. Down here, full set of 6. You got Andreasen on the field, leading the charge over there. Looks like with Lucia Files. But there's a forward pass early in the set, and again, potentially a little bit of panic. 9 minutes to go. But Queensland are building into this contest, Scotty.
Missed opportunity for Queensland. Now we're looking to turn the screws defensively here. Force a mistake for New South Wales. Or Keaton Camp down this end of the field. As Highmarsh picks up valuable metres. O'Reilly cops the shot. As McDonald picks up, takes off. Nice little pick up and go there from McDonald. And look like they were caught short defensively there, Queensland. They don't return the ball to the mark, so a little advantage there for Queensland as they get marched downfield.
And again, it was Donovan there. We know how fast she is when she's got the ball forward, but she's very hard to get around in defence as well.
Norma Thomas plays it. My. As Bryce picks up from half. Back to Thomas. Pulls out the new... Oh, big dummy thrown. Now, slits it up nicely for Bryce, who just sends the ball out to the corner to Goodsill. They get across to make the touch. Abby Good. And now it's Queensland who get marched downfield for not returning the ball.
It was looking likely there for Queensland. Again, whenever Bryce has got her hands on the ball, they look dangerous. Good finish there, but wasn't to be. And is that going to be enough for New South Wales? 7 minutes out, 2 tries ahead. We still know anything can happen, but they're tracking well in this game as we see Danny Norman just go straight ahead again for her team. Followed up by Andy Law, who's had a cracker second game here today.
Last touch of the set, Slattery. That footwork causes so many headaches. Throws a beautiful little short ball off the hip. And New South Wales now, they're getting really close to taking this to game 3.
Yeah, and we see on the back end, from a great defensive set, again, it's just Bella Slattery. She stops them, she gets them going again, and hitting forward through the hole was Holly Raff, and she's got a double today. Just the change of tempo by Slattery. She's so good on her feet. But Holly Raff did a great job pushing forward there. Gives her team a 3-try lead with about 5 minutes to go, Scotty.
Just that short little stutter, and then when she kicks away, the speed in which she goes creates that opportunity. The biggest margin in the game so far now for New South Wales. Queensland need to be the next team to score. They'll get the repeat set. No, they're going to change and say ball down. So a bit of comms coming from the sideline referee. Queensland questioning the decision.
And sometimes that you kind of get into a rut and then those close decisions just go against you.
She's coming up to make the touch there. It's off the hands of Andy Law. 50-50.
Sometimes the luck goes your way, sometimes it doesn't in sport. That's the beauty of sport here, as we see New South Wales, 5 minutes to go. Queensland backs against the wall. They need to get a stop here and get the ball down the other end.
We'll get the ball back now on the 7-metre line. Love taps, restarts. Running on the first touch. Love follows suit. As Emily Ward has been strong when she makes her way out onto the field. Bryce, can she spark Queensland back into this game? Tiani, nothing there for her at the moment. Bit of space out on the right. Murphy comes back in. Little show and go from Ward. Was looking for half a second to come back out to Sinead Murphy.
Great touch by Sailor Perrott there, but again, Tiani Bryce, you look, there was nothing going on there. Throws a beautiful pass, back-up play. there by Ward. Nearly resulted in trying Queensland were back in this game. But New South Wales have got a penalty now, and as you can see, Scotty, they're in no rush. They'll let the ball, a bit of gamesmanship going on there. Well, let's let the ball go past our feet. Where's the mark, ref? Just triple checking that, where the mark is, wasting a few precious seconds. 4 minutes to go, 3 tries ahead. Queensland are going to need to pull all the tricks out of the bag to take this game to this morning, Scotty.
The clock's starting to be a factor for them as well. New South Wales just look to continue to be clinical with ball in hand. Now players down on the deck. This could be the icing on the cake here for New South Wales, and it might just well be. Well, Queensland players down on the ground. Great awareness there. Ball in hand. Nicholas finishes it off in the corner, and they're well and truly on the way now.
Yeah, we look on the replay here. Off the left, unfortunately, the Queensland player slipped over. So McDonald goes through his waist patiently for Zara Nicholas. Tiptoed down the sideline. She deserves to try Zara Nicholas in this game. She's done a lot of work for her team out wide. And we're heading to a decided, Scotty.
What a performance has been for New South Wales here in Game 2. You've got to say, it's reflected on the scoreboard. They've been dominant over Queensland. Asher shapes go back on the inside. It's gone away from them. Really sets up an intriguing Game 3, isn't it? Because you look at Game 1, and it was really tight and close for the majority of the game. So New South Wales probably would have felt that one got away from them. But Queensland have been outplayed here in Game 2. They're going to really have to muster together in Game 3.
They certainly are, and for New South Wales, they've just gone forward a lot better in this game. As we see it again here, we've got Potts going forward, Jeff's underneath, cut-out pass again, and nearly another try. But it's just that rinse, wash, repeat. They've found a system and a process that's working in Game 2. Queensland on the other side, we know the talent they've got. They're going to go back after, have a look at this game and see where they can try and stop the forward momentum of New South Wales.
So at the moment, we've got deciders in the women's 20s, men's 20s, mixed open, women's open, all going to Game 3. We've got the men's open coming up next. New South Wales with the victory last night. Queensland, they won the series after losing Game 1 in 2022, so they know that they can do it again. That's coming up next. They don't want to go anywhere. Camp up in the chair. Plenty more to unfold here at the State of Origin series this afternoon.
And you can see where yesterday they were finding little gaps there through Andreas and Bryce in those little drop balls back inside. New South Wales have tightened up their defence through the middle. So this decider this afternoon, later on today, is going to be a cracker of a game. As we know, New South Wales haven't won a series here in the Women's Open for over a decade. Queensland have been so dominant. But it's been a great game here, great performance by both teams, but New South Wales taking momentum into the series decider later on today.
Well, they're relentless at the moment. They're looking for more New South Wales as they shift it down to the left-hand side with Crawford. And they're finishing this game off strongly here, the Blues. My picks up good metres here on the first touch as we're into the last minute here of Game 2. Walsh smartly gets it down. There's players down on the deck. There's pushes in the back.
They might draw a penalty. Yeah, they will draw a penalty. Unfortunately for Crawford, she was in the ruck there, and it had to be a penalty to Queensland. They'll be looking. They've got about 45 seconds left on the clock, Scotty. They'll be looking to finish with a try and say, we're not done yet.
Here's Donovan. Emily Ward just goes straight through the middle. There's Mara Thomas now. Left foot step. Shows the dummy back on the inside again. Files plays it. They go open side. Ball up in the fingertips there of Donovan. New South Wales slide across. They'll want to really finish strong defensively here, New South Wales. They won't want any more tries to get through. Files back inside. Ball hits the deck, not played at.
And they'll barely get a roll ball here. New South Wales are going to walk to the ball. There's about 5 seconds left on the clock. A very good victory by New South Wales. But Queensland will be back this afternoon. Series is 1-1. And we're heading for a decider in the Women's Open, which is what we love to see. New South Wales 6, defeating Queensland 2 in Game 2 of the Women's Open.
What a performance from the Blues to take it to Game 3 this afternoon. What a decider that is going to be. New South Wales looking to try and get the State of Origin title back from Queensland. And like we said, it's been around a decade since they've had the title in the Women's Open division. Queensland have still got a lot of class out on the paddock. They'll be looking to get a 5th series win this afternoon in Game 3. We've got Game 2 coming up next in the Men's Open. James Preston will be in commentary with you for that. We'll head down on the sideline as well, so stay tuned with us. Plenty more to come here from the State of Origin.
I've got New South Wales Women's Open captain here, Danny Norman. Series was on the line today, and you girls really came out and showed how it was done in Game 2 of the series.
Yeah, I am so incredibly proud of our girls. It's so hard to come out there in a Game 2 when you're down a Game 1 and go out there and play the way we did. I think that was the most pleasing. But, look, everyone played their role, Gab. Everyone did their job, and we got the chocolates in the end. But that's just one step towards the goal. It's obviously not over. We've got a big decider this afternoon.
Yeah, we all love getting the chocolates, but we want the whole chocolate box this afternoon if you're a New South Wales fan. Queensland on the other side, we know the talent that they possess right across the field. And you girls, we spoke about it before the game, Danny, just before you went on, physicality, and that's what you came out and showed this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. We held our own. We were physical in the ruck, physical in winning the ruck, defence and attack. And as you said, Gab, they're a quality side, Queensland. Like, we knew that we were going to come up against an absolutely talented bunch of girls. They've got strike across the park. But look, our girls are ready for the challenge. We've prepared for this. We're ready. We are ready for Game 3.
Yeah, I spoke to Pete Forrester during the week. Connected and fit, which we know Queensland are as well. It's going to be an epic battle this afternoon. New South Wales haven't won the series for over 10 years. What are you going to bring to Game 3 to bring home the chocolate box for New South Wales?
Yeah, look, going back on Pete Forrester, he has fostered an absolutely incredible environment for our girls this year. We've got a really new-looking team. And I seriously think that we can get the job done, carrying off the back of the history of the New South Wales women's team, like yourself. We remember all of those girls that came before us. I think that's really important, like your Sammy Rogers and your Weezos and your Bears, all of those people that have been there before us. We're doing it for them. So I hope that we can get the job. I know that we can get the job done this afternoon, and I've got every bit of confidence in my team.
Beautifully spoken, and there's why she's the New South Wales Women's Open captain. Best of luck for this afternoon's decider.
Thanks, Gab.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully. So.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
Or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour. The stage is set for what is set to be an epic second match here in the Men's Open Division from CX Coffs International Stadium. New South Wales won game one, 8 tries to 6. Queensland need to claim victory here to keep the series alive. A very good morning to you. Across KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next, James Preston and a legend of the sport, Jason Standen, to bring you all the action. New South Wales with first use of possession as Catalano drives it forward. And then an early error here from Bazuna. So Queensland up in the faces and get a result.
Yeah, good start there by Haggerty and Pete Norman in the middle there, getting right up in the face of New South Wales. They were outplayed for the most part last night, James, so they would have done their homework, and they're looking to bounce back in this one.
So now Russell scoops it with one hand. Last play here looking for Cox, just out in front of him. Ball hits the deck, so an up-tempo start here from Queensland. They know they need to come out of the blocks firing with New South Wales having claimed game one, 8 tries to 6. Good charge there from Catalano. Now Thompson into the action, the wily old veteran. It's now Simbolan, crabs toward the centre of the field. Good touch made there from Brad Russell. Simbolan once again, now for Osborne. Scooped up here from Thompson, threatens to go long, then passes short for Simbolan. New South Wales starting to click into gear, but Queensland also a good opening couple of minutes here.
Yeah, we mentioned Haggerty and Pete Norman on the other side of the ledger for New South Wales. Of course, Chris Lennon, Junior Catalano, Zach Bazunas. They had big games last night.
Yeah, Lennon in particular was phenomenal. There's a late flick pass, but touch had already been enacted, so there is the turnover.
I thought Tim Bartz was pretty strong for Queensland too, getting dumps right on that 7 metre between two people. It sort of caused a bit of havoc there for New South Wales.
Always threatening with a long stretch as well, diving toward the line. It's now New South Wales with Langbridge. Bring it forward. Here they go again. Lennon finds a good pass. Catch and release. It was there for the taking for Doherty, but just couldn't quite reel it in. Again, that's nice pressure from Queensland defensively.
Yeah, Queensland are doing very well. They're getting up, James. They're sort of a little bit stronger in their contact maybe than last night, so New South Wales will have to settle into the game, but Queensland, good start. Nice, energetic.
Crab across field as well. Notley getting involved now, scoops it with the one hand. Back towards the middle for Norman. Hegedus out there as well, so plenty of speed on deck here for Queensland. Hegedus draw and pass, but Lennon with a nice high rise up and shuts things down. So good turnover here for New South Wales, about 10 shy of the halfway line. They'll come out wide here for Liam Squires. Oh, and there's an early error for New South Wales. So Queensland, strong start here. They'll have the first look at the line.
It's a good start. Hopefully the game can be nice and open from last night. Refereed from Baggio, Calabria and Skelly, of course, who I incorrectly called Perry last night. So apologies to Kim. But yeah, referees had a strong game. We're looking for the same again here.
Now Hegedus, Norman off the left foot. Wider still. Well marked up, though, from New South Wales. And here's a turnover for Queensland as well. So a little bit similar to last night with that error-riddled opening few minutes.
Yeah, the D's getting up and they're being active and they're bustling, and game's still in that initial settling period. Hasn't quite opened up as yet. There's another drop ball.
At the moment, very unsettled for both teams here. Now Moffat with some good footwork. Cox will take it out on this right-hand side. Reinforcements arriving in the form of Kelso, who hits the deck, and it could be an issue here as well for Flynn Kelso. He doesn't look 100% at all.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay. It looked like could have been the knee there, which is hopefully he's all right. We'll see how that goes there. So one of the things for this one is that you look at Chris Lennon was so big last night, James. So one of the things that I thought was interesting is that he scored or is involved with tries different ways. It wasn't just the one play. So it's not like Queensland can turn up and say, right, we're going to squeeze in on him, or we're going to, go man on, or, they have to think a little bit different to try and handle Lennon. So it'll be interesting to see what opportunities he gets once this game settles. But for the most part, it's still a bit disjointed, isn't it, from both teams?
Yeah, very disjointed here. Good to see as well, though, that Flynn Kelso back to his feet, heading to the sideline. Try and get an update for you on what that injury might be at full time as well. Russell also pinged here, so I think we've only maybe seen one completed set from each team inside the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tip for those watching it at home, of course. When you're in these sorts of games and they get a bit physical, when you've got the ball, you want to get to the side of your defender. You want to get between defenders so you can have a bit lighter contact, control the ball a bit better. You don't want to be running straight at guys into that contact. Here's Lennon.
Lennon now finding a lovely little pass here for Edwards, who tries to toss it back on the inside. I don't think that was the last there for Edwards either. So that was a pass that really didn't need to be thrown. He panicked a touch there, Jack Edwards.
Yeah, it was nice to see New South Wales complete the set, or at least, get up and down the field. Queensland with their changes looking good here as well.
And good meters from Queensland now with Hegedus marching forward. Bart's a lovely one-handed pickup. Now tossing it wide. Courtney turns it back on the inside for Notley, but that will be a forward pass. So still, this poor completion rate continues for both sides here. I think we said this last night too, Stanton. The first team to simply settle will come away with a victory. That was New South Wales, and it proved to be the case.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to be a little bit straighter with your drives, and as I said, trying to get between people the same way Bazunas did then. This is a better sequence.
Now Catalano out to this left-hand side. They'll switch the emphasis again. A couple of tip-ons here, and it's just panic stations for New South Wales. Again, just not quite keeping up with the touch count. So they've got spares in reserve. Surely if you're the coaching staff, you're just telling them, Cully Banks, let's complete the set. Let's see what we can work on that 7.
Yeah, I think Coach Banks and Coach Boyd as well on the other side, they'll both be saying the same thing. What happens when you're playing, James? You don't want to sort of move the ball too much, or you're thinking, what do I need to do different? Because we're not completing our sets. Often it's a case of not to pass and actually use your feet and get between players and roll down the field. So that might be something that these teams will look to do now. A bit more footwork and a bit less fancy stuff, just for the next couple minutes.
We've had 6.5 minutes with nothing really occurring, as now Thompson sends it back to the middle. That's good footwork from Connor Edwards. Back here to Thompson again. Jones drops it down. Short side Ray. Jones goes for it. The first real foray inside the 7, and they'll come away with points. That's clever work from Dylan Thompson and Riley Jones.
Yeah, and it's one of the first times we've seen a nice, clean execution, and it was because they used the whole set there. You see Edwards wasn't in a rush, and look at the experience of Thompson. Gets the ball to Jones, a nice quick one from the ground. Probably needed a little bit of help from the inside there. The Lynx making the touch. He's offside. Probably needed a bit of help from the inside middle from Norman, so probably a bit of an error from Queensland, and New South Wales were able to capitalise.
It's well identified from the Blues, so 1-0 after about 7 minutes of play. Now Catalano driving forward, and he and Bazunas have been a really good tandem approach for New South Wales. They'll scoop it up again. Now Lennon sharp off the left foot. Catch and pass is beautiful. Squires for the corner. That's wonderful play from the Blues. It should be cleared through. Second try on the board. Oh, hang on. Hang on. There's an issue here. I'm not sure it impacted play, though.
I'm not sure. The referee Skelly and Badger will have a chat about it. Definitely the ball looked to be down in the corner on first glance, but there might have been a indiscretion on the way up to it. We'll see how Badger handles this.
Well, he's gone back to the in goal, so the try will be awarded 2-0 to New South Wales after about 8 minutes. Let's take a look at the replay here, see if we can break it down. Squires with a great finish. That was excellent stuff from New South Wales, well executed.
Yeah, and real red flag here for Queensland, because New South Wales, on their first 2 times down, have done well. It was down in the corner. Chris Lennon, a beautiful ball. A great tap on there to the wing. You'll see the ball here, definitely down, so referees did a great job.
A good touch here from Doherty, saves a try. Just taking another look at that, it's simply incidental contact, so I'm not sure why we had such a kerfuffle about it, but Queensland now will continue attacking. Norman sends it wide. On his bike they go, and out wide to block off that potential raid. It was good covering from New South Wales, so 2-0 the score. Well tracked there from Luke Mansell, one of the quickest men in touch.
Yeah, great touch there in the corner there. I think it was Doherty. Great work there. So the reason I was a bit concerned for Queensland at the moment is New South Wales have only really had 2 or 3 clean type goes on the line and resulted in 2 tries. So they've really got to try and stick with them. They'll look to bounce back here. Pete Norman, he'll be controlling it. A lot of experience from Norman. Let's see what he can come up with.
Now Moffat out there as well. Bartz will head to the sideline. They'll get Cox back on deck. He does have a terrific pass that he can really rifle out. Queensland now, once again, turning the ball over in good field position. They're their own worst enemy at the moment.
Yeah, that occasion not being square. Just got to pay attention to the dumps. You'll see New South Wales here are starting to get between the defenders a bit more. I think that one maybe not square again, but they're starting to get between them. When you're running at a player, there's a fair bit of hands and elbows. Lots of stuff can get in the contact. So I'm sure Coach Banks is across that, getting the players to look at dumping between the defenders. It makes such a big difference, James, to the whole smoothness and roll of your play.
And a forced sub here as well for Corey Russell. So a little bit too overzealous in the touch. That's what the conference was about, whether it was square or was there a little bit of extra salt added to the contact. Bazunas will now drop it down. Short side rate. Cox never back on side, and they will blow the penalty.
Yeah, warning bells, the alarms, everything's going off for Queensland. They can't afford New South Wales to get this 3rd try. And look up, we've got Edwards, Bazunas, Catalano, Edwards. Oh, 2 Edwards, is there? Yep, the 2 Edwards.
And momentarily 6 on 5, but now Queensland back to the full complement. Jack Edwards here will drop it off for Bazunas. Plenty of international talent on show here for New South Wales. Bazunas. Now Edwards threatening to go long. Catalano takes it with 2 hands. Will show it or sends an awkward pass back to the middle. There were claims from the Queenslanders here in the stands that the touch had already been completed. Play on is the call though. Bazunas just outside the 7. Catalano threatening to go back to the middle. That's well dealt with from Queensland.
Yeah, great defence there. I think it was Russell there with Hegedus as well. That's better from Queensland. They were able to hold him out. Definitely a missed opportunity for New South Wales. They didn't execute well then at all, and they've opened the door up for Queensland.
Now Benbow provides for Norman, scooped up here from Hayden Moffat. Great footwork again, then finds Benbow. Well shut down from New South Wales.
Yeah, a little bit innocuous there. I think they were calling for 6 again, but referee Calabria didn't see it correctly, ruling in the favour of New South Wales, and let's see whether they can settle even further and get a 3rd try here.
Well, at the moment, it seems, from Queensland's perspective, it's very emotional football. They've just got to play those percentages. That's what New South Wales have done a little bit better in the last 5 or so minutes. Shaky start from both teams, but we talked about settling. New South Wales have certainly settled down.
Yeah, Queensland, I don't think it was all that bad. That, you know, they're a little bit more physical. They got a few turnovers, but as you correctly pointed out, they didn't really complete their sets properly. They didn't really execute well, so they weren't able to take advantage of you know, that unsettling, the unsettled period that they had with New South Wales. So, but the good sign is only down by 2 and plenty of football left in this one for the Maroons.
So fresh set here for Queensland. Wrapping around is Russell, who steps off the right and collapses toward the line, just turned away from Simbolan and co. So back to the 7 go Queensland. I'll get the fresh troops on deck as well. Cox. And then linking into the action is Benbow. Cox again. Ooh, slipping as he went to put on a big bit of footwork. Now Russell looking for that strike up. Cox out of acting half, floats it over the top for Bailey Assay. That's such clever work from Zane Cox. He was immense for Queensland last night, and he sets up the first one here on day 2.
We saw that last night, at least 2 or possibly 3 tries where they've dummied to the quick release, the player that's dumped the ball, gone the other way, and they've caught the defenders being too eager to get in and help the player that's made the touch. You'll see Kyson Boland's come across, Dylan Thompson's come across to help. That created the space out wide. Great try, Queensland.
Now a turnover here for New South Wales, so bit of a momentum swing here in favour of the Maroons. Now Norman is stressing the point, wanting a little bit more of a march upfield, but it'd be better advised to just simply get on with things, and that's what Hegedus does now. Good metres. Scooped up here from Hall. Now Norman. Up over halfway. Moffat. It's been very impressive once again here for Queensland. And we'll get another penalty here in favour of the Maroons.
Yeah, a bit of a momentum swing here. So Queensland have got to they've got to make that adjustment in their attack. You'll see there they've run that dummy quickie play going against the grain the other way. They've probably got to look to do that again, or maybe run a sweeper, really throw something different at the Blues here.
Now Benbow just cutting out the work there of Russell, who was eager to receive it. Gets it now. Moffat out of acting half. Back for Benbow, sharp footwork. Finds Moffat back towards the middle. Waiting for an opportunity. Winder still, they go here with Cox. Cox now at first receiver. A couple of falling defenders. Out it comes for Russell. Great last-ditch effort there from, it looks like Wilton made the touch. Still alive here for Queensland. Then Moffat is rounded up, and that's good recovery from the Blues.
Yeah, great D from the Blues. Again, just with the Queensland attack there, I felt like a couple times they're trying to run around New South Wales. They had success last night, being a bit more direct, and their first try was from a direct play. So that one a little bit puzzling, that they've gone a bit wide, but New South Wales handled it well.
One man that is very direct is Catalano. He takes it forward now. Lennon with the pass that looks to be forward, and it will be called back. So inside the final 5 minutes of the first half, I think it's fair to say it probably hasn't reached any great height as of yet.
Yeah, I think both the teams, we were looking for them to go an extra couple gears from what we saw last night. That hasn't eventuated, largely because, it's got a bit more of a bustling type game, a few little errors, a fair bit of nerves, I think, probably on both sides. So let's see whether they can settle as we get into the second half.
Last one here for Queensland, out for Hegedus. Now stops on a dime, but well read there from Connor Edwards, turns him away. So the score remains 2-1. With just over 4 minutes remaining in this first half. New South Wales, of course, if you're just joining us, claimed game 1 last night. 8 tries to 6. They can seal the series here with victory. Simbolan, now Thompson, quick release, back to Jones. Here's a chance, floating over the top. Doherty at full stretch, just couldn't reel it back in, but the idea was right from New South Wales.
Yeah, if I was in either of these camps at the moment, James, I'd love to see a second phase dump. Both teams are creating half opportunities, and then they're trying to force it. And you've seen that with over the sideline or a drop ball or a dump night square. I'd love to see them being a little bit more composed, create their half opportunity and dump again.
Now Benbow, Norman picks it up on the last. Cox, good footwork. Now threatening to link up out wide, and then a little bit of a panic there from Benbow. It was the last, in fairness. But there's another easy turnover for New South Wales, so they'll have decent field position here with clock ticking down, so just over 3 minutes remaining. Now shifted out towards this right-hand side to get the fresh troops on the field. Staying alive is Jones, and now quick release from Mansour. Lennon back into the action. He'll charge at Cox once again. Trying to wear him down. Langbridge straightening. Now Lennon once again looking threatening. Passive out the back. Catch and pass is beautiful from New South Wales. In fairness, either one of them could have scored, but it's the world's in-form winger, Luke Mansour, who goes over for the Blues.
There's a lot of in-form there. Chris Lennon on form, one of the best in the game. We've got Mansour out wide, probably one of the best wingers in the game. But how about Luke Osborne? What a great line. He stayed deep, James. He didn't hit the hole up flat. He backed out of it, had a great read and silky smooth hands. Take a bow. Great try from the Blues.
An important buffer coming into half-time now. Russell with a 30-metre pass. That was spot on the money. Notley now trying to use his speed. Some hot stepping. Back to Moffat here, who will just slow things momentarily for Queensland. Looking for that strike dump. Russell bouncing. Moffat drops it down. Back to Moffat now. Moffat threatening. Takes them on. They got a touch. Won't be called as a playthrough, but Queensland will have another opportunity here.
Yeah, Queensland running quite direct here. You'll see there Bazunas and Junior Catalano. Not too sure of the play. He might have actually dropped it. It looked like Bazunas didn't get 2 feet to the line, so it could have been a playthrough try, but bobbled the ball by the looks of it. Missed opportunity for the Maroons.
Bart's now out there for them. Brad Russell, then fired across from Corey Russell. Wider still. Great recovery from New South Wales. Hugh Doherty it was. Russell just slowing things a touch as the clock ticks down. 90 seconds on it for the first half. Caught there is Hall. Corey Russell once again. Bart's is waiting for his opportunity. Now for Brad Russell, there's another penalty here for Queensland. That's 2 inside the 7 now.
So New South Wales, they've got 1 minute to hold them out. They've only got the 1 penalty to give. They give 1 more, it becomes 6 on 5. So New South Wales on the rack here. Can Queensland capitalise?
Pete Norman finding a little bit of space there for Bart's, and it was shut down by Daniel Langbridge. Norman once again toward the middle. Hall, Norman, easily dealt with in the end for New South Wales. Back to the 7 they go. Just over 30 seconds remaining here. So this is likely Queensland's last shot in this first half. Russell, what a pass that was, but they'll call it back. If they said that's forward, it must be off the ruck, because it certainly couldn't have been the pass that Russell threw.
Yeah, real shame. Queensland would have loved to get the try there. It's forward off the ruck there to Russell. Queensland missed up. Didn't have to be forward, James. They had the Blues beat for all money. Could have been 3-2. In the end, New South Wales will be very pleased to go in 2 up in a pretty scrappy first half, to be fair.
Speaking of scrappy, there's another turnover right on the clock. And they'll likely call it there, these two sides. There's no indication that Queensland want to carry on with things. They're pretty happy to hop into the sheds and just recalibrate things a touch. It has been very scrappy.
Yeah, it has been. I've been a little bit surprised, maybe some of the tactics of Queensland, because last night we saw that they'd scored a few tries by being direct, and we were actually commenting about New South Wales, a bit of a staggered shutdown, not being quite connected. And then I think in this first half, they've been guilty of trying to run around New South Wales with out balls and out plays, and New South Wales have handled that. There's only been the 1 try, so I'm expecting Queensland to make some adjustments at half-time. New South Wales as well with Coach Banks, and I think it could open up in the second half.
Well, Queensland certainly will need those adjustments. They're down by 2 here in Game 2, having already lost the first one. New South Wales on the precipice of claiming the series. Can Queensland turn it around? We'll find out very shortly with the second half action.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully.
Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour, Coffs CX International Stadium, the venue for State of Origin action 2025. This is the men's open division. Fans have come out in force to witness some epic touch football action. It hasn't quite reached the heights we would have liked in that first half, but New South Wales do have the lead 3-1. Jason Stanton.
Yes, and I do think it's going to open up here. I think both teams would have had a bit of a reset, a bit of a think about it. Coach Banks would have been all over it. Also, Coach Boyd would have been just sort of getting the teams together and having a bit more of a think about what tactics they've got coming into second half.
So second half underway now. Queensland with first use of the ball, running from left to right. Norman, Moffat, now looking a little bit more dangerous this time. Moffat, play through is cleared. Langbridge is now claiming the touch, and they'll correct course there, the officials. That is the right call, though. It's Moffat. Comes up with a little dummy, then sends it here for Hegedus. Cox waiting for his chance. Takes off out of acting half. Lovely pass from Cox, but geez, that was great coverage from Lennon. Norman hit a gap, but Lennon got across there in time, even if that pass was collected.
Yeah, Queensland were able to earn the penalties. Let's see what sorts of plays they're running. We're talking first half about the direct or lateral. They've actually started with a wider lateral play. Let's see what they do. This is a direct one here.
Oh, and Moffat then diving from distance. He'll get right through them. New South Wales punched the turf. That is the danger that Moffat possesses. It's not just the great footwork. He can leap from a great distance.
And the first direct play for a try, right on cue. We're just talking about it. Queensland had to be a bit straighter. You'll see here Moffat come charging onto the ball from link there. A nice dive. Inside defender wasn't able to get there, and just like that, Queensland changed the tactics and were rewarded.
Just having a look on the replay too, it wasn't just Wilton. Langbridge was nowhere near hitting the mark either, so both of them were well and truly shy of the try line. Good start here for Queensland in the second half. About 90 seconds gone. 3-2 the score now, and they are fighting to stay alive in this division. Of course, the overall series count. Queensland have won 5 divisions already. New South Wales have wrapped up 2. This one currently has New South Wales leading on game 1, 8-6, and now still in front 3-2 in game 2 as an intercept is thrown straight into the arms of Thompson. Now Simbolan. Edwards. Squires, and then Jones will take the metres on offer. Catalano. Bazunas will shift it out here for Mansour. Straightening up now. Nice carry from Catalano. Bazunas on the last does have a big arm on him instead. It only goes as far as Cox for Queensland. So they've just got New South Wales a little rattled here to start the second half, Stanto.
Yeah, good work by Queensland. That's why I was a little bit critical of the tactics, because we saw what worked for them last night. So to go, wide and lateral was a bit surprising. As soon as they straightened up direct, they got a try on literally the first time they tried it. So let's see.
Now Hegedus, little wraparound play. They'll keep it alive here momentarily, but New South Wales have done enough and survived that raid, but still pretty decent signs there from Queensland as now Connor Edwards brings it forward. Very flat pass there for Bazunas. Catalano now right over the advantage line. Great metres. Edwards follows in like kind. Short release here for Wilton. Scooped up now for Langbridge. Last one, Lennon, Langbridge, then wider still for Edwards. Running out of room here, and Doherty will turn it over, but that's a good driving set from New South Wales.
Yeah, better set there from New South Wales. I'd like to see that extra pass as they're subbing on, a little extra ball rather than just having like consecutive dumps, and that way they'll be able to get down the field with another touch or two up their sleeve. So let's see if they can look to do that in this next 15 minutes.
Now Norman straightening the attack for Queensland. Last one brought up, and that pass has gone about 3 metres forward. So they'll come back to where that was released. 3-2 the score. 3.5 minutes gone in this second half, but a lot smoother for both teams here.
Yeah, a little bit better start we've seen on that occasion. Again, we're seeing Queensland rolled into that 4-on-3 with that long ball scenario. So let's see what New South Wales can come up with. They just got to get a bit of a roll on. I think New South Wales, the first, second phase or the first dump they're able to do at speed, I think is going to really have Queensland in trouble. But we haven't seen that as yet.
So now Thompson through the middle, drops it down here, Jones. Back to Thompson, Simbolan, great footwork, holds it up, floats it over the top. That's brilliant from Kai Simbolan. Doherty is on the spot, and New South Wales increased the margin, 4-2 the score.
Right on cue, we just mentioned the first dump at speed will get the result, and it did. Rather than slowing it up for a bit of a static play, you'll see that it's been cut off on the replay, but it was a beautiful dump, middle down for Link, at pace, ripping the ball out. Thompson, Simbolan, great footwork, and then looping it over the top for Doherty for a try.
Now Hegedus looking to respond for Queensland. They can't afford to let New South Wales get out to a 3-try advantage, so they'll want to hit back here. Hegedus back to Moffat, now straightening. Hegedus on the last, good footwork, sends it wide. Oh, taken mid-air off the shoulder there from Squires. The question is, did it go forward or not? There was contact between Squires and Cox as well. I'm happy to see that call play on.
Yeah, it was a bit of a contest, almost was a bit like AFL or something. They've both gone up, their shoulders collided. I think it was a little bit innocuous, so hopefully it doesn't result in either of the players sitting down. There wasn't a lot in it. And again, you know, just to labour the point, James, we're seeing when Queensland are getting that scenario where they're trying to run around New South Wales, a 4-on-3 type setup with long balls, the New South Wales outside players have the measure. Queensland have got to go back to what works so they can get into this game. New South Wales with a bit of a momentum swing here.
And they're certainly getting the rub of the green here as well, the Blues. Potentially a bit of a harsh call there on Cox with the forced sub. It won't amount to much overall. But this penalty now pushing New South Wales forward, that's probably a little bit more important. Now scooped up here from Bazunas. Back to Catalano. Last one here, Bazunas trying to take off, and the scrappiness does continue here. It was looking quite smooth in the opening 5 minutes, but the last minute to minute and a half has come unstuck again for both teams.
Yeah, they'll both have to change gears now. This is where starting to get into the championship minutes now, coming into the last 10 to 15. You've got to go another gear and really use the learnings from the first 25 minutes of what's worked and hasn't worked and try and execute the right plays. So for New South Wales, those dumps at speed, rolling into it, second phase dumps, that's where they need to go. Queensland, they've got to get in between the middles and be more direct rather than trying to run around the Blues.
So now Russell will shift it on here for Hayden Moffat. Floats a pass back over the top to Benbow. Scooped up here. Now Brad Russell finding a pass. Well covered though from Hugh Doherty. There's a penalty inside the 7th. So that's the first one here for Queensland.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It must have been the dump on the 7. The referees often will use the dotted line. You can see there on your screen on the 7. When the dump's on that, all the defenders have to hit the try line.
Now Moffat trying to squeeze through. He'll go back to the mark though. New South Wales got back in time. 2 plays down here for the Maroons. Looking for a try and pull back that advantage that New South Wales have set up. Oh, a flat pass. That's beautiful from Queensland. Right through the middle, right up Main Street. It's Jaden Benbow who sets it up. And Brad Russell knocks it down. 4-3 the score.
Great work there from the Queenslanders. That's what we wanted to see from Russell. Running straight between the 2 middles. Short ball try. We've been begging for it for 25 minutes, and the Maroons have delivered. And they're back within 1.
So 4-3 the score, 12 remaining. Plenty of time for either team to claim this one. For New South Wales, it means another division in the bag. It means the Men's Open Series. Finally, they'll get a win after a very long term here for Queensland. What a diving effort that was. Somehow they got him in time. He went airborne there, Luke Mansour, and there's not many players that can do that.
Yeah, Luke almost created a try out of nothing there, Mansour.
Oh.
Right over the top. Come down hard on his shoulder. Hopefully he's okay.
Last one here now for New South Wales. Simbolan turns it back on the inside. Great footwork there from Osborne. It was played at from Bartz, but it was an important play from him. Otherwise, that was a certain try for the Blues.
Yeah, Osborne, great work off the left step. He has little moments, Osborne, doesn't he? He doesn't get a lot of the ball, or doesn't get all of the main cracks at the line, but he's just little touches. They swing the game. An amazing footballer.
Now Lennon is back out there as well, so that's plenty of danger for Queensland. Here he is on cue. Chris Lennon hits the gap. Simbolan brings it to the line, and New South Wales have a fifth, it looks like.
Well, it looked down on first go. We'll have to have a look in the replay to see how close it was. Lennon stretching out. The Queensland defence come across. The dumps right on the 7. Simbolan, short ball. It's hard to tell that. I think it was Cox, was it? He definitely was off the line, so if he made the touch, it's certainly no try. We'll look at the replay here again. Good work there by Cox. He was off the line. Certainly wasn't a case of ball down. It was just whether it was a touch or not. So Queensland live to fight another day, only down by 1.
Overturned here as now Hegedus comes forward. Flat pass from Notley, then wrapping around. Has a 3-on-2 situation. Now the footwork from Notley. That last pass had a question mark, but play on is the call. And in the corner goes James Courtney. Queensland are back, and in a big way. We're locked up at 4 tries apiece.
Queensland going back to the well. Again, I think it was Notley on that occasion, stepping back between the middles. The Blues were a little bit indecisive whether to shut down or not. You'll see him come back. A player slipped over, and they weren't able to recover, but what a finish in the corner. Might have been Courtney, was it, in the corner? A great finish. Great finish, and we're all locked up.
4 tries apiece inside the final 10 minutes now. The grandstand finish, it is coming. Bazounas drops it down. Edwards, quick release, back to Lennon, opens them up through the middle. Geez, that was clever from Edwards. So silky with the release.
I'm not sure why we haven't seen it for 30 minutes, James, but geez, that looked very clinical from Chris Lennon. Easily the best player on the field. Look at that. Brought the sweep around the back. Jack Edwards gave it straight back, and Queensland were all over the place. They haven't been able to handle Lennon, have they, for the whole series?
He's very much looking at potentially becoming player of the series. Last time it was Corey Russell for Queensland. There he is now distributing out to this left-hand side. We'll hop in and acting half. Hall, straightening, great footwork, bouncing around. New South Wales just recover in time. Back to the 7, Queensland go. The danger not done with yet. Here's Hall. Now for Benbow. Last one. Russell threatening to go long, played short instead. They thought they had one more, Queensland.
Yeah, a bit of a miscount on the touches there, but Queensland coming straight back at New South Wales there. They're certainly capable of getting a quick fire 2 or 3 tries here, Queensland. They have the skill there. Just got to control this midfield maybe a little bit better. New South Wales seem to be gaining in confidence in this last few minutes.
So 5-4 the score. Langbridge releasing here for Dylan Thompson. The 2 Doyleson Dragons working together here. Wilton will drop it down. Langbridge was caught there. Bartz was up very quickly, but he maintained his onside. And then they'll simply kill it out wide here with Edwards. And there is the turnover. Queensland, plenty of time still on the clock, but New South Wales just maintaining control of the pace of the game at the moment.
Yeah, Queensland definitely, as I was saying, I like it when they go straight at New South Wales, get between the middles. That's when they look at their best. Hegedus, a nice dump there again.
Now Moffat, feeding a pass to Cox brilliantly, and then the tip on play. It's gone right into Doherty. Cox has certainly been in the wars, at least in the referee's sights so far in this match. They had another look at him here. Here's the little tip on play.
Yeah, nice play from Hayden Moffat there. I'd love to see that Queensland middle come charging on that tight line, hit the short ball either in the second phase. I'd love to see that from the Queenslanders.
So now New South Wales with Lennon, little flick pass. Catalano taps it on as well. Squires looking for an opportunity. None forthcoming. Lennon jams in. So time now really becoming a bit of a factor here for Queensland. Only the one try the margin, but that scoreboard pressure can really start to play on the mind in the final stages. Queensland keep driving forward. This is better. Now Notley couldn't link up out wide. In the end, he crowded the work there of Malcolm Kenny. Notley back to the middle for Russell. Now Corey Russell picks it up. Sends it long. It's gone miles back. That's because New South Wales got a hand to it.
Yeah, the reason for the penalty there, just to unpack, that's for being offside. Good call there from Kim Skelly. So, there was a deflection, but Bazunas had never got back to the line. So they're going to have a big set here for Catalano and Bazunas to try and hold out the Maroons. Here they come.
6 minutes on the clock. Russell caught there by Catalano. New South Wales not particularly stepping up out wide. And there is the penalty that comes with the foot in the ruck. So that's 2 now inside the 7. They've got to be very careful. In fact, it will be a 4 sub here for Bazunas. Momentarily, 6 on 5. Quick roll ball from Russell. Takes off. Then into Catalano. There's an Academy Award dive from both of them.
Yeah, Carlo didn't have much of a choice because he was offside there. He hadn't got back to the line. So pretty clever work from Catalano to get himself all tangled up. But in the end, Queensland, a cardinal sin, wasn't it? They had 2 penalties, a full set of 6. They've turned it over on first touch. A lost opportunity for the Maroons, and in the end, Catalano brained him, didn't he? Somehow got his team out of trouble.
And then he's followed up with a very similar attempt there as well, into touch. And I actually think he's picked up the bulk of that injury that he's now dealing with on the sideline by hitting his own teammate, Jones, who was heading on to the action. So now New South Wales at 5-4 inside the final 5 minutes, looking for their first men's open victory in State of Origin since 2018. It's been a bit of a drought for them. Simbolan back to Edwards. Just holding things up a touch here. Hegedus will make it now. Simbolan, great footwork. Simbolan again. Hegedus, 2 plays in a row. Saves the bacon of Queensland.
Yeah, Simbolan's so good on his feet there. Queensland, they're just hanging in there. They're such a resilient team, and they come marching down the field here again. I think much of the story's been around Chris Lennon, but Queensland, they've just been able to stick with New South Wales, haven't they? Always within 1 or 2. New South Wales have not been able to put the game to bed.
And with 4 minutes on the clock and good field position here, Queensland, every chance of once more forcing that grandstand finish. Can they level terms here? Russell, back for Norman. Russell again. Great play there from Squires. A very important touch. Queensland will retain possession, though. The clock keeps ticking down. 3.5 to go. Russell restarting things. Norman through the middle. Cox is out there. The big guns on deck. Short pass here for Russell. Russell still navigating. Jones there to meet him.
Yeah, good defence there from Jones and Simbolan. They've got their hands full here. Queensland can smell a bit of a comeback. They're a good chance.
Now Jacob Hall straightening up, trying to squeeze all the way through, doing more than trying to do so. He completes the task, and Jacob Hall level scores here, 5 apiece with 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, New South Wales needed to handle that a bit better. We've been talking about it the whole game. When Queensland go direct, they get results. A quick pass from the ground, an easy step back. The Blues have got to be there. They have to read what's working and what's not working. They weren't able to come up with it there. And just like that, the Maroons, they will not go away, James.
Good response here as well from Coach Carly Banks. Chris Lennon out there. So too Edwards. That was the combination that produced a result last time New South Wales was down this end. Last one brought up now, though. 2.5 to go. Lennon wrapping around. They'll simply kill it away from the Queensland box. Could they once more produce one of these Queensland-esque last-minute comeback victories? Hegedus wrapping around. Good metres here for the Maroons. Up towards halfway now. Hegedus will stay on the field momentarily. Norman turns it back on the inside. Nice roll on here for the Maroons. Quick release again for Brad Russell. He's been big in this match. Now Moffat. Moffat looking to bomb it long. Bazuna stepped up in the channel. It's hit the head, it looks like, but they'll say play that.
Yeah, probably a little bit lucky for Queensland to get that one. Let's see if they can take advantage of that call. Could have gone either way, to be fair. And New South Wales definitely on the rack.
It's an energised crowd as well. Played quickly from Benbow. Oh, and once again, a terrific read from Squires. That's the second try he's saved in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I think he's saving the tries to keep New South Wales in it, but he's getting penalised for being offside. But I think he's sort of hedging his bets, having a bit of a gamble. Let's see, here comes a sweep around the back. No, haven't run it. Change up.
Just over a minute remaining. That's 2 now. Squires, of course, was pinged for the previous one. This time, Bazunas. So 5 all the score. We are currently heading for a drop-off. If Queensland are smart, though, they'll simply work for that numerical advantage. One more penalty, and then they can probably put things to bed.
I think so. Russell, Moffat, Norman, they've been huge here. The game's here right now.
Cox goes forward. They're offside, New South Wales. It's play through. Queensland, how many times have we seen it? They steal it at the death. They haven't led at any point. 6-5 the score. And New South Wales will have one final set to try and launch a comeback here. They're arguing the point, but they've just got to get on with things.
I'm not sure. It looked like he called the middle off, but the touch was made from Osborne at link. So probably a lucky one for Queensland. Probably a lucky one. We'd have to check it on the replay. It's hard to see. Maybe a 50-50, but definitely Osborne at link was calling the touch, and he was standing a good metre or two off the line. So Queensland taking the opportunity handed to them, and we look like we're headed to a game 3.
Last chance here for New South Wales. They've got to take the touch and then go. Simbolan will try and do it himself. Did he get there, Simbolan? Barnes is claiming it. They'll have a little conference here, the referees. If it's confirmed, we're going to a drop-off. And they'll call it for Queensland, so they'll say the touch is made.
Great call there from Calabria. I like that he walked across and spoke to Baggio when the link was making the touch. I guess what our Blues fans would be thinking is, why didn't we do that down the other end when the link was calling the touch? So, but these are the things that go the 50-50s. I don't think can go either way. New South Wales weren't able to put the game to bed. They weren't able to make the adjustments. Queensland did straighten themselves up, run in at offside players, and in the end they get the result, and it's a big game 3. What time's that at? Can I strap myself in and get ready?
Well, that's how we're going to close out day 2 here. It's the final match of this brilliant State of Origin series for 2025. The Men's Open decider will be at 5:10 p.m. Another cracking fixture here, and up next we move to the Women's 20 division. It is a decider between New South Wales and Queensland. All the action in just a moment here on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. Wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do.
G'day, Jason Sandon sideline here with Corey Russell. How does it feel? Got to a game 3. How does it feel in the camp?
Yeah, oh man, that was a tough one. Poor old Flinny Kelso, he's done his knee, so he'll have to get that checked. And so that was early on in the first half. So far out to dig deep like that, one player down and down by 2 at half time. I think we really shown our true colours as a team, and we're proud of the boys to fight back. But in the same sense, the job's not done. We've got to decide it tonight, and the fans get what they want, and we get what we want. We get to play the best touch in the world in a game 3 decider. So
yeah, all the best players out there. One of the things that we noticed in the call was that when you tried to play with width, you didn't seem to get through New South Wales, and you seemed to adjust late in the game, knocking down the front door, diving between the middles, and it worked. Is that something you're talking about in the box or overnight, or how does that come out in terms of the tactics?
It's probably just more adjusting in game. We've sort of got game plans within the first sort of 10 minutes of the game to get a read on what they want to do, and then we can attack from our platforms of what they give us or what they show us in defence, and we can then run off that. So it's probably more just on the fly, yeah.
And there's so many momentum swings, as you mentioned, a little bit unlucky last night. I thought New South Wales had the momentum coming into this one. You were able to wrestle that back. So how are you feeling coming into game 3? I know you're one player down, but the energy would be good in the squad.
Yeah, well, again, 3-1 down at halftime. We wrestled it back to win by 1 on the siren, so it's only going to boost us with confidence. But yeah, New South Wales are going to bring their best tonight, and we're going to have to do the same thing. So again, looking forward to tonight. It should be a fair showdown. Yeah,
well, you had a great game there. All the best for game 3. We're so excited. So hopefully you tuned in, hang around with us. I think it's 5:20. All the best for the Maroons for game 3.
Awesome, cheers, mate. Hopefully we win a penalty count.
Are you okay? If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't on Macca, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning, not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, run around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the nearly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a good meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so I know.
It's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now, so I just play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it, so it's good to be here.
I've got to ask, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls Opens Bulldogs team, and it's the only time you'll ever see me in a Bulldogs shirt, but I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for them, but Sharky's through and through.
Still young, and
Well, we are into deciders now. Game 3, and every single game that you'll see for the remainder of this afternoon is a deciders. Both 20s, mixed open, women's open, and the men's Queensland just getting it done to send Game 3 into a decider as well. Scott McAllister and Gab Rose with you for women's 20s. First decider on the line. Let's see who's going to take out the Women's 20 series for 2025.
What an amazing morning of touch footy we've seen. As we see on the screen now, Pete Norman with young son Koa. They got the win in Game 2. He's woken up. I saw Koa earlier this morning. He's got a big smile on the face. He slept through Mum's game where she won for New South Wales. But well and truly awake now. Queensland jersey on. Nana and legend Kerry Norman in the background there as well. But as we head onto the field now, series decider. Queensland took the first game 7-4 last night in a bizarre game. It was a bit of a period of time, Scotty, where Queensland just got the ascendancy in that 3 or 4 minute period. Yeah, and New South Wales hit back in Game 2. Really tough contest for them. 3-2, lowest scoring in that game, but they just held in and fought for everything. New South Wales to take the victory in Game 2, sends it to a decider here for Game 3. New South Wales, they're going for their 4th straight Women's 20s title. Queensland haven't had the Women's 20s trophy since 2016. The State of Origin series back in Tempe in Sydney. The referee is signal for us to get underway. 40 minutes separates these two teams from claiming the State of Origin series in the Women's 20s for 2025. Let's see how it gets underway. Queensland with the tap off. Caitlin Teakle has been great in the first 2 games for Queensland. As is Ellum now, picks up wisely, holds it. Comes back now to Murphy in the middle. Now Murphy feeds it back to Ellum, ripping it across and comes off the legs there of Ava Simpson. Yeah, well defended there by Ava Simpson. She came up into the channel and was right on her. Oh, as we see a massive knock there. We spoke yesterday, Ava Jones got knocked down. We know she plays rugby league. She's straight back up. That will not bother her one little bit. Yeah, they're targeting poor Ava Jones with some solid contact. But like you said, she just pops straight back up to the feet and carries on. It's New South Wales off the back of the penalty with Forster. Nice little pop out to Bowery. As Chippendale now will get herself into half. Looping ball in behind, but it does take a deflection off Queensland. Yeah, they've got 6 to go here, New South Wales. And it was a relatively good set. They're down on the line. They've got a repeat set. And here they've got Coco Masters just went off the field. She's straight back on, so they'll have a set play here. You've got Chippendale, Bowery, Masters, Van der Rijden out there. So plenty of strike power. Queensland will have to defend hard to stop a try here. Masters diving into the line, ball out in front. Queensland make the touch. They come back in field. Van der Rijden will play it. Chippendale off the right foot, steps into Queensland defence. And again, we're seeing from Queensland a really compressed defence. New South Wales might have to try and go over the top and rip one of those long balls out wide. Last touch of the set. Out to Masters. And Queensland slide across to make the touch. They'll be happy with that set, Queensland. Really strong defensive. As we know, defence wins games, and they've started strongly there. They're under the pump, but came up trumps for their team. Our 3 referees, Lachlan Carey, Cody Reynolds and Savannah Draper. Officiating here in Game 3 of the Women's 20s. Here's Nicola. Come back towards it now. Had a bit of space on the right to work with. Ball goes over the sideline. A penalty to New South Wales there, right on halfway. You're going to see Nina Van der Rijden take the tap there for her team. Good defensive set by New South Wales. They drew an error as we see them shifting straight away. And Scotty, we saw in Game 2, New South Wales had to adjust the way they went into the box and out of the box and play a little bit more direct as we see a very flat pass there by New South Wales. It's called play on by the referees. Now they look to punch forward with Jones into the last. They had all numbers on the right, but now holding and getting behind New South Wales, Queensland defence, I should say. It is the Blues who will score first in the corner with Simpson. And it was lovely, just pick up and go from half from Berryman. Very famous name in the world of touch footy, Berryman. And you see here, she's so dangerous. Skips off the right, gets behind the line, waits patiently. And Ava Simpson did a very good job there. Watch again.
Just gliding through is Talia Berryman, and she's taken her team out to a 1-0 lead early in this deciding match.
It's great work, like you said, off the ball there from Ava Simpson to come in and then push off and get away from the Queensland defence into space. First try for New South Wales. Now Nicola, lovely ball, just holds up in the breeze momentarily. Gives a chance for Ellie Wilson to get across to make the touch. Now last one of the set, outside the 7. Ellen rips out in front, and it has come out of the hands forward. Julie Neal, almost returning serve there for Queensland.
And as we've seen in the first 2 games of the series, Kate Ellum, the number 7 for Queensland, she's an attacking weapon for her team. But you saw in defence Coco Masters for New South Wales in the white cap there, pushing forward in defence and now doing her job in attack before she goes off the field. So she'll be instrumental in New South Wales' deciding match this afternoon.
Forster on the last touch. It's Bowery. There's nothing to work with. Queensland will restart their set here on the New South Wales logo. Work their way now to their 10-metre line. Nicola links up with Neal. Here's Chloe. She has to go back to the mark after the contact was made. Pia Murphy scrambling, has fast feet. Chippendale's down. They've got only 5 players in the defensive line at the moment. Now they capitalise Queensland with Smith, who looks for the support on the outside, but that is huge scramble defence. Can't get there in time. Van Redden was claiming the touch. Queensland with Caitlin Teakle get across to get their first on the board.
And you see Sophie Smith, there was 5, as we said. Chippendale was down in the line. She slipped over when affecting the touch. And Sophie Smith there just took off. Again, waited patiently. Great off the ball work by Teakle. And you're right, the New South Wales player dived to try and get it, but Smith, really great job here. Teakle, beautiful put down. We are all locked up in the series decider, Scotty.
Now New South Wales looking to hit straight back here from the restart. Berryman, who's got the hot hand early doors, set up the first try. They come back towards her in the midfield now. She plays it, steps back, has a look up, ball out in front of Simpson, who does a fantastic job. While the combination set their first try up, they go back to the well. Berryman to Simpson, second try on the board.
Same combination, but very different way to score a try. Watch the skills here. You said Berryman had the hot hand. She tried one way. Oh, beautiful pass, right to left, and an equally good put down by Ava Simpson. You've got a double in the series decider. New South Wales take a narrow lead, 2 tries to 1. That's a beautiful pass.
And it's great wing line as well, of coming from outside into space. And the ball just hit the right point at the right time for Simpson to get across the line as Queensland flat ball from half. The rest have picked it up.
And for many of these young ladies, Scott, this will be the biggest game they've played in. Often they play in tournaments where there's 1 grand final. It's pretty much like 3 grand finals over 2 days here, as we see an early shift, and Ava Simpson can run if she gets some space. But for many of them, there'll be early nerves and they'll settle into the game. But they're doing a great job so far.
These Masters bringing them back through the middle of the field. Mitchell cooks the solid shot. Ellum involved. Again, they're being physical here, Queensland, and too physical for the referee's liking. Penalty given.
Yeah, so it'll be Stubbs there, and Stubbs had a really good series for her team here, just taking the ball forward. She's working with Alice Mitchell, who hasn't seen much of game time yet, but down this end of the field, you'll watch her shine. Working with Bowery, seeing what they can get the defence to do.
Ooh, and having a grab at that one, and probably, luckily, Evie Poulos did get her hands on the ball. Again, they were looking to pass out into space.
Yeah, Simpson could have been in for a hat-trick within the first 10 minutes, which you don't see often, but she's in the right spot at the right time as she goes to play the ball. Fresh set of 6 for her team.
Back into the middle. As Jones plays it, Bowery shows it, turns it back on the inside. 3 Queensland defenders there to make the touch.
And Caitlin Teakle on that occasion coming across. We just saw her score a try. Now she's saving him.
Now they've got some numbers on the right. Scrambling across was Atkins to make the touch. She thought they were getting the football back there, Olivia Atkins.
Another one who's had a good series for Queensland. Scored a few tries and again saving him. As we see Jones. Ball's going to say first discretion off New South Wales. So Queensland again strong defence.
Good first meters. As Queensland roll downfield, nice their way towards the halfway line. Pratt comes on and tries to link up with Chloe Nicola. Short ball off the hip. Goes behind Nicola.
It was brewing as a good set there for Queensland, but unfortunately the pass just didn't go to hand. New South Wales get the ball back bang on halfway, but again, this press defence by Queensland, they're so good at it. They just go all day, make it really hard to get any momentum.
Now James. Stubbs follows suit. Nice punch through the middle. Masters shows it one way. Chippendale comes back across over the top. Well, Simpson, we made mention of it, getting a hat-trick within 10 minutes. She's done exactly that. What a start here for Ava Simpson. What a start for New South Wales.
Another excellent try here. It was Chippendale you'll see on the field here. Went to go one way, propped it back in, beautiful double cutout. And again, Simpson's not easy tries to score. She's making hard job look easy. Excellent pass, beautiful put down, and a hat-trick in the first 10 minutes of this game. 3-1, New South Wales over Queensland.
Queensland will be looking to respond. Blues up by 2 at the moment. Ball out in front. Great job to hold on to it. Has gone forward. Lily Neal on screen out there in the left wing for Queensland.
New South Wales will be extremely happy with the start that they've been able to manufacture. They've been physical, and again, Scott, it's been their ability to be able to go forward off their line that's proving the difference, and the Queensland defence having to go backwards.
They're much cleaner in this game as well around their transition, aren't they, New South Wales?
Definitely.
Haven't seen that defensive pressure that we saw from Queensland in Game 2. Mitchell across field. And we'll try to skip on the outside. Touch made there on Lily Clark.
And what that's doing, Scott, is it's then unlocking the strike power of your Chippendales, obviously your Alice Mitchells, your Talia Berryman, who set up a couple of great tries, but it's on the back of those foundations set by the people just driving it forward, getting them into some good ball position.
Changes now for Queensland. Teakle back on the park. Here's Tess Notley. Skipping back through the middle. Sees a little bit of space there, does Notley. Charlie Nicola will receive it back. Nicola looking to skip through New South Wales defence. They make the touch. It's always danger signs. Charlie's got the ball in 2 hands.
Yeah, we know she can run, also can pass as well. So it was looking dangerous there, but well defended by New South Wales. Just see them heading straight across. But again, it's not so lateral. They're dropping it back inside, getting some forward momentum as they come onto the field.
It's just the ever such a slight change that you have to make.
Ava Jones again.
She's just a battering ram out there at the moment. Poor old Jones, and here she goes. All their numbers, they've got to throw the footy over the sideline.
Lucky she's come from a game of rugby league because she's just bouncing down and back up. But, yeah, she's copping a bit of a battering at the moment, young Ava.
Queensland tap on their 10-metre line. Nicola. Now Elam. Oh, loose ball. Again, it's that mindset where it's just the first thought is to try and get it to the sideline so we can get those replacement players on. You've got to earn that right first. Progressive football down.
Queensland were definitely a little bit lateral there as we see a little pop pass out to Bowery. She's down here for Jones and working with McCarthy.
This is a big opportunity here for New South Wales. Can they go up by 3? McCarthy, right foot. The defence coming from the inside with Evie Clarkson.
And a touch that needed to be made there by Clarkson.
And they shut down the set. Queensland will be looking to be cleaner this time around. They automatically come down their right-hand side of the field.
And they're trying to get their fresh legs on, but New South Wales are doing a good job. That's a better run by Queensland in Atkins.
Waters follows suit. Murphy, Smith. She's already sliced them up once. She's going to do it again here. Sophie Smith, again, just looking for that support play back on the inside. They make the contact this time around. Desperation defence. Ava Jones, who else?
And you're right, Scotty. Smith has been the one able to glide through pretty much in exactly the same spot she did earlier. But New South Wales have to be wary for that as we see the replay here. slides through, waiting for a player, and it took a full-length dive. Oh, that must have been close to ball down, Scotty, on the replay.
It's pretty close. The referee's had a good look at it, particularly the sideline over on the far side. As they touch to New South Wales, they maintain that 2-try advantage here in Game 3. Series on the line. New South Wales now with Masters, daring Queensland to come up. And they do make the contact now. Chippendale skips, jumps, almost creates space. Does get the opportunity for a penalty.
So the referee there was saying you've got to move forward or you weren't onside before you can go up. So Masters was playing with them before. She's got another set of 6 here, and she'll be working with Stubbs, Van der Ridden and Chippendale.
They look to go short side early. Van der Ridden will come back and play it on the 7-metre line.
Well defended there. They're going for a little short side quickie there, like a touch on the link, a punish. Queensland were up to the task.
Here's Chippendale. He just hasn't really had too many opportunities with ball in hand so far here in the first half.
It'll be interesting to see, Scotty, if they come back to where they've had great success down here on the left-hand side.
Now Masters. And they'll finish it, but again, another penalty late in the count. And that'll be disappointing, I think, to the coaching staff for Queensland, the head coach, Paul Cobham, because they look like they're in control defensively on their line and just giving away cheap penalties at the moment.
Really had been defending well, but Coco Masters is just drawing these penalties out as we see Mitchell there take on a short side. As we said, they've had a lot of success down here. Ava Simpson might be looking for a 4th in the first half. You wouldn't see that too often.
Now as we get within 5 minutes left here in the first, New South Wales looking to go up by 3, and they will with Chippendale, where we said she hadn't had too many opportunities to inject that way. That time, beautiful little ball back on the inside to Jones. New South Wales are starting to stretch.
Perfectly executed play there by Zali Chippendale. So last time she went long, so the defence had to stay wide a little bit, and there you just see, drops it back in short. Ava Jones gets a try. We haven't seen this in the series yet, Scotty, that New South Wales up by 3 tries.
It is probably the biggest margin so far that we've seen across all 3 games thus far. And it's in favour of New South Wales, looking for their 4th straight in the women's 20s. It's going to take some sort of fight back for Queensland. Play-on's the call. This will help them get on their way. Players offside for New South Wales. McCarthy caught back from the referees. Queensland hit back through Charlie Nicola.
Yeah, an unusual try there, because McCarthy looked like she actually rolled an ankle as well in the... trying to make the touch. We'll see the replay. Drops it back inside. He's caught a play through. And so Nicola, like all good players do, listening to the referee and goes straight through. Yeah, definitely a little roll of the ankle there by McCarthy. Hopefully she's okay. Queensland back in the game. 4-2, 4 minutes shy of half-time.
A bit of double pain there for McCarthy coming up, being offside, and yeah, clearly rolling that ankle. Can see that she's getting some medical attention on the far side of the field at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that and see whether she can get back out on the field now as New South Wales with a beautiful little stutter there from Alice Mitchell. Right when Queensland are trying to scratch their way back into the game, that was just individual brilliance there from Mitchell.
Excellent work by Mitchell here. So she goes through on the splitter. She feigns to go wide out to Bowery, goes straight through the middle. She hasn't had too many opportunities, but she makes that one count there. Gives her team the 3-try buffer again.
Continuing to be in control, New South Wales under 3 now. Queensland looping ball over the top, down at the bootlaces there, P. Murphy.
And this defensive structure of New South Wales is frustrating the Queenslanders a little bit at this point. They're getting up and in their face, and again driving forward. Queensland are rolling backwards at the back end of this set.
Now caught in possession half. Marissa Stubbs.
Yeah, good touch there by Pia Murphy. They'll get 1, potentially 2 more opportunities before the halftime hooter, Queensland. Now they'll be wanting to capitalise for a beautiful break there going forward, and that was Zoe Waters.
Yeah, this is a big set here for Queensland. Tess Notley will play it on the last. Nicola picks up, comes off the right foot, goes short ball back to Notley, but great defence.
Yeah, excellent defence by Alice Mitchell there. Queensland looking very dangerous coming through there in Nicola. but Alice Mitchell said, not on my watch.
It's an important moment now. Mitchell just getting the ball away. No, they'll come back. So a minute and a half just over before the halftime break. Queensland down by 3 at the moment. If they can get one here before the break, get that margin back down to 2, it is a completely different feeling. 2 tries towards 3. They'll definitely feel like they're still within a chance of this game. And Nicola, New South Wales get back onside to make the touch.
Yeah, they've got just over a minute here, Queensland, and they've got Notley and the Nicola sisters, and they'll be scheming together to see if they can get the gap back to 2 as they head into halftime. And you're right, Scotty, they'll take some momentum if they can.
Nicola looking for options and can't find one. Tika was punching from outside in, and the ball couldn't get across to Lily Neal.
For New South Wales this set, Scotty, they'll be looking just to see the half out. There's about 45 seconds left. They won't want to make an error. They want to drop it deep into Queensland's half. As we see an error there, unfortunately, wasn't ready for the inside pass there, Ellie Wilson from Masters, and it's just opened the door slightly with 30 seconds to go.
It's a flat start, though, for Queensland. They've picked up no metres on the first 2 touches. They are in position to get those replacement players on. 25 seconds left to go. Ellam's dancing around at the moment. And they've burned a few touches so far, and they're going to make another change here on the last touch. Ellam just slings it out towards Neal, and they drop the pill. And that was a missed opportunity for Queensland, as they were still trying to get those replacement players on. New South Wales will take one hit up forward, and the hooter will sound in the background. One last touch. And they'll head over to the sideline with a 3-try lead going into the second half. It's in favour here of New South Wales so far.
Yeah, it's been a great half for New South Wales, but you can never write Queensland off. We know how much ability they've got. They've got so much strike power and speed and fitness. But at this point, New South Wales have got all the cards in their hand, and we'll see what happened in the second half. But it's New South Wales 5 beating Queensland 2 in the women's 20s decider.
And it's going to take some sort of effort here for Queensland to try and get back into this and claim the women's 20s series here at the State of Origin. We'll take a quick break. New South Wales in front 5-2 over Queensland.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your road don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You can start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully.
Well, the crowd is in. Getting a few refreshments by the look of it. The Soy Boys there, big Notley fan club. They've been up and about, and they were definitely up and about in the last men's open games. Queensland taking it to a decider. And New South Wales here in the women's 20s are one step away from potentially claiming another series. They're in front by 3. It's a handy margin, but it's not quite a comfortable margin for them yet, Gab.
No, 3 tries ahead on the scoreboard. They'll be looking to strike again early, New South Wales, and really put the doubt in the minds of the Queenslanders. But as we said before the halftime break, the Queenslanders, so much talent. There's plenty more tries in this game.
New South Wales do have the footy first and will score first set here in the second half. This does set up a bit of a different ball game now as Alice Mitchell goes across for another try.
And Coco Masters, you'll see here on the replay, it looked like everyone knew what she was going to do. She went to go wide. She waited. Beautiful catch by Alice Mitchell. She's come into her own at the back out part of this game. You can see there.
It was coming. It was coming. Her body and it was facing in. She just waited for her support player to eventually get there. And sometimes defensively you can see it coming, but if you're out of position, there's nothing you can do to stop it, and that was the case there. As New South Wales score first, 6-2 now. Queensland right up against it. Notley.
And we know they've got it in them. We saw yesterday's in the first game. There was 3 tries within a space of about 3 minutes. So, as we see, an opportunity there for Queensland in Zoe Waters, but defended well by New South Wales. We know that they have try-scoring ability there. As we see Notley take off, drops it back inside. Well handled there by New South Wales in Ava Jones.
Kate Ellum will come back to the 7-metre line to play it. As Ellum almost gets away. There's a diving effort from Masters again.
Ellum's looking likely every time she's got the ball. She's so dangerous. But a penalty there. It was a good touch by Masters. And as we see again, New South Wales going forward first before they go lateral, Scotty.
And we all remember that intercept in game 1. The scores were locked up at the time. Kate Ellum took the intercept and changed the game for Queensland. Someone's going to have to step up for them now. Solid contact to get the football back. Good intention here from Queensland.
And unfortunately for Barry, she slipped a few times in this series in key positions. We know how talented she is, but Queensland have done their homework on her at this point and making it hard for her to get into the game.
Now Clarkson will show and go, got through the defensive line once. So the overall standings for Origin as it is, we're still with Queensland 5 series locked up, New South Wales 2. We've got a whole bunch of divisions happening right now. So after this time slot, we'll have a good indication of where things sit at the overall Shield standings here in the state of Origin. New South Wales might be getting one more of those series victories, swing back towards the blue state.
It's a bit like what you see in an election where you're going blue, you're going red. Last night it was all maroon, but this morning there's been a bit of a turn. As we see a turn here, it's going to be a turnover from Queensland to New South Wales, and plenty of those divisions still hang in the balance, Scotty, and that's what we like to see. That's why the tournament evenly matched and just great to be watching.
Yeah, so many of those games taken to deciders. So New South Wales definitely having probably the better out of the 2 states across all divisions here at the State of Origin in Game 2. As we wait for results to come through. As we mentioned, 2002 was the last time Queensland held the Shield. And it's all divisions from 20s Opens up to men's 60s that are in contention for the overall State of Origin Championship as a repeat set comes now for New South Wales.
So we saw early in the match New South Wales were getting some joy out wide with Ava Simpson, but now the Queensland defenders had to spread a little bit to cover these long balls, so New South Wales are now playing short. So it's interesting the games you play to try and condition the defence.
And ball's going to come back to Queensland here. Forward pass, missed opportunity for New South Wales. Chloe Nicola. Now Pratt Solid contact. Grabs at the collarbone. Waters on. Murphy will receive it. Kicks away through the middle. Sophie Smith, probably the best player on the field for Queensland in the first half. Can't connect up.
Yeah, definitely Sophie Smith for Queensland's been the one that's making a difference for her team here. But they'll be looking this second half for the Nicola sisters, Olivia Atkins, Tess Notley, to see if they can slice through and get back into this game for Queensland.
Now the Blues bring it back through the midfield. Looking to set up for Chippendale from half. Who picks up, plays out the back. Nice work from Atkins outside in. Forces the touch and pass. Read that beautifully.
Yeah, Atkins definitely read that really well there for her team and snuffed out any opportunities. We see a roll ball error. Queensland hands are in there. The crowd's not happy. But one of those 50-50 decisions, and sometimes when the game's not going your way, those 50-50 decisions never seem to come your way.
I think the crowd's not happy because there is definitely a split in the grandstand. Queensland to the right in front of us and New South Wales down the end. They don't even want to mix in the grandstands, these New South Welshmen and Queenslanders. They're arch enemies everywhere here in Coffs Harbour as Mitchell has already scored here in the second half, was looking for offside players.
She's claiming that she got held back in the touch there, Mitchell, but she's loving that little patch of grass right where we are now. She'll work here with Bowery.
They've got a great combination, and they link up yet again for more points here for New South Wales. Again, you felt like it was on the cusp, and Mitchell goes across for another try.
They've been working well together, and it's Bowery to Mitchell, as you'll see on the replay here. Great little deft pass by Bowery. So Mitchell makes the touch. Bowery goes right, just drops it back left. She just knew where she was going to be. Excellent work, Tynese. Well done, Alice Mitchell. You've got a hat-trick already with plenty of time to spare, but it takes the lead out, Scotty, more importantly, 7-2 in the series decider.
Third try for Alice Mitchell, and it was great work off the ball. She just really drew out Marie and cut back in nicely as Queensland. Great hands from Lily Neal. That is a winger's finish. A lovely ball as well. Queensland continued just to give themselves a slight chance.
We saw in the first half, Ava Simpson score some beautiful tries out here. And then you see Nicola rip a beautiful ball to Lily Neal. Full-length dive. That double cutout out to the winger, giving them work to do. And what an amazing job all these young wingers are doing for both their teams. 7-3, back in the ball game as we see a little halt-in play back live. Beautiful pass by Nicola. Lily Neal, well done. 7-3, New South Wales over Queensland. This game is not done yet, Scotty.
I love that early release as well, with defenders still making their way back. Couple of steps, rip, go straight away. And a beautiful finish from Neal in the corner. Still 4 tries, but time on the clock. Defence has got to be key here for Queensland. I almost feel like they can't afford to let New South Wales score any more points. They've got one more touch to make in this set. New South Wales throw it over. So a little tick in the box there for Queensland.
There's definitely still time for Queensland. There's still 12 minutes to go. We'll see a beautiful run up there and down the sideline. Oof.
Yeah, Poulos with some space to work with. Nice work from Clarkson. That was a footballer's play there. Going down New South Wales' side. Here she is again, Clarkson, ball in hand, going laterally across though. As Queensland make 3 changes. Neal gets them going forward. Allows those replacements to flow in behind the play the ball. Nice little pop-out play. Sophie Smith shows and goes, and there's a big touch there.
Yeah, Smith looked like she was going to pass out wide. It looked like Ellum outsider. Couldn't quite get the ball. Decided to have a crack herself and nearly went through.
And they can't come up with a play on the last touch of the set. Better though from Queensland. Again, coming off the back of points. As New South Wales shift early.
And this is better defence by Queensland. You can see here they're making it difficult for New South Wales, and that's the first time we haven't seen it much in this game. New South Wales have been tracking the ball down well, but here Queensland are desperate and they're responding at the moment.
Final touch of the set. Oh. Bump ball, lovely from Masters, and did take a deflection there off Ellum. I think it might have come off the head. They'll come back for a forward pass first.
But I like that play from New South Wales. Bit of a trick play on the last one. Simple wraparound, and they're going to make metres or end it over in the other side of the field.
I think it was a similar play that we saw them run in game 2. Came up with points on that occasion. Went back to it there. Notley, the fast feet. Nicola out. Ooh, this time was just a little bit harder to take. A little bit lower for Lily Neal. She had a good crack at it though. Almost reeled it back in. Another half a little chance there for Queensland. Under 10 to go now. Still time on the clock.
Yeah, definitely still time, but they're going to need to ice those opportunities. It was beautifully set up, and now I have no doubt they'll come back down that corner again in the next few minutes.
Berryman pops out. Chippendale turns it back on the inside, forces down on the ground again, and gets the penalty. It might have even been Ellie Wilson. No, it is Fawcett, my apologies.
Yeah, it's Ava Jones there. Got knocked again, but she's back up. Penalty to New South Wales was given. Fresh set of 6, and Queensland cannot let them score here.
Of course, Jones got her name wrong 2 times. I'm trying to correct myself. Still getting it wrong. Apologies to Ava. New South Wales here with Jones. Out to Berryman. Back in. Zali sweeping. Has a look. Ball out in front. That early release again. And nobody at home for Queensland. And Wilson in the corner. New South Wales just continue to get points on the board.
Beautifully executed try there by New South Wales. You see Chippendale come round on the sweep. Berryman takes a few steps. Cut out pass. Ellie Wilson, who's had a great series, takes it out to 8-3. Is that the try that seals the series? What have Queensland got in response? They need 5 tries in the next 9 minutes to stay in this game, Scotty.
This will have to take something pretty extraordinary for Queensland. Tackle right back on the inside, but they'll come back for the previous play. Forward pass, unfortunate. Looked like they were going to squeak through there, Queensland.
Pressure definitely building now as we see.
What's
I
happened
do
here?
not know what is going on there. Someone's playing it, someone's tapping it. Queensland racing forward, and here's an opportunity. I'm going to call it now, Scotty. They need to score in this set.
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, completely falling apart there for New South Wales. And look, it was a penalty that was coming. I think there was contact made with the foot to tap it and start. They rolled it. Queensland came up out of the defensive line. Now they shift and come back. Oh, no, the one option you didn't want to hit, it was Simpson there. Short ball into the link, probably would have been on. If they could get it over the top, they would have scored in the corner as well.
Well defended by New South Wales. They just need to hold on to the ball every time they've got it, take the ball down the other end of the field and say to Queensland, do your best from your own end. As we see a great run by Barry.
Now McCarthy slices them up. Well, we saw her take a knock in the first half, and that may have been the first time she's come back out onto the field. Running freely and scoring more tries here for the Blues.
Beautiful run there by McCarthy, but on the back of a go forward by Tyneese Barry. You see there the dump, gets it out to Forster, shapes to go left. McCarthy, I'll do it myself. It's now 9-3. I did not see this coming, Scotty, not at all.
Yeah, not in a decider. Absolutely, but what a response it's been from New South Wales. Queensland won Game 1. We've been talking about it throughout the whole weekend, how important winning Game 1 is in the history of Origin. Usually the team that wins Game 1 statistically takes out the series, as we see Smith again slicing them through. This time she connects up. They found it really hard to stop Sophie Smith throughout this game. Queensland again with more points. And New South Wales, like we mentioned, potentially coming back from a losing Game 1, winning the next 2 games. They're definitely well on the way.
You can see there Sophie Smith. She's definitely Queensland's best in this 3rd game. Slices through again. And what I like most about it is she doesn't panic. Waits patiently. Looks for a maroon jersey, and Pia Murphy right on the spot there. It's 9-4 now. 6 minutes to go. Is there a miracle on the card, Scotty?
Still time. We keep saying that, but there is still a chunk of time. They can't leak any more points, but New South Wales' attack has been top-notch. Not so much in this set, though.
Definite forward pass there by Coco Masters. She was looking for that inside ball, but unfortunately her partner in crime had run past her. Nothing else to do but throw it in hope. As we see, speaking of hope, we've got a gap down here. We've got Neil back into Nicola. Nicola's racing off for the prize, and they're in again. Claiming the touch, New South Wales. It'll be interesting to see. Great touch.
Wow.
Is that Ellie Wilson out there?
Ellie Wilson. Unbelievable. Hey, Queensland with the shift down their right sideline. Take a look at the replay. Nice work here from Neil. Gets it back inside. Now Nicola puts the foot down. Look at this chase here from Wilson. Chasing. Gets her on the boots.
And Ellie Wilson had come from a long way behind. She'd gone up to make the touch before the shift happened. So we see now back to live play. A drop ball, but you're winning by 5 tries. 5 minutes to go and you're still chasing like that. How good. Well done, Ellie Wilson.
With all the tries that they've scored in the performance, it's moments like that that will really stand out, particularly from the New South Wales coaching box. That's an origin play right there. You know, you're in a comfortable position, like you said. Didn't give up on the play, and Wilson made a huge play there in defence. It's now Masters. Rolls New South Wales downfield again. Jones comes across field. Chippendale from half. Threads it behind. Queensland claiming the touch. New South Wales get it down first. Their 10th try of this game 3. What a performance it's been.
We're going to say it's 10-4, big buddy, and if it wasn't the series before, it certainly is now. And again on the back of a dry forward by Van der Ridden. Jones takes the dump. Zali Chippendale takes a few steps off the right, finds the perfect pass in Nina Van der Ridden from the Manly club, and that's the series to New South Wales.
What a performance it's been here in Game 3. Queensland will continue to fight. Caitlin Teakle can get on the outside. They can hold their heads up pretty high, Queensland. Just beaten by a stronger outfit over the last 2 games today. What a fight back from New South Wales. After dropping Game 1, they continue this streak that's been working for so long now in the women's 20s division. A lot of those players, obviously in the 20s, will move on. They'll go up to mixed, they'll go up to women's open, but they must be doing something right in New South Wales around this women's 20s program.
Yeah, the Pathways programs, and you look over in the coaching box, we go for Tiara Paki, Joel Begnall, Melissa Mitchell, all very experienced coaches. We said coaches from both sides, right across states. They're putting our game in good stead with training, the coaching they're doing with these young players. We see an error there. We haven't seen many errors from New South Wales. Queensland will get another opportunity. They'll want to get another try or 2 on the board in this final 3 minutes, Scotty, because they've had some superstars of this game as well. You see Teakle there, stuck down the sideline, and she's going to get a try like a thief in the night.
Yeah, well, we saw her do that in Game 1 it was. Streaking away from New South Wales, lightning quick. Half a chance, she'll take it. She just plays footy, just has a look what's in front.
Yeah, used the ref well there. She kind of ran outside the referee. What can I do there? Full-length dive from Wilson, who's had some amazing touches in this series. But Teakle, well done. Never give up attitude, which we expect from all Queensland players as well.
The men's 20s decided coming up next as well. Probably the division of the tournament so far. 2 games, both going to extra time. What are we going to get coming up in the decider, the men's 20s? Make sure you tune in for that. And then we go into the opens, all deciders this afternoon as well. Mixed open, women's open, and we'll finish off with the men's open after Queensland took Game 2.
And the beauty of men's 20s, Scotty, is you never know what you're going to get.
And that's been on show so far. Of course, that win in Game 1 from Queensland, down by 4 tries at half-time. They come back and win it. In Game 2, it's up and down, ebbs and flows. New South Wales level it up.
We've got a repeat set here for Queensland. They've got about a minute left on the clock. They'll be wanting to claw back the gap in this score if they can in the last set of 6. We see Clarkson. She's had a good game. Oh, ducking through. Well defended by Chippendale. They might draw a penalty out here, Queensland, if New South Wales don't move up off the line.
There was no contact made on Pratt. Nice ball.
Excellent.
In and away. Chloe Nicola Runs a lovely line. So they've been fighting right to the very death here, Queensland.
And they've got the last 2 tries in this series, Queensland. So see a nice little dump, beautiful pass there. Look like Lila Pratt to the captain in Nicola. Fake to go right, just came back left. Beautiful full-length dive.
Bring the margin back down to 4 tries. New South Wales with the hooter about to sound in the background. What a performance it has been. The ball will finish in Alice Mitchell's hands. 3 tries in Game 3 and New South Wales flood onto the field. They win the Women's 20s State of Origin Series for 2025.
Excellent Game 3 by New South Wales, but Queensland, you can see they're huddling together as well. Keep your heads up. You won Game 1. New South Wales came back today, played very well, changed their game plan, but a series win to New South Wales over Queensland in the Women's 20. Great performance by all players and coaches.
We'll head down on the sideline and soak up the atmosphere with the winners of the Women's 20s, the New South Wales team. Men's 20s decider coming up next. Plenty more action still to come here from Coffs Harbour.
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either, I think. The girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing the footy, I think is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, just all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are reading these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever
touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends, and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and we love.
As a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go River Stars!
Gab Rose here with one of the New South Wales Women's 20s series-winning superstars, Coco Masters. How does it feel to win a series?
It's incredible to know, like, we went down game 1 and then to come back double win today. It's just an amazing feeling, you know. Get around the girls, get around everyone. It was just awesome footy today.
Now, as you said, you lost last night, 7-4 to Queensland. You've turned it around today. What did the coaches say to you last night and again this morning?
It was just about grinding, you know. We had to last the full 40 minutes. You know, yesterday we were in the game for about 20 minutes and then after that we just let them get try and it just made us look silly. So staying in the grind, winning all the rucks and really completing our 1%ers, that was the biggest talk and biggest improvement today.
Yeah, excellent. And just personally, you had a great game today, all series, but particularly in Game 3. Now, I know multi-talented, and she's very humble, but just represented Australia A in rugby union. Also plays Lisa Fiola for the Roosters. Where does this victory line up against all your other sporting achievements?
I don't know what beats State of Origin footy. It was tough footy out there and it's just awesome to get the win, so it's definitely up there.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Your captain, Zali Chippendale, true supporter out the back there, and New South Wales win. Congratulations. Well done, Coco Masters.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, well done.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Welcome back to Coffs Harbour here for Day 2 of the 2025 Touch Football State of Origin Series. This could be the slot where Queensland officially claim the shield, and this match here in the men's 20s could go a long way to doing so. We do have a decider. It's been by far the tightest division of the tournament so far. Both games have been absolute crackers. The first one went to a drop-off. The second game, of course, New South Wales surviving a late effort from Queensland to claim it. We are so well set up for what should be a brilliant third match in this series. James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action. It's a hard one to pick, Stanto.
Yeah, both these games extra time, I think, from memory, the 20s, and both, red-hot teams. New South Wales probably came in as the favourites, but Queensland have definitely been able to match them in in all facets of play, in every moment in games 1 and 2. So you'd be a brave man to pick a winner in this one.
It was Maxwell Masters who was so clutch defensively for New South Wales at the end as Queensland were coming for them. Final little huddle here for the Maroons. They know what's on the line here, potentially the entire Shield. It hasn't been in Queensland for a very long time. 2002, the last time the Shield headed to the north of the border. The women's 20s have done their job for New South Wales. Currently, they're helping to keep the series alive. Now, by my count, it's 7 divisions to 3 in favour of Queensland. There's 3 live slots at the moment. It's this one right here, the men's 20s, the women's 35s, and the mixed seniors. So New South Wales need to win 2 of those 3.
How about we win all 3, and then we go 7-6? That'll be exciting, wouldn't it? Go the Blues.
Certainly would be. We're about to get underway here. First half of what's been a brilliant division so far. And New South Wales will get first use of the footy. Running from left to right. Masters in at acting half. Now Catalano. Back to Masters it goes quickly. Semple and then at speed. Wardrobe out the back for Masters. It's a fast start there from New South Wales, but an early error. Both teams will be desperate to get the early ascendancy in this one, Stanto.
Yeah, pretty good defence there. I think it was Prendergast leading from the front, and pretty good drive too. So Queensland out of the blocks nice. They've been able to repel the first New South Wales attack.
Long ball there attempted for Queensland. That one hits the deck. So this is what we expect from the 20s. They come out of the blocks flying. Takes a little while to start to see those passes sticking. All the gears getting worked through. But we've already seen 2 classic matches in this division as now Chloe takes it up down the sideline. Catalano in at acting half, and now good meters here from Walkerton. Always a strong driver. Tui scoops it up. Now Lagos, short pass. Oh, Tui, the little tip on, but the touch was there at the perfect time for Brown.
Yeah, good call there from Charlie Cheesley there in the middle. He's joined by Alec Clark and Lachlan Freshwater. You mentioned Logan Tui there. I think him and potentially Manus Lagos have been very dominant. I'd like to see the ball, more of the plays around them, because they've been, I think they've been very impactful when they've had chances, but maybe not enough chances for them.
Yeah, last match it was probably Wardrobe who really stood up for the Blues in this 20s outfit. Tui was so dominant on day one. Catalano has certainly had his moments as well, as now Ehlers brings it forward. There for Oscar Gray. Last one brought up. There's Wardrobe with a little bit of sleight of hand, nearly squeezing through was Ehlers, but score remains 0-0, 2 minutes gone.
Yeah, lots of options there. You mentioned Wardrobe, Ehlers. That's part of, I guess, the challenge for New South Wales. They've got to get that blending right, and we haven't even spoke about JP Catalano. Potentially could blow this game right open if he can find some form here.
So restarted here for Gray. Now Ehlers, Catalano, quick catch and pass. Out here for Wardrobe. Now 10 metres away from the try line. Ehlers coming up towards the 7. Now played quickly once again. Catalano bouncing around, wants a quick roll ball inside the 7. Quick release, there it is for Wardrobe. He just has to take it. Oh, has he dropped it? He has dropped it over the line. The first try goes begging for New South Wales.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't come back to bite the Blues. A great second phase play there from JP Catalano. He's really brought that into his game, those second phase options. It looks like the play's going to be over. Then there's another dump. You'll see it on the replay, ripping it from the ground, and Wardrobe just couldn't hold it. Unlucky, but Wardrobe will get plenty of chances to make up for it, no doubt.
It wasn't an easy one, but in the context of things, it was pretty easy for State of Origin, and we've seen Wardrobe complete some much more difficult assignments across the 2 days so far, as Catalano now brings it forward again, followed by Walkerton. Now Masters out there, scooped up on the last from Semple, plays it here for Walker, then shuffling it over the top, but the touch has already been affected by Queensland.
Yeah, I like the way Queensland, we often talk about the defence being able to, bend but not break. And that's what comes to mind when I look at this young Queensland team. They seem to be in trouble. That they're bending, but they don't break. They don't let them through. And they've done really well there. Matters quite strong there in defence on that occasion.
Good metres from Delaney. Picked up a double in the last encounter. They'll take off here with Jordan Bell, who splits them. Good opportunity for Queensland, and they will strike first. This time it's Sam Shepherd. Well, he was brilliant defensively in Game 2, but he gets them off to a flyer here in Game 3, the decider.
And how many times do we see that where they're resilient in defence and then when they get half a chance, they take it? I think it was Bell on that occasion, absolutely flying there. Just a straight 3-on-2 type scenario. He's dummy half, cannot score, but he's found the vacant player out wide there. I think it was Shepherd, and a great try to the Maroons.
So if you're just joining us for the first time here on KO Sports, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next, this has been such a hard-fought division as now Lagos gets very close. So Game 1 went to extra time. Queensland claimed it 9-8. Game 2, New South Wales just winning it in regulation 7-6. So very, very tight across the board. I should say, in fact, that it did go to extra time in the end. Queensland, of course, snagging a late try, and then victorious in the drop-off were New South Wales. So both of them have gone the distance and then some. And we are on track for another extra time finish here, the way things are unfolding inside the first 5. Last one here for Rolfe. Brings it forward, short pass for Matters. Matters is caught. There's the turnover. So New South Wales just starting to settle a touch more.
Yeah, it's great to see all of our young superstars here on show. You mentioned both games going to extra time. There's been a fair bit of buzz around the stadium. I was wandering around and people were saying 130. Don't forget the 20s 130. So these are the best of the best. They're putting on a real show here.
Ellers now takes off. Oh, just got that one wrong there, Ellers. Now, they're claiming a touch there from Gray. There was certainly a hand stuck out as to whether it touched the hand of the Blues player or got the ball. The referee will say it did indeed get the ball. So another set coming up here for the Blues.
Let's see what they can muster up here. So, again, we've been talking about it throughout the different commentary, the different ways to attack, lateral, sweeper, direct, quick play. Here's a splitter option, dummied. Long ball should be a try on the inside.
Oh, Medved, I think he's passed it forward. Yes, he has. Well, he just delayed it a touch and he didn't need to. He had the support there straight away for JP Catalano. Had he let it sing, it was a try for the Blues.
And it's as easy as that, isn't it? A couple missed opportunities for the Blues there. That one, Catalano, earlier Wardrobe. Queensland have had one chance for one try, and that's the difference between the two teams.
It's Queensland now again. Oh, great footwork from Bell. Got on the inside of Catalano. Masters was there quickly to shut it down, though. So one try to nil. Queensland still in the lead here. 6.5 minutes gone. It's hard to say who has had the better of the play, though. As you mentioned, that Queensland with one chance and they've taken it. New South Wales have created a couple, but it has still been very even, more generally. Now Tui takes off with a bit of speed. Tui's far too quick for them. He burns them on the inside. We've been waiting for Logan to inject himself in the contest, and there it is.
You just need to get the ball in the hands of these two youngsters in the middle. Lagos and Tui. Look at the service from Lagos. Rips it straight off the ground. And Tui with the ball in two hands. They thought he was going to pass it. It looked like he was running into that 3-on-2 overlap. But Tui has him in two minds and just clean pair of heels for the try. We're locked up at 1-1.
So about 7.5 minutes gone here. Still a good chance for Queensland on this left-hand side. They'll split them now, looking to link up and finding support right in the nick of time. They'll squeeze it in. The referees will confer here, but I think we're about to see a second try for Queensland.
I thought he might have gone over the sideline.
Oh, yeah, hang on. Well, they're coming back to the middle, so there must have been an earlier indiscretion from New South Wales.
I think we haven't got a replay there. I think he might have gone over the sideline, so they've gone back to the... So it would have been plain advantage for Queensland. They've gone back to the penalty. New South Wales with their hands full here.
Moore. Now for Deakin. Hasn't he been brilliant on day two? Back to Moore again, bouncing around. Good touch made through the middle. Ellers was there. So back to the 7 for Matt Moore. That's been the damaging trio for Queensland here. Moore, Deakin and Prendergast. Here is Prendergast now collapsing quickly. Good touch, though, from Oscar Gray.
Yeah, good support from the inside there. The two middles will work together. If one makes a touch, the other one will try and support, come in and cover that space.
Now Prendergast again, that's played at from New South Wales. Gray got back there in time, makes the snatch at it. For mine, this should be play on, unless they're suggesting it's touch to Queenslander before Gray could regather possession. They must have called as such.
It must have, yes, I think it must have touched a Queensland player because the same player that tapped it up caught it. So that's normally play on unless it contacts a Queensland player before he regains possession.
So it means a fresh set here for the Maroons. Prendergast now for Deacon. Great footwork, bouncing around multiple times. Prendergast hits the deck. There's a penalty now for Queensland. That's the first inside the 7.
Yeah, great footwork there from Deacon. Probably a bit harsh, actually. Deacon was stepping up a storm. Bit hard to move forward when you're getting sidestepped. But Prendergast, Deacon looking good for the moment.
Deacon wrapping around again, turns it on the inside for Prendergast. Turned away here, so New South Wales holding firm at the moment. It's a tight game yet again, low scoring. Picked up here and then out to this left-hand side they go. The New South Wales defenders swarming from all over the joint. Back to the 7 once more here for Queensland. Deacon drops it down. Prendergast on the last. Now sends it wide. Easily covered here from New South Wales. They'll keep it alive, a little tap back in. But that's great defence from the Blues.
I think so. We're just talking about Queensland giving a bit of a rap for that defence that bends but doesn't break. And New South Wales showing a bit of resilience in defence themselves there. I thought they looked a little bit shaky, but they got the job done. And here come on the troops right down the middle.
Now Masters with a strong carry. For mine, there was hands there from Moore tapping at the ball after the touch. I think Queensland have got away with one there.
Yeah, Masters has been a little bit guilty of getting involved in the contact. The players are coming together at speed and it's forcing the referee into making a call, and I think Masters has been a bit guilty of getting involved, and it's a real 50-50, can go either way.
Well, on that point though, that's good consistency from the referees. It's the exact same issue. Masters then defensively comes up, the ball comes free. So as long as we're seeing consistency, I'm all right with it. New South Wales now with good field position. Here's Wardrobe straightening up. Semple. Catalano. Masters waiting for it. Has a crack at them now. Sends it long. Beautiful from Masters. The bat back in from Harry Cash. Just wasn't quite on the money. So Queensland survive yet again. There's been 3 golden opportunities that have gone to waste here for New South Wales. Queensland have really only had probably 2 close calls. One of them was successful. Now Delaney works it up over halfway. Good charge here as well from Richter. Last one for Queensland. Hall will bomb it long, and then Bell is there as well. It stays alive. Play on for now for Queensland. Now picked up from Semple. That'll be the 0 touch. This is exactly what we expect from the 20s. It's frenetic.
Yeah, end-to-end action stuff. You'll find with those long balls, James, the reason why the tap back is not being successful is the long ball's a bit too loopy. It's got too much hang time or too much air time, and the defensive winger has time to peel out with the ball. That's why they haven't been successful.
Well, here's Tui now taking off. He was running at some offside markers who did a great job to get back in time. And then Tui just releasing the pass. So score remains locked at 1 apiece. 12 minutes gone. We've had some high-scoring affairs between these two sides so far. 17 tries in the first match, 13 in the second, but points are hard to come by at the moment. Now Prendergast will look to change that. He puts on the gas, links up with Deacon, but he's heavily marked. Geez, that's great coverage from New South Wales.
Yeah, great defence on the outside, and pretty good from Logan Tui, because he was beat out of the blocks, but he stayed calm, run the scooper into the corner, so the Blues were able to get out of it. That defence that looks in trouble but doesn't leak the try.
Now here's Gray dropping it down. Last one for Catalano. Finds a pass. Wickman, the little tip on. That's all good. It ends up in the arms of Medved, and the Manly Flyer has a try for New South Wales.
Superb pass. We're just talking about those passes that float or they hang in the air. JP Catalano showing how it's done. Look on the replay there. Scoops takes it deep into the line and rips it. It's a flat pass at eye level right across. And how about that tap on? Was it Wickman? Special stuff. You don't get that in the training manual. Look at that. A tap on behind his head. How do you teach that?
That is just innate ability. Spider senses, they're tingling. And New South Wales hit the front for the first time in this one. 2 tries to 1. Now Brown, draw and pass. It was a good one. Really well marked up, though, from Charlie Walkerton, who kept sliding. And there was plenty of work to do defensively for him.
New South Wales definitely, if you're in the Blues camp, you want them to be doing that attack on the back of the drive. They come charging down the middle of the field, and you want to dump into it. You don't want to slow the game down. That's when they look best. And looking at it here again, Lagos, Tui.
Oh, and then just shut down in the end from Shredder. It was a good read in the end. He had to make a play at it. Otherwise, a third try was on the board for New South Wales.
That's their go-to. The Blues have got to be attacking on the back of the drive like what we just saw there.
Now Tui under duress from Brown. Stepped back towards the middle. Ultimately, he was rounded up, though. Oh, and then Tui just really threading the needle. Lagos involved as well. They'll get another set to work with here. So this is that patience that's perhaps a little bit uncharacteristic for the 20s, but we've really seen it come to the fore. And now Queensland are in trouble. A third penalty could be blown here. Catalano now looking for a third try for that matter.
Unlucky not to get it. Queensland, this is a big set for them because these New South Wales form players, these middle 4 in New South Wales, that's the best 4 we've seen this weekend.
Here's Wardrobe taking off. Long pass over the top. Oh, Medved pops it back on the inside. That's beautiful. Logan Tui's on the spot. And New South Wales have a third. The big guns all firing at Coffs Harbour.
It's a great ball. We were just talking about that with JP Catalano with a flat pass. On this occasion, look at Wardrobe's pass. Nice and flat. That's why the tap back works. And Logan Tui, isn't he having a series?
He's certainly going to go close to being player of the series here in the men's 20s. He's been exceptional. So between him, the likes of Prendergast, Bailey Deacon as well. Big series. And so 7-3 overall. New South Wales, of course, with 3 live matches here. They've got to win at least 2 of them to keep the series going, keep that shield alive overall. So Queensland behind the 8 ball in this men's 20s division. And there's a penalty now. That'll certainly help the cause. 3-1 the score. Queensland with a chance to set up here.
Yeah, good patience there from Matt Moore. He's there waiting. The New South Wales defenders have to come up, and he's not rushing the play. He's making sure they come up. Pretty good combination there with Bell.
Now taking off again is Barnes. Barnes will send it out to this right-hand side. Well, Medved was saying, I believe, that he didn't actually make the touch there.
I'm not sure. Looked like a try on first look. There must have been something that happened in the lead-up that...
And there's no call.
Yeah, probably a bit of a missed one on that occasion because Moore didn't look like he got to the line either, so...
Oh, and then Catalano trying to thread the needle. Sorry, Stanto, and taken off there from Queensland. But, yeah, I think they got away with one, the Maroons.
Yeah, what you want to have a look for there when you're watching it at home is when the 2 middles are making the dump on the 7, you want to see if any players are on the scoreline because they have to be all moving forward. So when you see a link or a wing back on the try line, then they've been a bit cheeky, and hopefully the referee spots it.
And then Prendergast getting the benefit of the doubt here. He hit the deck. I don't actually know if he made contact with Gray, but the referee will say his progress was impeded nonetheless. So another set to work with. First penalty inside the 7. That's the other difficult part for New South Wales. Deacon now taking off, shows it a couple of times. We'll look back on the inside. Geez, that's great coverage again. They've probably denied Queensland 3 genuine opportunities.
It's a bit of a theme. We've been seeing it throughout the whole tournament that, you know, the player dumps and splits laterally like he wants the ball from a quick release, but the acting half dummies and goes the other way. It's really been an effective play this weekend.
Now Prendergast off the right foot. Looking to play it quickly there was Jonte Brown. In the end, he'll come back to the 7. Roll it on the mark. Richter also waiting for his chance. Sweeping around to the left. Instead, Brown will take off now. Back to Prendergast. Keeps it alive here. Richter caught. Oh, and then there's a bit of a mess there in the ruck. That's a fair call from the referees. A second penalty now inside the 7.
Yeah, this is the big 60 seconds for the Blues, and the Maroons really need to grab one back to get within 1. Let's see what they can come up with. I think it's Rolfe that's just come on the field there with Deacon. And Richter, of course. He's having a good tournament as well. So 60 seconds to see if they can get back into this matchup.
And there was a forced sub as well for JP Catalano, but they have the full complement on deck once more. Walkerton back on the field. Lovely long pass over the top, and Queensland get the finish. It's Jackson Shredder who goes in. That's exactly what the doctor ordered coming into half-time. 3-2 the score. New South Wales still in front, though.
Yeah, a bit of a coach killer there for the Blues. Let's have a look at it. Again, we've seen the sweeper around the dummy and going back against the grain there. You'll see Deacon there. Didn't go towards Rolfe, towards the top of the screen. Came back the other way. And a good finish from Streeter in the corner. Maroons have brained them, and they're back in this one.
Lovely pass as well from Bailey Deacon. Well, I dare say that player of the series, it'll come down who's going to win this one here. Tui, what a pass. Oh, the hands from Cameron Chloe, who will barrel roll into the in-goal. That's one of the all-time great pickups. How about the hands? He must have super glue grip. Oh, they haven't awarded it.
We just mentioned a coach killer. The Blues somehow stole one on the stroke of half-time. Let's have a look. It's Tui with the long ball. And is that Chloe? A scoop off the ground. He's held it. He's done 3 somersaults. Put it down. Try.
Oh, there it is again. It doesn't get much better than that. It's Ricky Ponting in the slips. The Ashes on the line, and there it is for the try. Cameron Chloe. Take a bow after the barrel roll.
He's held it, hasn't he? Look at that. The referee's standing above him like he was judging the gymnastics. Yes, 3 somersaults. That's a good pike position finish. Try.
That's a perfect 10. And for New South Wales, it means a 2-try lead at the break. 4-2 the score. All the action is what we come to expect from the 20s, and we've certainly been spoiled in that department. We'll pick it up in just a moment. The second 20 not too far away. Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour, CX Coffs International Stadium. Day 2 of the 2025 State of Origin Series, and a cracking fixture here in the men's 20s decider. Of course, the first game taken out by Queensland in the drop-off. New South Wales got their revenge in game 2, also in extra time. This one still a tight affair. As we prepare for the second half, it's 4-2 in favour of New South Wales. And just some quick scores around the grounds as well. Of course, the overall shield decided by how many divisions are won out of 18. Now, Queensland currently have the lead 7-3. They could wrap it up in this division here. In the women's 35, it's locked at 2 tries apiece at halftime. In the mixed seniors division, 3-2 to Queensland. So if that score remains, that would take it to 8-3. New South Wales in front here, that would be 8-4. And that means that women's 35 result, for example, could be all important. So plenty on the line in this time slot. The boys here, though, they'll be purely focused on trying to claim victory over their 20s opponent.
Yeah, best of the best here, James. The best under 20s boys in the country battling it out. 4-2. New South Wales looking good, but you'd be brave to tip them from what we've seen in game 1 and 2. The Queensland team just keeps coming back.
I wouldn't feel safe in a prediction until the final couple of minutes. And even then, now Catalano takes off out to that right-hand side. He's been strong as well. Masters, who came up with the heavy contact to force the turnover. Wardrobe. Now a short pass. Once again, Tui getting involved in the action now. Oh, then tipped up from Queensland, and a great job, Cameron Chloe style, to keep that one off the deck. Queensland forced the turnover.
Yeah, I think all the little miracle takes are going to be called a Chloe, I think, from now on after that first half performance. But I have been singing the praises of Lagos and Tui and whatnot, but Prendergast and Deakin and Moore for Queensland. They've been huge in this series. They really have.
Oh, and then Medved, speaking of huge, that's a tall tower catch right above the head and reels it in. So 0 touch there for New South Wales. And they can keep marching upfield now. Tui again takes the metres on offer. What a series he's had. Now JP Catalano in like fashion. Keeps driving forward. Flat at the line for Gray. They'll keep marching upfield now. Oh, and then just trying to link up once again. They were looking for Braden Wickman, just couldn't find it.
Yeah, that's when New South Wales are at their best, as we mentioned, when they're rolling down the field and they're able to run a strike dump or, a play on the back of the drive. On that occasion, Catalano looking very crisp, but they didn't get the result.
One-handed scoop now from Bell, and Bell did a great job there to run it offside markers. Gets an extra set here for Queensland, so 4-2 the score. If they get a try off the back of this set, they are right back in it.
I think it was Jordan Bell on that occasion. He's a real handful around the ruck there.
Here he is again.
That's
Bell
down.
going directly at them. Gray never got back in time, and Bell is ringing here in the ears of New South Wales. The comeback is on the cards.
Bell, he just made it look all too easy there, the way you'll see on the replay there, a dump right on the 7, and then he went to the short side on the outside there of Gray. Didn't really give the New South Wales defenders on either side a chance to help Gray. Really isolated him and got under him for the try.
So now Wardrobe brings it forward. 4-3 the score to New South Wales. Semple continues marching up towards the middle. Walker, Semple gets it back from Masters. Quick release here, well shut down yet again from Sam Shepherd, who has probably saved half a dozen tries across the 3 matches so far with some of his terrific reads out wide. Now Masters to Semple, and then Walker once again. Just slowing things down here a touch, New South Wales, waiting for the opportunity. Masters off the left foot, then going up the line. Got very close. Prendergast and Deakin, though, just did enough.
Yeah, got some help from the inside there. Masters, he's been a real handful there. Jesse Walker, what a talent he is as well. I'd like to see more of him.
Masters shifting on quickly, but speaking of quick, Ronan Delaney was there in a flash. And now Cameron Chloe, despite those heroics at the end of the first half, can't squeeze through on this occasion.
No, they'll be keeping their eye on Chloe for sure in this second half. But as we said, Queensland just will not go away, will they? They're fighting, they're scraping, they're scrambling, they're hanging in there.
Now good meters here from Queensland. Brown, that one just comes out of the fingertips. Medved has been a brick wall in defence as well. Here he is hopping in at acting half. Now Semple with the dummy. Masters. Another strong drive from him. Walker stepping off the right, then the left. Very flat pass there from Masters. That could have been picked up. Chloe out of acting half. Now for Tui with a bit of speed. Scooped up again. Here they go, New South Wales. Catalano. Oh, the pop on again. A great take there from Medved. For mine, that was still alive, and Walker had actually given up on the play, thinking there's no way Medved could possibly take it.
I'd love to see maybe that Catalano return back to the second phase. It worked for him in the first half. The last couple trips down, they've gone into a standard type scoop, and he's ripping a pretty good pass to the link, but I think the second phase would serve him well.
Now here goes Bell taking off, and then great recovery from Tui. We know how quick he is, and he had to get on the bike there. So Lagos will play it. Catalano then shifting it on for Walkerton. Good meters as always from Charlie. Now quick release again for Chloe. Chloe following up. There's an issue out here as well for Sam Shepherd, who's hit the deck, and there's a great deal of concern even from the New South Wales contingency here.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay out there. Just so much talent. I'm just having to think with the World Cup coming up in 2028, you add 2 or 3 years experience to some of these players. Wouldn't surprise me to see a lot of these players, whether it's for Australia or other countries, really have a presence in that World Cup in 3 years' time. I'm sure Phil Guymore, Aussie men's coach, would be keeping his eye on some of this talent coming through from both sides of the park.
Well, you look at the likes of Logan Tui. He's only 17 or 18 years of age, for example, already dominating in the 20s State of Origin. So that's certainly one to watch. There's so many good exponents here. Catalano as well. For Queensland, the likes of Deacon, Prendergast, and speaking of which, there is Deacon. Now Prendergast. So in tandem they go once again. Now Moore, who's also had a really strong series. Of course, Shepherd also leaving the field in the meantime. Prendergast, pops the pass. It's taken here, and off for the prize goes Wardrobe. They're not going to catch him. Too much speed from Blake. That could be a very crucial try in the grand scheme of things. New South Wales have a 2-point buffer.
Wardrobe was off to the races. They were never going to catch him, but don't worry about so much the speed that he showed. Come back to the read there. Come back to the read. Look on the replay here. It's a 4-on-3 scenario. Wardrobe didn't really take anyone there. He was a bit in no man's land, but it's because he had the read on the play, James. He knew what was coming. He's got up out of the line, plucked it out of the air, and run the full 70 metres for a try.
So now Queensland with work to do, and they'll take off here out of acting half, looking for support. They'll pop the pass. Now Masters was only looking to make a touch. That was thrown into the sternum, so that is the turnover. Great coverage once again from the captain.
Yeah, I think it might have been Matters on that occasion. You can add him into the list of some of that talent coming through. The thing I like about Matt Moore, one of the players you mentioned, just seems to really calm. He's got a real men's open feel about the way he goes about his business. So definitely Matt Moore, the number 5. That'd be someone you want to circle in your programs and watch him.
Now Semple, pops the pass, and now it's Queensland's turn for the intercept. Off they go. Jonte Brown will go the distance like Winks down the straights of Flemington. Queensland hit back. Well, they just can't put them away, New South Wales.
Wow. Jonte Brown, he's just said, whatever you can do, Wardrobe, I can do as well. I think it was a pass that didn't need to be thrown. They're a long way out from the scoreline. It's not like if that pass gets through, it's a try. So it's probably one that New South Wales would like to have again. But Jonte Brown, didn't that look clean?
So many speedsters on either side of the ball here. You can't take your eyes off it for a moment. Once again, it's a tight ball game, 5-4. Now, if they can turn New South Wales away here, they've got a golden opportunity, Queensland, to try and get the next one on the board. 5-4 the score. Tui denied on this occasion. One more to hold out. Last play coming up. It's a static start, so Medved will simply kill it away from the Queensland box, and that is the first assignment there. Don't concede.
How about these speedsters, James? Whenever I got to intercept, I was just eyes for the try line, running my life out. These guys are so quick. They turn around, waving to the box, waving to their mum in the crowd. So much speed and talent out there, these young boys.
Now good meters again. Bell with a very flat pass there. Found Barnes. Barnes trying to step away from Tui. There's not too many more nimble than Logan Tui, though. It's now Lagos for New South Wales. Brings it up towards halfway. Wickman with a little pass and then getting involved once again as they straighten things up. Ellers, Gray, good meters on offer. Scooped up here from Walker. Last one, Ellers delays the pass. Oh, it's played it there from Queensland on the last, and you can see Jordan Bell, he just couldn't help himself. The hands went straight to the face. He didn't want to make a play at it.
Yeah, and now Queensland going to have their hands full. Just seeing Catalana and Masters have just substituted on the field.
Oh, now Walker with a long dive. They just got there in time, though, Queensland. Walker sensed an opportunity. Ellers now fires back to the middle. Catalano, once again, great footwork, steps off the left. Provides it back here for Ellers. Bell up to meet him. Masters, oh, what a pass that is from JP Catalano on the spot for Walker, who strolls over. Geez, that's classy from Catalano.
Great work from Catalano, but how about Walker's run-in line there, James? He hasn't gone deep. You can see him here on the replay, the number one. He's crept up, got nice and flat. Catalano has been able to deliver the ball. And Walker, look at this put down. That's a great finish from the young fella.
Geez, hasn't he whipped that there, JP Catalano? That was fired out of a cannon. And now there's work to do for Queensland once again. 6-4 the score. Toward the 7 they go, or more popping a pass that was never on. Well, he had a short option there and a 3-on-2 on that right-hand side. I think he got a little bit excited there more. We've talked about his patience, the level of calm on the ball, but that certainly wasn't what we've come to expect from Moore.
JP Catalano just looks like he's gone another level in this series with the, that pass looks to be an extra yard or two, a little bit faster through the air with the spiraling and even when he's scooping and on his footwork, he seems to be another yard quicker. So he's obviously been working hard on his game, and you join him with Lagos and Tui and Wardrobe. There's lots of talent coming through on the Blues side of the ledger.
So we're inside the final 9 minutes now. Time ticking away. Queensland need another try on the board here just to apply a little bit more pressure onto the Blues. So they'll take off here on this right-hand side. Deakin keeps it alive. Now Prendergast back to Deakin. They've got the Blues scrambling. A long ball over the top. Still alive here now. And then eventually cleaned up from New South Wales. In fact, it's still play on momentarily. There was nothing really that Shredder could do. Great scramble from the Blues.
A pretty good ball movement too there. So what I'd like to see from the Maroons is I'd like to say that on the previous touch, say on the fourth, really get New South Wales in trouble and then do another dump on the last. That one, they had a pretty good attack, but they run out of touches on that occasion.
Nice cycling of the footy there from Lagos back for Tui. Now a swift change. Jeez, they've been very strong, both teams, with their subsets here. Oh, Ellers pops a pass that arrives back in the hands of him. That should be play on for Ellers.
Well, the only way it can't be a try is if a touch is made. You might catch on the replay, but Ella showing a clean pair of heels. Tried to recycle it back inside. We'll see here on the replay. That marker in front's offside. He might have got back now. So it could have well been a late pass, not sure. If there was no touch made, as you said, James, it was a try for all money, and it would have been game at 7-4.
Well, we saw one on day one that was the exact same. Passing it into the player, back into the arms it went, and should have been called a try. Couldn't see a touch on that angle, but we'll stick with the play now. Quick release from Moore, out to this right-hand side. Now that just glanced Walkerton, who didn't make a touch at the ball, or a play at it, I should say. Shredder's hit the deck as well. He'll head back into the defensive line. So score remains at 6-4, approaching the final 7 minutes now. I think if it does get out to 7-4, you can just about put the cue in the rack, Stanto.
Yeah, I think New South Wales would need one more, but Queensland not quite just done yet.
Now Semple, good meters on offer. Scooped up here from Wardrobe, who bombs it long. Chloe again, great hands. Turns it back on the inside, but they just can't finish there. So Queensland. Well, the fat lady hasn't started singing yet, but she is warming up. Do they have something to hold her at bay? Now Brown up towards halfway. Wardrobe to make the touch. Little bobble there for Queensland, for Rolf. Plays it quickly. Kalis Brown now threatening to go long. Pops a little pass. That was just bouncing off the knee in the end from Matters. That's a bit of a nothing set in the end from Queensland.
Yeah, I think so. Probably not their best set. So 6 odd minutes to go. Normally you'd expect to get, all things being equal, 1 set of 6 each, like per minute. So Queensland, scoreboard's starting to work against them. They're going to need 2 tries, and they're probably going to have 5 or 6 sets of 6 left in this game. So scoreboard's starting to work against the Maroons, but they're not out of it yet.
Certainly not with players like that from New South Wales who lost track of the touch count. So an easy turnover there for Queensland. Now Prendergast, Deacon wrapping around. They'll keep it alive once again, these two. Great combination. Moore also out there. That's the holy trinity, if you will, for Queensland. Moore, Prendergast and Deacon. Here is Deacon now. Will take him on himself and gets there. Well, that is the blueprint for Queensland. Whenever those 3 are on the field together, things happen, and so it has come to fruition.
Absolute superb play. When they recycle that ball, they're sort of channeling the Maroons from the 90s. The Maroons from the 90s team used to do that a lot, and recycling the ball back and forth as they're moving down the field without anyone getting touched. And you saw there Moore, Prendergast, Deacon, classy players. The future of our game is looking very bright with these young Maroons coming through.
It is blinding, it's that bright. 6-5 the score. New South Wales still in front inside the final 5 now. Wardrobe wrapping around from Ellers. Will send it long. Chloe can produce some miracles, but he needed the go-go gadget arms there to reel that one in.
Classy work there. I was just having a look at the replay there with the New South Wales D there. They're often, in the middle, you are going to get beat sometimes, but if you're able to communicate early, you can get help from your Lincoln winger to come in, and it looked like New South Wales went a bit quiet on that occasion, and they were a bit disconnected, and Queensland were able to cash in, and just like that, we're 1 try away from a grandstand finish, Preston.
I'm hoping Queensland get it. I'd love to see this go to a drop-off. It deserves it. That one, however, from Brown misses the mark, and so as we approach the final 4 minutes, New South Wales have the chance to claim the series without heading to the drop-off as it stands. Good charge again here from Gray, but the pass out of acting half is forward. So a golden opportunity here for Queensland.
Yeah, let's see who they've got on the field there making some changes. I think it's Brown coming on. Just have a look out for Jordan Bell, but you've got Moore, Prendergast, Deacon. You mentioned the Trinity, didn't you? They're back together again. The alarm bells are ringing for the Blues.
So here is Moore. We'll drop it down. Prendergast also waiting for it. Gets it now. Backpedaling. Looking for a penalty. Deacon wrapping around. Here he is on the left-hand side. Oh, and then a floating pass from Moore. Somehow bats it on, but falls well shy of the mark. There must have been an initial indiscretion here from the Blues, because Queensland will get it back. There's a penalty called. Offside is the call.
Yeah, the ball's been recycled for a while, so that's a bit of a puzzling call, but Queensland gift-wrapped an opportunity here. Can they deliver?
Richter out for Deacon, looking for the quick tap on, finds it, and then still's kept alive. Oh, that's brilliant from Strader, who shreds them to bits. Couple of dummies, and New South Wales were stuck in the mud.
He fooled everyone there. Dummy 1, dummy 2. No one knew where he was going to throw it. He probably didn't know himself. Or maybe he's the only one that did know. Look at the replay here. There's a lot of Blues defenders. They're everywhere, but not where they need to be. Streeter, 2 dummies, a right footstep, try.
6 apiece. We are headed for the drop-off. I'm not sure if there are any neutrals when it comes to State of Origin, but it's what the neutrals want.
Who's neutral? No such thing.
Maybe Western Australia. Now they come out here for Wardrobe. Out to this right-hand side, or Catalano. Had he simply put the foot down, he was every chance, but just didn't back himself on that occasion. Now Queensland, as they always do, coming home with a wet sail.
Big finish coming up here. I know we've got viewers overseas, James. If you're watching from England, Belgium, Lebanon, pick a team. There's no neutrals here. Maroons or the Blues, what a game this is.
Prendergast, Deacon keeps it alive. It's somehow still play on here for Queensland. Now for Prendergast, they've got them. Worry tries to squeeze through. They're claiming the touch here, Catalano. The referees will have a conference. This could be massive. They're going to come back in the in-goal. No! Overturned. So with 90 seconds remaining, it's a massive call. The drop-off is still very much in play. It's what this division deserves. Game 1 to a drop-off. 8-9. New South Wales falling short. Game 2 in a drop-off. Queensland then were pipped at the post. Do New South Wales have one more in them? Last play here. Masters has to keep it alive. Heads out towards Medved. Still play on. He'll simply turn it over. So 1 minute on the clock. Queensland have to go the length of the field to try and steal it.
I'm not sure who's got the tap off. Who'd have the tap off if we do go to extra time? I'm trying to think back to see who started the game, but wow, extra time potentially in all 3 games. Amazing.
Feels like a long time ago. Last one here for Queensland. Last roll of the dice. Bell through the middle. Well recovered from Charlie Walkerton, who makes the touch. So this is it. Can New South Wales claim it in regulation time? Walkerton with a good drive upfield. Semple, they'll probably get 1 or 2 shots at the line here. Oh, back down a short side. They nearly picked them apart there, New South Wales. Lagos brings it forward. Here it is. Last one coming up. Cuts out Tui, out to Wardrobe. Great read from Shredder. 2 massive moments for the winger inside the past 2 minutes.
Great defence from Queensland. Hasn't Moore and Bell. They've been huge. Gigantic. New South Wales had the measure for most of the game, but Queensland fighting, clinging, staying in there, and then the class of Prendergast and Deacon and Moore rising to the top, and just like that, extra time. Would we want it any other way?
We certainly wouldn't. Can you believe it? 3 games, 42 tries scored, and they are still level. We haven't even got a decider in the decider. Off to the drop-off we go. If you're brand new to the sport of touch football, this is when it gets even more exciting. So we'll hop back to 4-on-4 for a 2-minute period. Both teams have the chance to score. So there is a right of reply, essentially. And after that 2-minute period, if we're still level, back down to 3 we go. And then it turns into golden try. So it's a series that certainly deserves this kind of finish.
I can't pick a winner. Normally I'd like to go out on a limb and say, oh, I think it's going to go this way or that way. But these teams have just showed, that resilience. They just won't go away. Both of them, ebb and flow. The whole game's gone, and near impossible to pick a winner. Flick a coin.
Now, of course, at half-time, in the women's 35, it was locked up at 2 apiece. The mixed senior, it was 3-2 at half-time in favour of Queensland. Now, depending on results there, the Shield actually could already be Queensland's. We're going to a drop-off right now. This might be inconsequential to the overall Shield, but for these players, of course, after such a great battle across 3 games, it still means just as much an individual series victory. Queensland will get first use of the ball. And for New South Wales, they've gone with a very defensive-minded approach here to start with. Walkerton and Masters can come up with some big plays. Let's see if Queensland can with first use of possession. Matters. Jonte Brown. Masters there to meet him. Brown now off the left foot, trying to open up a little bit of space. Matters with some speed. Oh, Walkerton stuck the mid out. There's an extra set to work with. Now, that's one of those touch-and-go decisions as to whether he did have to make a play to.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Normally, you probably hear it in most of the call. It's a man-on-man scenario in the middle there.
Oh, now floating it long. That's beautifully worked from Jonte Brown. Queensland strike first. They'll take the advantage here with Zach Briggs. And New South Wales with just over a minute remaining. This is likely their only opportunity. They must score from this set, you'd imagine.
Yeah, clever play there from Matters and Brown. You'll see Brown saw. They noted that New South Wales had shut down on the previous one, maybe when they didn't have to. So they've gone back to the well, run the same play, but this time ripping it straight to the wing. They've got their nose in front with a minute to play.
And from the update as well, New South Wales 2-1 in the other game, so the series is still alive, but if Queensland can win it here, it's likely the Shield overall. Last one for New South Wales, must get a result. Tui sends it wide, back to the middle. Queensland are just about home, and the Shield is just about to head to the north of the border. They've just got to complete the set. And there's a penalty, so it's just about done. So 8-5 the series count. There's 18 divisions. Queensland, they obviously can't win it outright this exact moment. But it would just about be heading north. After that, of course, New South Wales would have to win every remaining division. Queensland just ticking down the clock. There goes the time. And the 20s. They have stolen it from New South Wales. A fast-finishing Queensland rack up a 9th divisional series win. They've just about claimed the shield. New South Wales now have a mountainous task. Every remaining division has to be won by the boys in blue, and the girls for that matter as well. But what an epic tussle. All 3 games going to the drop-off. Queensland claimed this one 7-6, Stanto.
Big congratulations to the Queensland boys. That was an epic performance. New South Wales certainly came in as favourites with a big roster. They had more flair, but Queensland, more smarts, more composure. They just hung in there. They had that defence that kept bending but wouldn't break. And when the game was on the line, they were able to step up to the plate. Stars right through there. We mentioned Prendergast, Deacon and Moore. And then towards the end there, how about Matters? How about Brown? Jonte Brown. Jordan Bell. Big names. These are the names you've got to write down and remember. This is the talent coming through. Big congrats to the Maroons.
An incredible series here. It's arguably been the division of the entire 2025 State of Origin series. The men's 20s has gone right down to the wire, but Queensland are victorious, and now Queensland have 2 hands on the shield. Can they start to walk it north of the border? We'll find out very soon on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
Or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your road don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
Down here with the winning captain of the Queensland men's 20s team, Blaze Prendergast. Mate, try and put that into words. 3 games against New South Wales. Every single game goes into extra time. Your boys stood up when it mattered most.
Yeah, it's the pinnacle of the sport, isn't it? You know, it's a brilliant series when every single game goes to the wire. 1 try in every single game, which is what you want to see. Toughest touch to play, and credit to the New South Wales boys. They stuck it to us in games, all 3 games, but yeah, just incredibly proud of our group and coaching staff. We never gave up. So yeah, brilliant series, really happy.
Both teams evenly matched. It's reflected in the way that the series played out. A lot of those players you played with just a few months ago in the Australian team, you knew you were going to be up against it. New South Wales really threw everything at you guys across those 3 games.
Yeah, they did. And commentator said it on game 1. They have stars from 1 to 14. We knew it was going to be a challenging series coming in, but we were confident in our ability. And I think the true Queensland spirit shone through in all 3 games there. So, as I said, I'm extremely proud.
Personally, you've had an amazing couple of years. You made your debut for the Australian Mixed Open not that long ago as well. Back in the 20s, you played Queensland before. This series is one that you're going to remember forever.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is definitely the toughest touch I've played, especially in the youth system. Can only imagine what it's like in the open grade. So fortunate enough to make those other teams, like you said, but just happy to get the win here today.
What about your boys? Amazing performance. Some putting the Queensland jersey on for the first time. You've had a core group that you've played alongside, particularly out of that southwest region for a while. Everyone stood up this weekend.
Yeah, so incredibly proud. I think there's 5 Swans boys in the team, so to do it with them is an amazing achievement, and to do it with the rest of the boys as well. It's an incredible feat, and I think a lot of people counted us out once we were down 4 tries in that first game, but we just dug deep for each other, played for the full 40 minutes in every single game, and got the chocolates today, so really proud.
Mate, an amazing performance, an amazing series for Queensland, an amazing tournament as well again for you, mate. Congratulations.
Thanks, Scotty.
touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
Shaggies! We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love. As a coach, super rewarding having you girls hold my sport years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go River Stars!
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't on Macca, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, running around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the nearly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie. So
it's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now, so I used to play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it, so it's good to be here.
I've got to ask,
What's going on?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls Opens Bulldogs team, and yeah, it's the only time you'll ever see me in a Bulldogs shirt, but I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for them, but Sharkies through and through.
I think it's just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. Love the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like, I've made friends for life playing this sport, and you know, I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge, it's always challenging, it's always evolving. Yeah, and then obviously being with your friends and mates.
Yes, guys from different things. We all play together, we all talk together, we all socialise.
The biggest thing is probably the families and the different things that you can get involved in. So I started my playing in Gympie and played for Sunny Coast and Razorbacks and stuff like that. And then, yeah, now with young kids playing back through, so coming back through the coaching and refereeing.
As players, a family really, like you just enjoy it. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your abilities are. It's just a great sport to be involved in.
I see a lot of young talent that obviously are very dedicated to the sport, so I think it's just going to keep going.
Teenager, so I grew up playing it with my family, of course, and then slowly made my way up to Whites Hills as a 16, 17-year-old and started to take it a bit more professional, I guess, you know, to start training and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, been in the game for a good 20 years. I guess it's a bit cliche, you know, everyone can play. So it doesn't matter how old you are, you know, what skill level. Touch is a great family game, so yeah, you can play it wherever you want.
Bring the juniors through, give them the pathway so they can enjoy what we've enjoyed.
touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it.
1, 2, 3, Devils!
Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we
coach.
As a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils!
Go River Stars!
So what I want to say is a lot of these boys have been playing rep touch since men's open. Some of us are nearly 50 years. Men's open all the way through to 65. So they're blazing the trail for you guys to keep playing. Right, so you've got somewhere to go. So on behalf of Queensland boys and New South Wales, I have to say, we were basically made it very clear that we were to stay in the background and not be seen, and we were very disappointed with that approach from everybody, but we're here, we're playing, and so thank you Queensland. I know we've earned some respect, even though it's only mutual respect between the two of us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your men's 65 Interstate Challenge winners, New South Wales. Moving on now to our women's 20 division. This series was won once again by New South Wales, 2-1. We please have the captain of New South Wales women's 20s.
Gab Rose here, and it's a family affair here at Coffs Harbour. I've got Rod Silva with his daughter Keely Silva, good friend of mine, and we're just going to have a quick chat to them about the family affair that Touch is. I'm going to start with Dad. Rod, made your debut for the New South Wales 55s. We know you've had a great career in rugby league. How does it feel to play touch for New South Wales?
It was a fantastic opportunity to play with a lot of good blokes that are legends of the game. They taught me a lot, so I'm really looking forward to the State Cup. We didn't get the chocolates, but it was a good experience.
Yeah, unfortunately for your team, you lost 2-1 in the series, losing in the decider. You lost 3-0. I stand corrected, 3-0.
The third were drop-offs. So.
Okay, so we had 2 drop-offs. So we'll go now to Keely, who did unfortunately lose the series 2-1 in the women's 27s. Keely, I know you had a comeback this morning. What happened in the third game?
Oh, I don't think I can go into it. I might get a bit upset. I think, Queensland just came out. They had a different game plan. They ran really hard, and unfortunately we just didn't match them.
So we'll go a bit positive here. Rod, your daughter, she's played for New South Wales. You know, obviously very talented what she does. One of the best wingers in the game, I would say. I might be biased, but how proud are you of her?
Extremely proud. She's been playing for Canterbury Premier League for a while. They're a fantastic team and they play for each other, so it was good after all the hard work. She got an opportunity.
Yeah, it's excellent to see. And now, Keely, a couple of weeks ago at jersey presentation, you actually presented the jersey to your dad. How did that feel? How proud you are of this man?
Yeah, I'm extremely proud. I feel like it was a bit of a turn of the baton because when he started playing touch, he started asking me what he had to do, so I felt pretty good about myself. But no, I'm very proud. It's a very special time for us to actually be here together. I don't think that happens often, so wasn't taken for granted, and yeah, stoked to be here with him.
Yeah, and I know Mum's in the stand watching, and I know Sister Marley's at home watching on as well, so it's a real family affair, and bad luck you didn't get the chocolates today, but as always, there's more about touch. It's about the friendships and family, and you two, great family in our sport of touch. So thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Tynese and congratulations to New South Wales Women's 20 Series winners. Moving on now to the men's 35s division. Our series winner is Queensland, winning 2 games to 1. We'll please have the captain of the Queensland men's 35s. Players, if you can also make your way up at the same time.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Thank you very much. And your player of the series for the men's 40s from Queensland, number 11, Nathan Jones. Recurring theme here for Queensland. If you are the speech maker, you tend to win the player of the series. Congratulations. congratulations to Queensland champions for the men's 40s division. Moving on now to the women's 27s division. Your champions are Queensland, winning 2 games to 1. We please have the captain and the players for the Queensland women's 27. And just
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy is going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully. So.
Down here on the sideline with a couple of our State of Origin referees. We've got Charlie and Nicole. We'll start with you, Charlie. Now, referee the 3 men's 20s games. What an amazing series it was. Really tough physical toll as well, no doubt, for the referees across those 3 games.
Oh, absolutely. To stay up for the full 40 minutes, because the players were, so we needed to as well. And what we found, especially in the second half of all 3 games, both teams lifted. So it really tested our fitness. And across the scoreline, we need to be there for every decision. But I felt like we did a really good job there, and that showed in the game being competitive and game flowing as well for both teams, which is what we wanted, and we wanted the players to decide that series.
Yeah, and absolutely, and that's what happened. To credit to the referees, the players sorted it out, and it was a great series as well. Now we see the players get coached as well. They've got their coaching stuff. The referees have got the same. Give us a little bit of an insight as to some of the messages that you guys get at the halftime break as well.
Well, during halftime, keep it nice and simple, just little fix-ups that they pick up on the run that we can easily do during the game. So nothing extensive, it's just short and sweet, what we need to clean up in the second half. And then at full time, that's where we get extensive assessment and any potential feedback afterwards when we go to them as well. So they're not just there for the game, we can also approach them after the game if we wanted the more in-depth feedback. So yeah.
Well, mate, all 3 referees did an amazing job across the men's 20s. Now from Wagga Wagga and New South Wales, mate, no doubt referee at your local affiliate as well, and then you come all the way through to the State of Origin. Pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely. Come from a country town, 5 hours away from Sydney, so I've done a lot of driving, but I've had a lot of great mentors from Wagga, like Badge, Dollar, Pikey, just to name a few of them. It's something I don't take for granted. Very fortunate to have those mentors, plus many more back home and also outside of Wagga too. But glad to be from Wagga.
Well done, mate. Congratulations representing Wagga very well. Now, talking about people coming from a long way, Nicole, all the way from Western Australia here for the State of Origin this weekend.
Yes, so travelled in from Western Australia. I'm a WA ref, but it's always special coming to the State of Origin. I remember saying back in January that this was the premier event that I wanted to make, so whatever I could do to stay uninjured. It's really happy and proud to be here.
Well, I'm sure a lot of Queensland and New South Wales very happy that you're here to have someone neutral, because I'm sure you've found that you're either Team Queensland or Team New South Wales. Not when you become a referee, though. In the women's 27s division, how did you find it across the 3 games this weekend?
So the women's 27s, they were absolutely amazing. So they brought it right from game 1 yesterday afternoon. Both teams came out absolutely ready and roaring, unfortunately. So for that one there, we had to have a winner. And so Queensland took out the game 1. And then into game 2, again, New South Wales just brought the thunder and took out game 2. So we actually ended up with a decider in game 3, with Queensland women's 27s winning the game 3.
Now, this is your 4th State of Origin series as well. What makes you keep coming back as well? You mentioned before, pinnacle of the sport. You had this one circled on your calendar.
Absolutely. I mean, to see how much the team, so when I say the teams as in the players and the coaches put in, then to also back it up with how much the referees get together. So in terms of, I know Charlie touched on it earlier, but we also have breakpoints that we work on, and we're sitting at communication and teamwork is probably one of our, top breakpoints. So for us, it's amazing because we watch them give their best, and we also get to give our best to the game as well.
Absolutely, well said. Well, thank you for everything that you guys do, the whole referee contingent. Done another amazing performance here at the State of Origin. We wouldn't be anywhere without our referees. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. Wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't on Macca, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning, not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, running around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment.
It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the early 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie. So
it's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now. So I used to play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it. So no, it's good to be here.
I've got to ask. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls Opens Bulldogs team, and it's the only time you'll ever see him in a Bulldogs shirt. But I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for him. But Sharky's through and through.
Welcome back, Gabros here, and another family affair here for New South Wales with 2 series winning players. I've got Nick Mitchell, played for the women's 50s with a 3-0 clean sweep. Her daughter Alice Mitchell starring in the women's 20s, a 2-1 series win for New South Wales as well. I'm going to start with you, Mum. Now, you and I have been friends for a long time. Tell everybody at home about how long ago you started playing and why you love playing touch.
I've been playing for 32 years, so it's a very long time, and I actually played with you many years ago, and I just love the family, with the sport. Everyone can play, and it's just such a great vibe.
Yeah, excellent. And now I'll turn my attention to Alice. You obviously lost last night, 7-4 to Queensland. Turned it round. You've obviously got some amazing coaches. What did your coaches say to you this morning coming into the games 2 and 3?
They just said that we need to keep our heads up. We actually had a really good game against Queensland last night, but we just needed to get our heads in the games and really work for each other in the last second half.
And now Mum's obviously played at the highest level. What advice has she given you as you come onto this elite stage playing for New South Wales?
With Mum, it's always just enjoy it because it goes very fast, clearly. But yeah, just want to have fun with my friends. It's where you make your closest friends. So.
Great advice by Mum. Now, Nick, I'm going to finish with you. Obviously, daughter representing New South Wales, second generation. I know your husband, Cal, plays. What does it feel like? I know you're very proud of her. Put into words as a mum what it's like for your daughter to represent at the highest level.
Oh, it's just fantastic. Super proud, but she puts in so much effort, so she totally deserves it too. So, yeah, it's great. I love watching, actually. I like watching.
And great to see, as we said, second generation plays, successful by both, so it'll be a nice family affair tonight in the Mitchell household. And stay tuned because New South Wales got to try and get the win in the mixed. See a series on the line. Queensland winning 9-5 in terms of series wins. So we'll see how we go. Thanks, girls.
Thank you.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast. We get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love, as a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go River Stars!
Well, we're down here on the sideline with an absolute legend of our sport, Australian women's representative, Queensland representative, Hall of Famer, Kerry Norman. Kerry, now we know you're very much staunch Queenslander. Your son, Pete, playing for the Men's Open, coming up in a decider later on as well. And now you got your daughter-in-law in the camp, in the Norman family, playing for the Women's Open as well. How are you feeling, sir?
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty proud of both of them because both have been named captain, not only of their teams, but of the contingent. Like when Pete plays, I'm definitely going for Queensland. When Danny's playing, I know how hard she's trained. She's been travelling down to New South Wales every weekend, does heaps on her own up here. So I want Danny to play really, really well. But then I love all the girls that are in the Queensland side as well. So really, I can't lose either way.
Now, you've been keeping an eye out, no doubt, about that women's series. What a great performance it was from New South Wales. Danny really leading from the front as well, going in Game 2. They've locked up the series. How do you reckon Game 3 is going to play out?
Yeah, it depends what changes Queensland make because they didn't stop New South Wales from running. I love an open running game, but I'm sure Queensland will be up to the task. But I know how determined Danny is, and I know what an honour it is for her to lead the team around. So it'll be interesting to watch.
What about the boys? Again, another decider. They went down in Game 1. This is a similar situation. They found themselves in the last series in 22 when they lost Game 1. They come into Game 3. Do you reckon they can get the chocks again?
I really hope they can. I'll tell you what, I'll be praying. But yeah, I hope that they can. They've got it in them. They've just all got to play well and play as a team.
Touch family, the Normans, Greg as well, former Australian player. But how's the dynamic go now that there's a little bit of blue injection into the family? Where does Koa sit, the grandson? I've seen him in a blue jersey. I've seen him in a maroon jersey. Does the kid know which way he's going yet?
According to Pete, he's a definite Queenslander, and according to Danny, he's one of the Dirty Blues. So hopefully his first game's going to be played in Queensland.
Yeah. Where was he born? Was he on the north side of the border? Queenslander by birth?
Definitely born Gold Coast Hospital.
Thank you very much. It's decided. State of origin. I think we might have another Norman in the Queensland ranks. Thanks for your time here. We know we don't like jumping in front of the microphone too often, but you did a great job. Nervous few hours coming up ahead. Good luck for each way for the Norman family.
Thanks, Scotty.
And our mixed seniors, Player of the series for male. Number 4 for Queensland, Ben Holmes. And our female player of the series from Queensland, number 1, Kelly Goodwin. Congratulations, Ben, and congratulations, Kelly. And well done to the Queensland Mixed Senior Side Series winners. Also a big thank you to Shannon and also the staff of New South Wales Touch doing a good job of holding up the signage here in Greece, and a big thank you as well to Laura Moran and New South Wales Touch Board Director and Matt Gilbertson, Queensland Chair. Thank you very much. That concludes our first presentation. Our next one will be getting underway at 6:05 p.m. Matches recommencing here at the stadium. 3:20 with the Mixed Opens Series decided. Thank you.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us, so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't a Macca, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, running around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the nearly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so
it's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now, so I used to play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it, so no, it's good to be here.
I've got to ask, what's going on with
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls Opens Bulldogs team, and it's the only time you'll ever see me in a Bulldogs shirt, but I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for them, but Sharkies through and through.
I think it's just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. Love the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like, I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
Well, we are live in the stands with the biggest fan club here at the State of Origin. We got the Soy Boys. Get rowdy, Soy Boys! Look at this. We've got the look at this. We've got the shirts. We've got the big heads. Does this look like anybody that you know? We got Tess Notley here. Now tell us the story. You got the big Notley fan club going here, Braid.
Yeah, I mean, we've done this for the past 2 State of Origins now, and I guess it's really just a bunch of mates here supporting Jake Notley. It started off as, and now we've got Tess Notley in the crew, and our soy boy, little Jake Notley. He's our mate, so we're here for him. Yeah.
Yeah, Tess, you must be proud to be extended now into the Soy family. What a big honour it is for you.
It definitely feels good to have them cheering for me. They're louder than anyone else in the crowd, so it feels pretty good.
Yeah, righto. Big couple of games coming up. Queensland are this close to bringing the Shield home. 2002 is the last time we had it. I reckon the Soy Boys are going to get these Queenslanders home.
Oh, absolutely. And there's one thing that's clear to this group. It just seems like those New South Wales boys don't get footy.
They don't get it. They don't get it.
They don't get it. And they don't want it. So we'll be here. Yeah, you'll hear us.
What do you reckon? Last game of the day, Jakey's going to be out there. Queensland, their backs against the wall. They can win the series again, keep that trophy. What do you reckon? Big one from Jakey.
Oh, big one. And we're all visualising it. We can see Jakey running across the field here, intercept, length of the field, tongue out, finger in the air, and that's all she wrote. Yeah.
All right, well, we've got the prediction. That's what's going to happen. What do you reckon? Queenslanders to win. Queensland on 3. 1, 2, 3. Queensland! Let's get it, baby!
Scotty, thank you very much. Well, this is the big one now. It all comes down to this game. The Shield could be returning to Queensland for the first time since 2002. In the divisional stakes, Queensland have won 9 series so far, New South Wales 5. They need to win all remaining 4 series to level the peggings there, and then of course having already won back in 2022, that would mean they retain the Shield. So there is a lot on the line. It can be done right here and now in this mixed opens series decider, Gab Rose.
It's a daunting prospect for New South Wales. As you said, Queensland won 9 divisions, New South Wales 5. So New South Wales need to win the last 4 live series, which we've obviously got the mixed open here. We've got the women's open coming up on KO Freebies after this, followed by the men's open in our last game of the match. And the final match, which is on the same time as the mixed open, is the women's 45, who New South Wales lost last night. They managed to win this morning, and so that's the other live decider. So we'll try and get some updates throughout the proceedings. But Queensland, they've got one hand on the Shield, I would say, James.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. We could even actually have the Shield going to Queensland from a far-away position. We might not know about it live here and now. We'll do our best to get that across to you, but it can all be settled right here and now for Queensland. If they can claim victory in this series decider in the mixed opens, they won't need to worry about what happens anywhere else. They won't need to worry about the women's open or the men's open. But certainly this is set to be another very tight tussle. So 8-7 New South Wales claiming the first game, and then a very high-scoring affair with game number 2, Queensland eventually running out 11-9 winners. So we know there's going to be points in this one. For New South Wales, based on the amount they leaked in that last match, it would certainly be, I suppose, a focus on defence for this third one.
Certainly, and that's what we've come to expect in mixed open matches. The talent across the park, male and female, not many sports play like we do here, but 11-9 in game 2, and it's game on as we come into the final game in this series, the mixed open, and as you said, James, there will be plenty of tries on offer.
So a couple of outstanding prospects to watch here. Andrew Searle, of course, has been around for some time now. He can certainly conjure up a few miracles. Can Queensland close out proceedings here and take the Shield north of the border? Underway now with Carmody marching forward, now taking off to that right-hand side. There is Searle now. Back to Carmody, who opens them up straight away. It all looked a little bit too simple, and inside the first 20 seconds, Queensland have the lead.
Could not have wished for a better start for Queensland through Sam Carmody. And as we watch the replay, went to go open, big goose step off the left, and straight back in. It was open space for him. It came all too easy. 1-0 within the first 30 seconds, James.
Yeah, really tore apart Azzy defensively there. So I need better than that. This New South Wales side as Shelley brings it forward. Now Moffat. Long floating cutout pass out here for Rudd, who turns it back on the inside. Great coverage from Queensland. It's Lachlan Crowe. And when he's hit the deck, too, clutching at it, looks to be an ankle.
A touch that had to be made. They kind of collided feet, that the New South Wales player and the Queensland. He's going to hobble off. Let's hope he's okay, because nobody wants to see a series decider when you're sitting on the sideline. So if we see the replay there, he's come across in cover, just got caught up, and let's hope he's okay. As we return to live action, she nearly snuck down the sideline there, the New South Wales winger.
Yeah, like a thief in the night, was nearly away. So 1-0 here to Queensland inside the first 2 minutes, and they've started very brightly. Certainly has Carmody. However, he pops a pass up here right on command for Moffat, who snaps it up. And now New South Wales have great field position.
Yeah, I was just about to say that Carmody's in everything, but even passing to the other team on that occasion.
Well, that was the old school mocker put straight on him. Now Kane goes for a stretching dive. Fresh off a World Cup campaign over in Nottingham. So he's another player that's in hot form inside the past 12 to 18 months. Here he is again. Kane, short pass. Now they'll deliver wide for Brittany Rudd. And the pass is cleared through. New South Wales have a hit back. It's the Wollongong Devils winger who gets it for them.
Yeah, good finish there by Brittany Rudd, but you'll see it was young Casey Shelley, called into the team late this weekend. Son of a very famous mixed open player in Darren Shelley. Beautiful cutout over the top, and it's 1-1.
Lovely release there from Shelley, so all locked up. 1 try apiece as Queensland will look to get the upper hand once more here. Short pass provided, then floating over the top. Had a question mark on the pass itself, but well read from New South Wales. They shut it down regardless. Back here again for Tyler Ward. Ward once more firing long. Great pass from Ward. Tried to get there. Of course, he was massive in the NTLs a few years ago. Really picked up, I think it might have been the Brisbane Cobras he was playing for, and carried them all the way to a grand final appearance. So here's another one to watch, Gab.
Yeah, there's plenty to watch. Certainly the mixed open specialist division we've got here, and you just see these men and women. They're so good. Speaking of good, there's Kieran Hughes. Pass out wide. Beautiful skills on display. And it looks like Taryn Love might be in for her first try, and it's 2-1 to New South Wales.
New South Wales are loving that. Lovely little play there from Turner out the back. Receiving it off Hughes. Here it is again as he brings it forward. The one-headed scoop from Hughes was outstanding. And then Turner plays his part, links up, and as you mentioned, Taryn Love is in. New South Wales back in control.
And that's how the game of mix can just change on a dime. Queensland started well. New South Wales hit back with 2 tries. Suddenly they're in the lead in this decider.
Now meters here for Adam Russell. Russell stepping off the right foot. Good shutdown, though, from New South Wales back through the middle. So they'll head back to the 7-metre mark here. Russell, looming again. Now Price has a look at the line. Shut down there from Luke Moffat.
Nearly tackled him. He was that close to him.
Well, of course, That would be quite fitting for the Moffat boys, both Luke and Josh. They also play rugby league. Josh, unfortunately, with an injury, so that's why he's not featuring in the men's open division. So now meters here for Luke Moffat. New South Wales, nice little cycle of the footy up along the sideline. Now Shelley picks up great meters here. Good roll for New South Wales. Last one coming up, and then just overrunning the mark there was Jaden Ashby, who gets going in the right direction now. There was a loose foot in the ruck, and as a result, there's another set here for New South Wales. That might even also count for an inside the 7 here.
Yeah, fortuitous penalty there on the last touch, but it's brought up another set of 6. Jaden Ashby tapping the ball, and they'll be looking to take a 2-try lead if they can here and assert an early dominance.
So now Stone waiting for his opportunity. Yet to see him flex his muscle in this one. Hops in at acting half. Now back to Ashby. Ashby trying to dart away from Searle. Back to the 7 they go. Ashby patient with the approach. Stone also waiting for an opportunity. Comes back here for Stone. Now firing long. It's a beautiful ball out for Adelaide Sylvester. And New South Wales are humming along inside the first 5 minutes. 3 tries to 1 to try and keep the Shield afloat.
Yeah, and they're finding some joy out wide on either side. You'll see on the replay there, Stone, you mentioned he hasn't had too many opportunities. That's the first one he's had and he's iced it. Beautiful pass. Great catch. Adelaide Sylvester, 3-1 New South Wales over Queensland.
So Queensland marching forward now. They know what the job is. They can claim the Shield with a series win here in the mixed open division, but they are behind the 8 ball early on in proceedings. Now also taking a little look on the sideline. Crow is just testing out the ankle. He looks okay at the moment. Queensland, short delivery. Great touch, though, made through the middle, and it was done by Josh Turner.
Yeah, we saw Josh a few minutes ago set up a try out the back for Taryn Love, but now we see here a penalty with the ball in hand from New South Wales. Didn't affect the touch. Refs put his hands up in the air. Queensland have got an opportunity here to strike back.
Hunting for their second try. Hughes is up quickly to make the touch on Bauer. Here is Bauer once more. Ward waiting for his opportunity. They'll go back to Bauer. Great footwork. Turns it back on the inside. Fingertip control there from Kaylin Bell. Now Tyler Ward once again. Plays it here on the 7. Looking long once more. Big pass. Well read, though, from New South Wales. It was Kapia who got out there very quickly, but Queensland will get another set.
Yeah, it was good defence there by Keisha Kapia, but they're going to get another set of 6 here, Queensland. They'll take the tap on the 7, and we'll see what they can manufacture here.
Now Queensland operating down a short side. Shut down once again there between Kapia and Spain. Queensland up towards the 7. Turned away is Meg Muir. Carmody, who already has 1 try so far, now scoops it. Wrapping around his Price, dancing with the feet. Caught there from New South Wales. Carmody. Back for Price once again. Now floats it long. New South Wales continue the press. Last one here for Queensland. Good footwork, but not good enough. New South Wales have the measure, and again, it's Josh Turner.
Excellent defence by Josh Turner. Kaylin Bell off his feet there at the last touch, but well defended by New South Wales, and they're marching up. They're finding some good metres down their left-hand side here with Shelley just taking it forward, and we'll see what they've got on the back end of this set. They've got some space. They've got some momentum. And we'll see here, ducking out a half. Little pass there by Luke Moffat. Couldn't find his mark there. So Queensland back with the ball, and they'll be coming back towards their box.
So now Price marching forward. Oh, very flat pass there for Kaylin Bell. Let go by the referees. Carmody caught there by Rudd. And now Jackson Walker up over halfway. Crow testing out the ankle. He's good to go once again. Walker then couldn't get away from the defenders. However, Luke Kay never got back on side. So Queensland can set up camp here. 8 minutes into the game, down by 2, but building towards another try. Once more, here comes Walker, trying to squeeze through the narrowest of gaps.
He was running at the offside player there, thought he might have got a play through. Ref deemed the New South Wales players onside.
Crow once again now for Walker, stepping off the right, trying to find an opening. Walker fires long on her bike very quickly as Keisha Kapia. That's the second try she's stopped now.
Excellent defence by the New South Wales wingers on a couple of occasions. They're not giving Vandermeer any room out there on the right-hand side for Queensland.
So up towards halfway go New South Wales. Trailing 9-5 overall in the battle for the Shield. They are up in this mixed opens decider. 3 tries to 1. They'll play it quickly. Here is Watkins. Now a lovely little release there for Ashby, who's trying to squeeze through.
He might have copped a accidental knock in the face, I'm suggesting. A bit of a slap, as you may, if we see the replay. Accidental, but he's gone to dive through, and yeah, he's just copped didn't mean it. Queensland defender, it still hurts just as much, James. He's still down in back play there, and we're hoping he's okay.
There might be a little bit more than the face here too, based on the way that Ashby is hauled over. So we'll keep a close eye on that. We've had a few running concerns here and injuries for both teams. As now it's picked up from Ward on the last, again with that beautiful flat pass that he can deliver. But New South Wales up to the task, making the touch. And there is the turnover. So they'll march up towards halfway. Turner again. Geez, hasn't he been involved so far?
Had a great game so far, Turner.
Oh, now speed from Watkins. Sorry, Gab, but he took off like a rocket.
He sure did. He found some space down there, but a great touch there from Queensland. The other one that's having a good game there, Adelaide Sylvester. All the far wingers for both teams doing an excellent job.
Now tipped on there from Moffat. Last one here, Moffat floating over the top once again. Oh, the pop back inside, and then a recycle. New South Wales come up with a very special try. That is outstanding work, and Adelaide Sylvester will collect an awesome try for New South Wales.
How good. Now that is the epitome of teamwork. We see him race out of the line. Sylvester to Shelley, till Sylvester, and that's a try. How good does that look? Luke Moffat, beautiful long ball. Great job, Sylvester. Pops it back over. She got back on side. Gives her a try. A 4-1 lead in this game, James.
That is such quick thinking there from Sylvester. Now, a number of New South Wales players stopped for a moment thinking the ball had hit the deck. That was the hat of Carmody. So play on now for Queensland. Picked up from Walker. Out to this left-hand side. Hughes is tracking, but nobody was tracking back through the middle. Clever play from Queensland. They get one back.
And they needed that, Queensland, just to settle themselves back into the game. And we see there it was Jackson Walker. So he took off to the short side, and trailing back on the inside beautifully was Meg Muir. 4-2, New South Wales over Queensland. There was just too much space there for Queensland, James.
Well, we've sung the praises of Turner, but that was never his man. Now, he was tracking in there, but Kieran Hughes already was lined up. So it actually ended up being a 3-on-2 defensive advantage for New South Wales, but with the overcommittal, all that space back on the inside. So Queensland get one back here. And about 8 minutes remaining in this first half. Kane now bombing long. What a pass that is. Taken on the fly from Taryn Love, who's looking for a second, but shut down by Amelita Case.
Yeah, she pleaded her case there and came up trumps.
Now floating it wide for New South Wales. Have actually lost 10 metres in that pass.
Yeah,
so that's
easy
music to the ears of Queensland. Price gets involved and now pops a little ball here for Adam Russell. Case was looking to get involved as well. Instead, Price hopped in there at acting half. Now, quick release for Kaylin Bell. Saw an early involvement here from Searle, but haven't seen too much of him since. Bauer now brings it forward. Here's Tyler Ward dancing. Sends it here for Bauer, but the touch pass will be called.
It was good hands there by Bauer back on the inside, but there'd already been infringement with a late pass. So New South Wales back on the charge through Shelley. It's going to be
and then, yes, another turnover here for New South Wales.
And you see young Casey there, slap of his hands as he goes on the sideline. Could be a costly error for his team. They'll need to defend strong here. Queensland will be looking, but no damage done. Unfortunately for Queensland, Meg Muir couldn't hold on to the ball, so on first touch, New South Wales ball back in hand.
Now Watkins providing a little pass and played it there, it looks like, from Queensland. Strong contact with Bell coming in to try and shut things down. So Rudd will now supply or receives it back, and that is on play number 1. You simply have to take the touch there.
Unusual couple of minutes here. Players getting a bit nervous. Scores have tightened up a little bit, and we've seen some early errors.
So Ward and then Muir sending it back to this right-hand side. Ooh, a little option there. Rudd jammed in quickly to try and get the touch. However, it's cleared through, and Queensland, well, that's a pretty good response of their own. Lovely flick on. And we have another try on the ball, the margin down to 1.
Yeah, this will look good on the replay. So we see Bell comes back the short side. Beautiful hands there by Bauer. And then we've got Kate Hammond. So on the back of a New South Wales error early in the touch count. Still had work to do. Beautiful put down. Queensland back in the game, but New South Wales with a narrow lead, 4-3.
Lassie was coming quickly, so she had to get to ground. And now Moffat will work it forward here for New South Wales. Last time he was on the field, they came away with points. Now straighten up here. Moffat threatening. Goes to Kane, who just had a little look at the line. Took his eyes off the ball and it comes free.
They let off for Queensland there. They defended hard after they'd scored their try. But New South Wales, you see a bit of contact in the touch there, and definitely going to be a penalty. There's finger pointing, but the ref had no option there but to penalise Luke Kane for 2 hands in the touch.
And a little bit of frustration there for Kane, having just dropped the ball. Then, unfortunately, rubs a bit of salt into his own wounds and gives Queensland a penalty. So now Crow, who certainly is moving freely now. Now swinging out wide here for Price. Oh, Price bouncing up and down like a jackrabbit. Then sends it there for Russell once again. Now just looking to slow a touch here, Queensland. They'll work for the strike dump. Price right to the line, snatched from New South Wales, and the chase is on. They're all coming, though, to get him, and in the end he'll decide he doesn't have the speed there, Casey Shelley.
He was looking for a defender to touch him there, Casey. So he did the right thing. He didn't throw the ball away. He got the intercept, made about 25 metres for his team, and now he's off for a well-deserved break as New South Wales looking to capitalise on the back end of this set.
Ashby, Watkins takes off, plenty of speed from him. Oh, it was there for the taking for New South Wales. Kapia was waiting for it, but just couldn't quite get the hands on it, and that's twice now in the past couple of minutes they've dropped it in good field position.
That was definitely an opportunity for New South Wales. It was looking likely, but not to be, as we see Queensland now bring it up the field a couple of metres before their side of halfway.
That's a good little charge there from Russell, and now Danita Smith up over halfway. So Kaylin Bell, then linking here with Ward. Ward yet again threatening. However, that pass is well and truly misdirected.
No, we'll say that slipped out of the hands there. So last touch, New South Wales now got the ball for a fresh set of 6, and they're going straight out to their left-hand side where they've been making good metres predominantly through this half.
So now up and over halfway they go. Turner marching forward. Hughes linking up through the middle. Wants a quick roll ball. Gets it. The one-handed scoop. Such a factor for Hughes. Catch and pass now. It's play on for New South Wales. Back on the inside. That's beautiful work. Rudd linking up with Turner, and they are turning it on in Coffs Harbour, the Blues.
Turner started it with a nice direct run as he came onto the field and finished it with a try for his team. As we see on the replay, another great team tie. We see Hughes drop it back in, out to the winger in Rudd, back into Turner. 5-3, 4 minutes shy of half-time. Beautiful try.
There's been some lovely cycling of the footy out on that left-hand edge so far from both Sylvester and now Rudd. So New South Wales, they've come to play here. They know what's at stake. It's Queensland, then send it wide. Oh, Amelita Case nearly had a cracking try on the offering.
Yeah, it kind of floated away from her. She had an amazing attempt to try and catch that. As we see on the replay, it was ripped out. Oh, she did get her hands to it, but would have been a fantastic try could she have scored it.
So 5-3 it remains, closing in on that halftime break. 3 minutes to go here at CX Coffs International Stadium. Our third last match of the broadcast here. Of course, we've still got the women's 45s. That is definitely a factor in terms of the overall shield. Now, that won't be broadcast to you, but we'll try and come up with a few updates. And Queensland nearly had a snatch and grab there, but it's just hit the deck. Is that Carmody coming for it, I think it was?
It was definitely Carmody, and he would have been off for the prize had he been able to take that ball.
Certainly does have some wheels. It's now New South Wales out on this left-hand side. We'll cycle back to the middle here for Watkins. Watkins waiting for his opportunity. Was so dominant in game 1, but a little bit quiet in game 2. We haven't yet to see the best of him in this decider. And now a turnover here from New South Wales.
Yeah, they're just questioning the referee there, Watkins was, but a no touch. You see Carmody, you spoke about his speed before. He's gone down that right-hand side, well defended by the New South Wales winger. He's dropped it back inside. Still early in the touch count as they march towards the New South Wales try line.
Here he is again, Carmody.
He's
quite
everywhere.
Literally all over the field. So they'll play it quickly here for Case, and now meters on offer. Easy ones there for Crow. A little bit passive defensively here for New South Wales. Happy to invite them inside their own 7. And, well, there you go. That is the penalty. If you're not going to step up, you will be pinged for it.
Yeah, so you could see there Adam Russell was pleading with the referee that New South Wales weren't moving up. Another set of 6, and wouldn't they love to score here just before half-time?
Inside the final 90 seconds of the first half. Well, there's another issue here for a Queenslander. There's multiple players who have hit the deck now.
The referee might stop play here, yeah, because it's right in the middle of the field. He's grabbing the back of his neck in a crusher-type action. He's up and about now. Might just be a bit of a got his neck in a funny position. We'll have a look. It's Russell. Medical is out with him. Just checking how he's going, asking him where he is. No, he's going to come off.
I was almost waiting for the head tap there, Gav. I don't think I've seen a HIA in touch football.
I haven't seen a HIA. So we'll look at the replay here. Russell goes in, and he's just copped the hip of the New South Wales player in his head. So he might be off just to check what's going on.
And Price just trying to squeeze inside the work there of Daniel Stone. Last one brought up for Queensland. Just over 30 seconds remaining. Crow sends it wide. Easy pickings there for Sylvester out wide for the Blues, and they should take a 2-try buffer into the break here.
Should be coming into the last set here again. They're still marching it forward through Daniel Stone. And they might get a little trick play here, and they do. Oh, excellent touch there. Meg Muir for Queensland. Saved a try there.
So 10 seconds remaining now. Hughes is thinking one more. He'll take it out to this right-hand side. Oh, bullet pass back there for Turner. Somehow kept alive now for Taryn Love. And Love, unfortunately, can't get it away. Final seconds here. New South Wales will have the lead at half-time. The Shield, as it stands, it's still afloat. They're not dead and buried, New South Wales, but they've got to complete the job in the second half here in the mixed opens, Gap.
As we know, anything can happen in the mixed opens. 2 tries is not enough of a lead, I wouldn't think, coming into the second half. There's plenty of tries. We saw an 8-7 and 11-9 in the first 2 games. So stay tuned, James. It's going to be an amazing second half.
Plenty more work to do. Let's find out how it all wraps up in the second 20. We'll take a quick break here on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the fenders, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now that shorty clean the fenders, I'm a diamond and to run it back. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. And birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Welcome back here to CX Coffs International Stadium in Coffs Harbour on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. The Shield is still alive, New South Wales fans. In this mixed opens encounter, it's 5-3 to the home side. New South Wales have the lead, and of course in our other match, which is currently going on, which also has a massive bearing on whether that Shield is going to remain in the state or head north of the border. In the women's 45, New South Wales is up 3-1 at the break. So with victory in these two grades, that'll take the overall division tally to 9-7. So, of course, New South Wales have to win all 4 remaining divisions. The women's 45s, this one right here, and then the women's open. And we wrap up with the men's open. Not a great start to the second half, though, for New South Wales.
They'll be disappointed with that start. They would have had a set play coming into Queensland's line. Well defended by Queensland. As you said, don't go anywhere, people, because there is lots more to be played out over the next few hours.
Now Case links up here with Kaylin Bell. Bell down a short side, then navigates back towards the centre of the field. Last one here. When Watkins got caught up in the ruck, and as a result, there's room now for Queensland. Oh, Watkins then snatches it out of the air. That's 0 touch. A great recovery from Finn.
Excellent recovery from Watkins, as we see. Speaking of excellent, a great run there by Lucy Spain for New South Wales. But Watkins, he was nowhere in the screen, and then all of a sudden he was there to grab the ball.
Now, if that name sounds familiar, you can see Lucy Spain this upcoming NRLW season. That kicks off in just a couple of weeks, as now Kane takes it forward, looking to link up. That has to be a repeat set, and it will be. Bauer stepped up into the channel.
And how good that we're seeing players cross codes, play for New South Wales here, and then just going to go and play in a few more weeks in the NRLW. And I know, speaking of state of origin, I know one of Queensland's best female players, Ali Brigantera, has been watching the broadcast over the last 24 hours, James.
And great to have her checking out all the action in some of Generation Next. A lot of these players will learn their skills and touch and then head across to NRLW. And now Kane with a big left foot step, splits them. Oh, that's nasty. He's broken a couple of ankles in the process.
Speaking of skill, have a look at this. Luke Kane. The replay will come up in a moment. And he just did it all himself. Dumped the ball, Moffat, off his left and slid through. Ball out in front. 6-3 New South Wales over Queensland. That looks amazing.
It was like he was spearing a fish the way he got that down. Now played quickly here from Queensland. Wide delivery. Case with work to do. Does a great job, but so too does Love. But she just couldn't get her in time. Geez, that's an excellent finish from Amelita Case, who got a hat-trick in the first game.
Excellent try there. Great wingers try. The ball got ripped out over the top of the New South Wales defender, who was behind the line. Claimed the touch. Refs have said ball down. Well done, Amelita Case.
Yeah, it was a very tight one there. So now an update as well. In the women's 45, New South Wales get another try on the board, 4-1. So as it stands with these two results, if it does stay this way, 9-7 the tally. New South Wales need to win the remaining 2 thereafter. Now a lovely long pass provided on this occasion from Daniel Stone. And New South Wales have another try on the board, so they hit straight back.
No time to even write down the try scores before we're getting another one here. So we'll see there Sylvester, and that's her 3rd try in this decider. So she's got a hat-trick. Well done there. And it's actually Watkins. Steps out. Beautiful cut-out pass. And that's probably the easiest one Sylvester scored. 7-4 New South Wales over Queensland.
Apologies there to Watkins. We're trying to keep up with 2 games at once. That's certainly a great try assist there, and it looks like he's back to full function here, so to speak, Watkins. A massive first game. Now Carmody down a short side. Did Rudd get fingertips on that? That was my question there. It came out a little strangely.
It did come out as a bit of a bobble as Case tried to get another try there, but couldn't quite get her hands on it. But this second half has opened in a flurry. We see the replay definitely deflected off something. Play on, though. New South Wales have the ball. They're recycling it through. They're coming up. But you can see here Carmody again pushing up in defence for his Queensland team.
And he's been hunting all game, both with ball in hand and defensively. Hughes now receives it quickly. Back out the back there for Turner, but Carmody once again stepping high in the line. Probably been Queensland's best here, Carmody.
Definitely for me, he's been Queensland best. There's still a long way to go in this game. We've got about 16 minutes to go. Plenty more tries on offer. Queensland just shy of halfway. And they're looking to get back in this game.
Well, Case with a very flat pass there. That's let go to Crow. Bauer also there. So Bauer now will take it forward. Oh, and an easy touch in the end there for Azzy.
Excellent touch by Azzy there. They looked to come back. They thought they might have had a 4-on-3, but not to be.
Now marching forward. Not a great release there from Kapia, who's done some wonderful work defensively, but we haven't seen her have ball in hand too much there, and that was a moment she probably wants over again.
She'll be disappointed with that Kapia. Experienced campaigner, very good player for New South Wales. They've got an opportunity here, Queensland, and that's an excellent touch there by Brittany Rudd.
Yeah, terrific read to shut down James Price. Price now wrapping around once again, but they won't get a chance to release it to him. Instead, another fresh set here for Queensland. Bauer will restart things now. Chance for Ward to try and show off that long ball that he does possess. Instead, it's going to come from Bauer out towards Case, and had a great opportunity to pop it back on the inside for Price, but took the odds to it. Rudd, however, once again shuts it down.
Stopped a couple of tries in quick succession, Rudd, but they're getting some joy out here with Case. She's quick to put the ball down, and they keep coming back to the well.
Now once more, Bauer all playing short, and Hughes, it popped up for a moment. And we have already seen him chase down so far throughout the series, so I don't think it would have been a clear run to the line, so to speak. There's some quick customers there for Queensland, but they will get another set.
Had to be done there by Hughes, otherwise it was just going to walk over try there for Queensland. They're still on the charge here. Excellent touch there by Azzy. Ref deems them onside, so Queensland will have to go back to the 7. He's not happy with that, Pearce, but now there's going to be a penalty. I dare say he might have said something to the referee. Yep. Signals, hand to the mouth. Pearce still not happy, but he'll have to give the ball back, and there's an opportunity gone begging there, James.
They can partially put that down to Azzy as well, who got into his head. He threw the ball back into the sternum, had a little thing to say to Price as well, and then instead of targeting his ill will, if you will, towards Azzy, it was directed at the referee. So there's the turnover, but New South Wales, they'll cough up possession themselves. Queensland, once again, camping down this neck of the woods. Forward here for Russell. Short side raid, there's nobody there for New South Wales, so Russell will take the metres on offer, dive out and collect Queensland's 5th.
He'll do better than take the metres. He's got them back in the game here. Russell, he's clutching at his... No, he's okay, but it's a little bit stiff through his left arm, but you'll see here, beautiful play. So you've got Danita Smith, drops it back to Russell. New South Wales players were not onside. 7-5, game on.
So now Shelley working up through the middle. Moffat. Shelley once again. Kane taking off Moffat. Hopping a step and now puts on the speed. Great touch made through the middle. Again, it's Carmody.
Carmody, we spoke about him in the first half, how dominant he's been and continuing in attack and defence.
Now Kane bouncing around, sends it wide here for Rudd, who has nowhere to go. There's the turnover. So they haven't put Queensland away as of yet. Of course, there's a long time still to go. 13 minutes on the clock. But given their dominance at times with field position in New South Wales, I think they would like to be maybe 3 in front based on how this game has unfolded. 2 is still very nervy.
Yeah, 2's a bit nervy. I'm sure they'd love to be 4 or 5 in front as we see Bell there. Pass it out wide. Couldn't get through there. Queenslander in Rudd, but well defended by New South Wales. And as you said, there's still plenty more tries in this game. Lots more to pan out in this series.
Well, of course, those previous encounters, 15 tries in the first one, 20 in the second. We've only had 12 so far, so can expect at least a few more. Forward they march now. Back to Watkins on this right-hand side, who keeps it alive, flings it out to Stone. Back to Watkins again. This is a very long touch. Stone marches forward. Now dropped down from Ashby. Taking off here is Watkins using his speed. Pops a very late pass. Then out wide. Special try for New South Wales. Sylvester has a 4th, and that might be the best one yet.
How good. It was like they were playing just one touch there. They didn't want to go down. Eventually they did. They found their space. You see Watkins, he's come to life in the second half. Sliced through between 2 players. Stone out to Sylvester. Try number 4 in a series decider. How good.
It's a great return to form here for Watkins. He was a little bit quiet in both Game 2 and the first half, at least in probably the opening 10 minutes, but since the midway point here in Game 3, in that first half, he has been electric once again. So you dare say, if the result stays as it is, Watkins probably looking at potentially player of the series here, as now, just played at there from Lucy Spain. In fairness, I think it was quite an important touch.
Yeah, unfortunately, their last touch or back end of the set for New South Wales, Queensland need to strike here. They do not want to you know, they're 3 tries behind. They'll be looking to get back into 2. Referee calls play on. They're coming around on the sweep play.
Here is Price again, bouncing off the right foot, then trying to squeeze through a little gap. Now New South Wales are claiming the touch, as he was maybe offside, but I think Lucy Spain did enough there.
That's interesting there because the referee went behind the line to award it, but then came back, maybe a signal from his sideline referee. No try for Price, but he'll be trying again here.
Oh, Crow now from distance. Geez, that's a good touch from Turner. Queensland fans can't believe it. That was as close as it gets. Now Price floating a little dummy there to himself, and then Hughes was wary, made the touch, and the score remains 8-5. We're inside the final 10 minutes now. New South Wales are keeping the Shield afloat.
And you mark that moment down there, 10 minutes to go, defensive set. Queensland on the charge, nearly scored a couple of times, but they're still 3 behind on the scoreboard.
So meters now here for New South Wales, bouncing around. They'll take off again here with Moffat. Moffat with speed, links up out wide. Oh, the ball's been dropped.
Oh, and that could have been a 4-try lead for New South Wales. It's Taryn Love, couldn't quite get her hands to it. So Queensland still in the game. 9 minutes to go. 3 tries down on the scoreboard. Series on the line. Whole series Shield on the line in this game. There's plenty still to play for, James.
The score's still at 4-1 in favour of the women's 45s New South Wales side. So New South Wales pushing Queensland all the way. Carmody was desperate to release that one. Hits the deck. New South Wales still have that 3-try advantage. They'll work it away from their own end now through Kane. And then Kapia getting involved as they head towards the subs box. Shelley has been good in this one. Flat pass now, and they'll take the meters on offer. Big meters too. Run, and then Carmody again jamming in. What a performance from him. Last one brought up for New South Wales. Stone takes off out on this right-hand side. Not a bad set overall. And in the women's 45, there's a hit back for Queensland. It's 4-2 now.
Things tightening up everywhere, James, and that's what we want. The premier players, premier competition, and games are on the line, and we're seeing some nail-biting results.
So Carmody navigating through the middle, looking for an opening. Searle is there with him. Here they come, looming in support. Carmody straightens, back to Searle. Can they unleash Walker and his speed? Oh, very rough play the ball. And there was a foot in there from, looks like Jaden Ashby. They'll try and get, I'd imagine Ward would be thereabouts. No, they won't bring Ward in. So they'll bring in Kaylin Bell and Liam Bauer. Now, Bauer certainly can throw.
And Bauer also possesses, we've seen a few times already in this game, a really long dive. They get another penalty here. That's penalty number 2 for Queensland. So Queensland will try and draw out another penalty here, because if that happens, New South Wales will be playing with 5 for the next set of 6. So if they can't score Queensland, they'll be wanting to get a penalty.
Now Bell drops it down. Searle firing long. Great read again from Rudd.
Such good defence out there by Rudd.
Bauer. Oh, short pass, and now Searle flings it wide. Rudd this time is beaten. Well, she stopped the previous 2, but third time's the charm for Queensland. They'll go in through Charlotte Vandermeer.
And just too good then. Vandermeer stayed out wide. And we'll see on the replay here as we're looking live on the action. There's Kaylin Bell's down. He's been knocked after he scored, or after he's passed the ball. Valiant attempt by Rudd. So we'll just watch the replay here. Didn't look much in it, but he's gone off the back of the field. We'll see a third replay. Suffice to say, Vandermeer scored the try. The score's 8-6. New South Wales in the lead. Kaylin Bell still down behind the field as we return with Hughes with the ball. I don't know what happened to him.
It's a little strange. There he is on screen, still behind the dead ball line, as now Azzy brings it forward on the last. And Turner will turn it over. So 8-6 the score. Queensland not done with as of yet. And just a quick update as well on the women's 45. That remains at 4-2. So New South Wales with a 2-point buffer in both live deciders at the moment. Still 2 more games to come after this one, though, here on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. We'll get the Women's Open next. That's also a decider. And then we'll wrap things up with the Men's Open decider. And if things continue as they are, that decider for the men's could be the overall Shield decider as well.
It certainly could, as we see New South Wales bang on halfway. Great meters by Looks like it might be Lucy Spain. And now they're coming on a couple of touches still up their sleeve.
Now Kane setting it here for Moffat.
Caelan Bell's returning to the box there, so whatever was wrong with him, I dare say he'll be back in the action shortly.
Last one here for New South Wales. Kane firing it long. Oh, nearly reeled in. That was a tough one to take for Taryn Love. But it would have been, yet again, a superb effort from the Blues.
They get thrown some difficult passes and they do extremely well. And again on that occasion, would have been very difficult to reel in, but great attempt by Love.
I think the only player that might have been able to catch that one would have been Cameron Chloe, based on his efforts in the men's 20s decider. Now Carmody takes off with plenty of speed. Carmody links up with Searle. Oh, has he dropped it? Yes, he has. Over the line. It was there for the taking for Searle.
Searle will be disappointed with that one. It was Carmody again. Sliced through. I'm sure we'll see the replay. Slices through. I'm going to say the touch was made there by Lucy Spain.
Yeah, the ball does come free, but that's after he gets fingertip control to it. So he did hold on to it, Searle. It's Spain who saves the bacon of New South Wales. Great effort from her. Oh, and then Carmody. He couldn't resist. He was stepping up. There's a wry smile on the face. He knows that would have been a huge momentum swing.
I'd love to see the minutes he's played and metres he's made. Unbelievable effort by Carmody in this decider.
He's missed a perpetual motion. He has not stopped moving. As now Ashby provides a short little pass here once again. Working through the middle for Stone. Oh, back to Stone. It opens up, and that could be it here for New South Wales in the mixed opens. Out to a 3-try advantage, just 4 minutes on the clock.
4 minutes to go. 3-try lead by New South Wales. Normally you'd say game over, but not when it's mixed open and when Queensland's about to have the ball in hand. But it just opened up there for Stone. Beautiful little pass by Ashby. And we're going to see a penalty here to Queensland. Too vigorous in the touch, but time now becomes a factor. 3.5 minutes on the clock, and I'm going to say, James, they need to score this set of 6, Queensland.
They've got good field position here. They've got their big guns on deck as well. Marching forward is Russell. He certainly has got across the line in this one. Back to Russell here. Well dealt with from Kapia, who's been so strong defensively in that link position. Now Crow drops it down on the last. Queensland looking wide. Hughes steps up, a big intercept.
He's done that a couple of times, Hughes, and again, it needed to be done. He's come up with the chocolates. There's now 3 minutes to go, and New South Wales just charging up that field. They don't need to do anything silly. Look at these metres they're gaining here. Right through the middle now, coming to the back end of the set, James.
Now Kane links up with Moffat. Last one here. Great one-handed scoop from Kane. Oh, pops it past. Queensland take it now. That's 2 intercepts in as many sets. And if Carmody had snapped off his one, it would have been 3 in as many.
This game has everything. There's still 2.5 minutes to go. If they didn't need to score the set before, they definitely need to score now, Queensland.
Yeah, so 2.5 on the official clock here at CX Coffs International Stadium. It has to come now. You are right, Gab. Up through the middle they go. Bauer drops it down. Short pass provided here for Walker. Space out on this right-hand edge. Walker brings it forward. Ball goes to ground. And you can just about put the cue in the rack here for New South Wales. Oh, hang on. There must have been a hand on it.
Hammond was claiming there was a hand. They've been given a new set of 6. They come back down the short side. Walker sees a little gap. Throws it behind. It might have gone behind the back of Casey Shelley, but back to live action. New South Wales need to stop. If they get a stop in this set, the series in the mixed open will go to New South Wales. Queensland need a score right now for Bauer.
Oh, Bauer with a long stretching dive there. So difficult to contain, but New South Wales did enough. Now Walker, waiting for his chance, finds Ward, watch for the long ball. Ward will go instead. The ball comes free, and New South Wales will claim the mixed open series.
Hands on hips by New South Wales. They are just walking as slowly as they can to the 7-metre mark. They're up by 3, 90 seconds to go. We're just waiting on an update out on the backfield. At last score, it was New South Wales 4, beating Queensland 2. And we see here, this will probably be the last time New South Wales mixed have the ball. They're going to take it up the field, leave it down the other end of the field, James, and say to Queensland, do your best in this last minute.
Oh, now Watkins with a burst of speed, crabbing across field. He'll take his time getting back to the mark too. So officially inside the final minute now. Ashby will keep it alive. And then cycling it further out to that right-hand side. It was a very obvious forward pass, and they were just trying to chew off a few more precious seconds. So 50 to go. They've done enough here, New South Wales. The margin at 3. There's no way Queensland can possibly pull this one out of the fire. Amelita Case has been excellent for the Maroons. And they'll be happy to give away penalties here. Watkins stepping up. And it's a look at defeat in the box. And still in the women's 45, it's 4-2 with the final stages ticking down. So New South Wales have done the job here in 2 divisions. 9-7 the total tally. It'll come down to the Women's Open. And if New South Wales can get the job done there, well, then it will quite literally be the final game of the series to decide the Shield.
It's unbelievable. 18 divisions. We've only got a couple of games to go. Series still on the line. Queensland still with a narrow lead. They'll be 2 ahead coming into this last game as we see the final hooter about to go here. A win to New South Wales. They're running on the field now. 9-6, New South Wales over Queensland to get the Shield in the mixed open division.
So all wrapped up here for New South Wales in the mixed opens. They've claimed it with a scoreline of 9-6. They took game 1, 8-7. Queensland, of course, got the victory in game 2, 11-9, but the series will go the way of the Blues. And the Shield, it's still a chance of remaining in the state. 2 more divisions to come. The Women's Open is up next. Can Queensland finally lift that Shield for the first time since 2002? We'll find out shortly.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love, as a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Are you okay? If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay?
The people in your road don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
Welcome back into Coffs Harbour. The series has been claimed by New South Wales in the Mixed Opens division. 4-try hero Adelaide Sylvester, how do you feel?
I'm feeling so excited. I'm stoked with the win. It's we won the first one, second one this morning, and coming out with the win. It's really, really good. Really happy.
We got the 4 tries. One of them was quite special. There was a little bit of basketball skills involved in that finish in the corner.
Yeah, my netball skills probably came into play, but I don't know. I just working with Case. I playing with him before, so it was really good working with him. And yeah.
And obviously a very exciting situation, given that you might not know this, the Shield is still alive. Women's 45s have been victorious as well. So, what are your thoughts? Do you reckon the women can get it done in this next match here and continue to keep the Shield alive?
Definitely. They've got a really strong team. I was speaking to some of the girls before. They're really excited and pumped. And that's so great. We're in it. We're still in it, which is so good. And
coming into that decider there might have been a little bit of nerves floating about, I suppose, defensive issues, and especially being on the wing there. There's a big job for you to make sure you're shutting down those plays. Conceding 11 in the second game, were there any concerns that your coaching staff looked to address for that one?
Yeah, definitely. They just wanted us to get up off the line, get still, make the read, which we did, and were able to execute really well. All the wingers played amazing, worked so hard chasing out, making really good reads, so it was great. Yeah.
And that includes yourself. Well done. Congratulations on the victory and the series win.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. Wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Well, here we go. The crowd is building. Second last game of the State of Origin series, and it's the deciding match in the Women's Open Division. Queensland with the tap-off here. New South Wales won Game 2 6-2. What a performance it was. Queensland took out Game 1 5-3. Who is going to take the title here in 2025? Andreasen now across field. Comes back out to Lucia Foltz. Space to work with. Foltz puts the brakes on, gets away, and a loose ball. Back to Hinarangi. Gabrose in commentary for this one. All on the line here for the women.
All on the line. For those at home, Scotty's in his maroon jumper. I'm in my blue jumper. Series on the line. New South Wales v Queensland Women's Open. Where would you rather be on a Saturday afternoon than watching this, either live at Coffs Harbour or on KO Sports at home?
Series on the line in the women's. The overall State of Origin Championship on the line still as well. Queensland 9-7 in front. They get one more win, they'll get the Shield. New South Wales need to win both remaining games to reclaim the Shield. The drama that's been involved in this State of Origin series, of course it was going to go down this way. And Queensland, who have been dominant in the Women's Open division over the last 4 series, they're looking for their 5th on the trot. Tiani Bryce feeds it out the back. Goodsall with footwork, and New South Wales Blues jerseys across there to make the touch.
It's been an excellent battle out here on the wing between Abby Good and then Goodsall for Queensland. They're just going toe-to-toe here, as has been the whole series. Player v player, team v team, and it's perfect conditions here, Scotty, shaping up for a great game.
Yeah, sun just starting to set. Still quite warm, 18 degrees at the moment. And now O'Reilly with a bit of space. Nice ball back on the inside to Hindmarsh, and a desperation touch made.
It was a beautiful touch. She's come up a little bit ginger there.
Britt Donovan it was.
But a touch that had to be made on New South Wales in for the first try.
Bit ginger, pops to her feet and takes the first hit up going forward. Look at this. Full stretch on the boots.
Beautiful touch. And as we said, she's had a great series so far, taking the ball forward every time she has it, doing it in defence as well.
My now, the ball's just spilled out and lost control. Here's the signal from Zoe Genrick. The referees for this one, Jordan Randall and Aminda Shiki. Blues out of the box with Norman. Here's Law. Trying to get on the outside.
And Law will be looking to work again with Slattery. Saw that in game 2, the foundations that Law played that allowed Slattery to do what Bella Slattery does.
Yeah, she was amazing in game 2. This time throws it in the line. Mark Thomas had hands all over that one.
Fresh set of 6, New South Wales. We see Andy Law working there with Slattery. We've got Summer Halliwell-Quinn, who scored last night on debut.
They go away from her, though. Referee slipping. And Slattery pulls them back out. Now back to Slattery, back to Law. The touch is made in the middle. Emily Ward for Queensland. Working towards the back end of the set now, New South Wales. Exchange of passing, it has opened up down the left-hand side, out into the corner, and they will score first here. Hayley Crawford for New South Wales. Nice vision from the Blues, just going away, finding the space, and Crawford scores first here for New South Wales.
Well-constructed try there. You see Slattery onto Law. Halliwell-Quinn did a great job drawing in the winger. Beautiful put down by Crawford. 1-0 New South Wales, the start that they were definitely after in this series decider. She did a good job there, Halliwell-Quinn. Ran far enough to draw in the defender, but not to get touched by the link chasing her from behind.
Now Queensland from the restart, short ball to Ashurst, punching through the hole. And Crawford, the try scorer, comes up with a big touch. Queensland still throwing the football around. It almost looked like they were ready to concede the set. Now, great hands out here, and Blade in the corner.
Oh, what a try.
Well, I was just saying in the lead-up, a couple of the Queensland players dropped back, almost getting ready for the defensive line, and all of a sudden it fell into the hands of Lucia Fons. She says, that's not how we're going to play. Look at this, ball in one hand. What about that from Tiani Bryce? That is silky, silky work. And Caitlin Blade in the corner.
We spoke about earlier with Lucia. Beautiful pass, one hand, even nice soft hands from Tiani Bryce. She's always got her hands in the mix. Excellent put down by Caitlin Blade. Something from nothing, 1-1, game on. That was a remarkable try, Scotty.
Oh, came out of absolutely nowhere for Queensland. Now Slattery back on the run. Another repeat set.
She's doing a good job here, Slattery, forcing the defenders here, as we spoke about. She had a really good series. You've got to be watching her because she's so light on her feet, can take you on one-on-one. So they're creeping in, but she's getting repeat sets of 6 for her team.
Here's Hindmarsh, crabbing down the short side, back in field. Hindmarsh on the sweep, looks to kick away. Her own jersey's there to make the touch. She had a great series as well. Chelsea Hindmarsh out in the left link position. Lawton decides to kick, comes back into the middle. And that just disrupts their flow momentarily. Out to Norman. Someone's got to punch forward here for New South Wales. Slattery gets it down. Norman comes off the left foot. Plays down on the deck here for Queensland. They've found the space out on the right-hand side of the field as Nicholas goes over and scores their second.
The quality we're seeing in these tries, they're constructing them so well, conditioning the defence to go one way, stopping on a dime, coming back, and you'll see a try here. You'll see Norman comes on the sweep, gives it to Law. Slattery sees a little opening, draws in the winger, and Nicholas just runs to the corner and scored. New South Wales in the lead 2-1. But that's not easy to do, Scotty, what they're doing there. Recycling, getting back on side, and being in position to take the catch and the try.
And that's been both New South Wales' 2 tries there, just throwing the football around and then reacting to what the defence is doing and then taking that moment when it presents itself. So great start with the points on the board here for New South Wales. The first 2 tries in front by 1. Players out of position down the short side. Mai comes back to Files. She's kind of held her position. Might have been able to pop on the outside shoulder of a retrieving player in defence there from New South Wales. As Ward looks to sweep around, had to put the brakes on. Mara Thomas sends it over the top. It goes over the head of Sinead Murphy.
Couldn't do much about that there, Murphy. It went sailing overhead, almost to the sideline referee. So New South Wales has done a good job defending here, but straight away we see Queensland pushing up in defence, trying to keep New South Wales. And, we're going to see an error there by New South Wales early in the touch count. You cannot do that against this Queensland team. So much strike right across the field. They're coming wide early. And Mai straightens it back up for her team.
A good opportunity here for Queensland to level up the scoring. They're making changes, 3 changes as they go short side. Tiani Bryce tries to attack in between defenders. Nice touch made from Jessica Potts.
She's always scheming, Tiani Bryce. She likes this short side here, likes this end of the field. We've seen her score some championship winning tries over the past few years. And she'll be in the thick of the action again this afternoon.
Nothing doing here on the last touch for Queensland. Didn't have anything to work towards. Hindmarsh direct on the second touch as New South Wales put the ball through the hands. Shy their 10-metre line as replacement players make their way onto that ball there. The groan of the crowd wasn't enough to get the penalty towards Queensland. They're flirting now. They got away with the first one. They weren't going to get away with that one. Oh, there's hands in heads over in the New South Wales box. There's a bit of frustration.
They flirted with danger there and just tried it one too many times. She had no one to pass back into. Probably needs to just take her medicine, take the touch, try and go forward again after that. But it's presented a beautiful opportunity here for Queensland. And we'll see Andrea Sand take the ball on the sweep.
They've been camped down the centre of the field for the last couple of sets, but deciding to have a crack on 4th. We're into the last touch of the set now.
In no rush here, Andrea Sand. Taking it back to the 7. They'll have a little trick play here, no doubt, Bryce and Andrea Sand.
They switch back in Bryce and doesn't get clean release from that. It's the contact and the touch and pass signal from Jordan Randall.
So a couple of probably unconditional sets we've seen from Queensland here. They've had a couple of opportunities in the last few minutes down on New South Wales line, but really hasn't amounted to much, Scott.
And there's been, multiple sets, Gab, that have ended up being a dead play on 5th touch. So they've just got nothing to work to on the back end and pretty much just giving possession back to New South Wales. As this has been a good roll down the field. O'Reilly plays it. Nice pick up and go. Hindmarsh looking for options. Looked like it took a little deflection. No hands involved from Ashurst, and she gets straight back onto the football and takes the first hit up here for Queensland.
So we're midway through this first half. Queensland bring it up the field. This is a better set for Queensland. Taking it forward first, a really good run there. They're coming out the back for Fildes, and we'll see what they can manufacture here. Donovan only knows one way. Fildes, ball in one hand again. Play on, play through. She's looking for support. Who will she find? Oh, and a drop ball in the corner, unfortunately, for Queensland there. But Fildes, she does it so easily.
With that
ball in one hand, just holding it like it's an apple. And then Caitlin Blade sweeping around the back. It was a tough one to take. Just couldn't get both hands on the footy there and get it down cleanly. Half an opportunity, or more than half an opportunity for Queensland there. Lucia looking dangerous here in game 3. Jeff's early release out over the top. Great hands from Nicholas. Referees say no.
It looked forward out of the hands from here. Referees right on the spot there. It was a good take by Nicholas, but unfortunately for New South Wales, a forward pass. So Queensland will get the ball 7 metres out. We're about 11 minutes into this game, and both teams getting into their processes and seeing who's going to crack.
Changes to come here for Queensland. Armin Thomas with the hard yards. My in the middle, shows it. Now Ward picks up early release and can't connect up with My. Penalties given as well.
And straight onto the ball there is Rachel Jeffs. They're going back out to their box, and again Hindmarsh taking the ball forward. Danny Norman would expect nothing less. This is a really good set here for New South Wales with Halliwell Quinn. Ooh, unfortunately couldn't get the touchdown.
Bella Foltz with the touch around the back. It's always hard to know where defenders are if they're behind you. As Slattery goes early release. They're trying to push the final pass.
Good defence there by Queensland. They've got a penalty there, another forward pass. We're just looking into the Queensland box at the minute. We'll see what their coaches are going to be talking about. What little changes can they make? What trick plays can they put on coming into half-time to try and draw this game level?
Here's Ward out to My. Drayson plays it on the half. Sammy Joe Love, the captain. And last touch, so they turn the ball over. Pretty good field position here for New South Wales.
They're starting to edge forward in terms of the territory game. We play the grind between the 7 metre and the 7 metre, but the last couple of sets we've just seen New South Wales getting the ball, edging down, getting it towards halfway.
And O'Reilly just snatching at the football.
Came on at speed there, O'Reilly, trying to get a latch dump, but couldn't get hold of that ball.
Now Tiani is a little bit isolated, and it was a 50-50 call to see whether Fildes had control of the football there as the contact came in for the touch. Referees allow Queensland to maintain possession. Donovan to Thomas. As Bella Fildes sweeps, Donovan goes back to Murray and Thomas, and there was no one there for Queensland on the left-hand side of the field.
Unfortunately for Queensland, they'd swept back round to the open side, so when she dropped it back inside, it was literally an easy touch for Danny Norman, 2-on-2.
Here's Hindmarsh short of the halfway line as Jeffs rolls them down into Queensland's end of the field now. Potts picks up, finds Jeffs. Lovely left to right out of the hands. And Murphy getting across to make the touch.
And that could be a very important touch there by young Murphy. You saw as a beautiful pass there from the New South Wales player, out to Nicholas on the wing. Always ready to score a try, but a beautiful touch there by Murphy. And on the back of that, a penalty for Queensland. They're going to have a chat. Having a chat to Hindmarsh. We haven't seen a signal. I'm going to say just left too early, offside. Queensland get to march the ball up a little bit further and head towards halfway.
Goodall plays it short of the halfway line now as Walsh grits the teeth and gets Queensland going forward. My now following suit. There's a bit of a feel about this set of 6 here for Queensland. Back toward in the middle. Andreasen has a look up, goes long and over the top, and it's a great recovery as the ball down first. Referees, Queensland are happy. They're almost back at the halfway line. Nicholas has got a hand up. The referees are going to point to Queensland.
You caught it perfectly, Scotty. The way that set started, we knew something was going to come off the back end of it. And who else but Andreasen? Skips off the right. Beautiful double cutout over the head of Nicholas. Caitlin Blade. Excellent attempt in defence, but just such a beautiful pass from Andreasen. We've seen that so many times. On the money, Caitlin Blade. Big smile, 2-all. You can't do much better than that, Scott.
2 tries to Caitlin Blade. She's got both of them for Queensland. Finishing off nicely out on the wing. Oh, what a beautiful ball. Great hole, and Norman plucks it out of the sky to put New South Wales back in front.
She's happy with that one, Danielle Norman. And again, it's Law, it's Slattery, and Norman being the recipient there. Bella steps off the left, back to Law. Beautiful hands. Out of the air, Danny Norman, clap of the hand. She'll be happy with that one. New South Wales take a narrow lead again. Beautiful catch.
Well, I don't know if it was her ball. Originally looked like it was going to go long. She said, I'll make it my ball. I'm taking this one, and I'm going to score points here for New South Wales. The captain puts the Blues back in front, 3-2. Queensland, still plenty of time to go here in the first half. Seeing a few more points. It was 2-1 at the halftime break in Game 2. More points in Game 3. Series on the line as Donovan dives in. She'll be sent back to the 7-metre line. Last touch of the set.
Great chance there for Donovan. Equally good touch by Bella Slattery.
Tiani happy to concede.
The game's gone up a notch again. 3-2 to New South Wales. 4 minutes to go. Beautiful pass again. They're happy to go wide. Nicholas again, this game, getting plenty of metres down her wing.
And she feeds it from half. Will follow suit again. As replacements come on for the Blues. Jeffs through the middle. Potts picks up. As now Jeffs looks to get on the outside of Donovan, who makes the touch.
So reliable, Donovan. Forward in attack, makes her touches in defence, does a lot of work, has drawn a penalty for her team here. There's 2 Queensland players down in Walsh and Donovan. They're smiling, fixing the hair. They'll get a penalty, get another set of 6 for their team.
Walsh, good metres from the tap-off. Gets her team across to the sideline. Now they've got ease of getting their replacement players on, and there's another penalty here offside, back-to-back from New South Wales. Little leg up here for Queensland. Under 3 to go before the halftime break. Looking to level up the scores going into the break.
Yeah, and you can see Mai there directing her team around. They'll have a couple of plays they want to do. A little pop-out play award. Beautiful hands. Well defended there by Nicholas. And Fold smartly held on to the ball there because they've still got touches up their sleeve.
Mai back inside to Emily Ward. As now Beck tries to get in behind the defensive line. New South Wales hold their nerve.
So 2 minutes out from half-time. New South Wales will want to hold on to the ball here, try and get as far down the other end of the field as they can. But again, that Queensland defence, relentless. Really good start to the set here by Queensland. They'll be trying to draw an error as we see Potts or Jeffs make a good run up the field for New South Wales.
Coming into last now, Nicholas goes down the right-hand side of the field. Not a bad option. Queensland will play it on their 10-metre line. Under 2 to go now.
They'll be trying to draw a penalty out, Queensland. Get up the other end of the field. We'll see Mai taking it forward. Now into New South Wales half. They've got about 3 touches up their sleeve. As you see Bryce come on.
It's Tammy Jo Love as well. Now they go that pop-out play again. This time on Lucia. Gets on the outside. Caitlin Blade for the corner. And a huge touch from New South Wales.
What an amazing touch. It was a double fly there by Queensland. Came out the back. Came out the back again. We'll see on the replay. You see Folds come out the back. Beautiful pass. And it was McDonald. A full-length dive in the corner. Saved the day there for her team. Beautiful play by Queensland. We're seeing another replay of it. Blade, we know what speed she possesses, and it took a full-length dive in attack and defence. You won't see better than that, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll mark that moment. That could be a really big moment in the context of this game. Series on the line. Scores tied at the moment. Queensland almost locked it up going into the halftime break. Now they're the ones defending down the other end of the field. Slattery and the last. Goes to Law. Norman with space. Out in front. And good. Can't reel it back in. Queensland have got one last crack. 30 seconds to go. They're all the way down the other end of the field.
They'll have a crack. Don't worry about that, Scotty. They're coming down this end of the field. They might go for a strike dump with a couple of touches up their sleeve. We'll see Folds. We know anything can happen when she's on the field.
And just as changes were coming on, loose ball now. New South Wales see a little bit of intent here. 5 seconds to go. They'll get one more play. They get the clean one down. Norman, though, had to scramble. You don't want to go to sleep here on Slattery. And the touch has been made by Rachel Walsh. What an enthralling first 20 minutes there. New South Wales going front by 1.
Unbelievable game. We've seen it all in attack and defence. The skill in attack, playing eyes up footy as we call it, but some amazing touches all over the park. Series on the line. New South Wales have not won this for over a decade, so all to play for. New South Wales with a slight lead, 3-2 in the halftime break, Scotty.
Well, it is all on the line. Queensland looking to retain the series. New South Wales, as Gab mentioned, haven't won since 2014. Can they hold on to it in the second half? Quick break here. New South Wales in front, 3-2.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and we love.
As a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Griffin Stars!
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that Dutch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully.
Well, 20 minutes left in this State of Origin series here in the Women's Open. New South Wales in front, but only just at the moment. The one try, 3-2, coming into the second half. They will have the first possession here. 20 minutes to go, Gab. It's all on the line for both of these two teams.
You just cannot pick it. I want this game to just keep on going. Let them play more than 20. Let them play till it gets dark, till they want to go home for something to eat. What a game, what a series. And we see Danny Norman taking the tap for New South Wales, trying to lead her team home for the first series win in over 10 years.
Yeah, I think the start's pretty important here. New South Wales getting the first possession. If they go down and set the tone early, 2 tries, and make Queensland try to chase. That's what happened in game 2. Queensland chased them all game, couldn't pull them back, and New South Wales end up running away with it in the game, and they have started in that exact fashion. Slattery, and she was the woman to do the job. She sets the tone early here for New South Wales, and they do go up by 2.
Individual brilliance. There really wasn't much happening there. She's run at the offside player, gone between 2, dives through, referee right on the spot and says ball down. Pass from Andy Law, fakes to go in. Beautiful dive, just on the line. Perfect start for New South Wales. The gap out to 2, New South Wales 4, Queensland 2. individual brilliance by Bella Slattery. We've seen it time and time again.
And she carried them on her back in game 2. She started the second half here in similar fashion for New South Wales. Tiani Bryce tries to slice in between, and they'll come back for the penalty.
Forward pass off the ruck, but again, Bryce, we talk about Slattery for New South Wales, but Bryce for Queensland, she's got all the skills as well.
Norman goes direct on the second touch. Here's Slattery playing it. She'll head over for a breather. Norman doing the hard yards for her team this weekend. Really leading from the front. Potts plays it, and that was the last touch of the set.
I've never seen anybody get on a ball so quickly there as Donovan. Before they'd even played it, she was onto it, taking the ball forward for her team, and here she goes again, over halfway. Her metres through this series have been unbelievable, Scott.
Oh, she's a competitor, fighting on every play. Good metres here for Ward, punching through the middle as Mai comes back in good defence. You can smell danger there, New South Wales. And it was Holly Ruff coming in to make the final touch.
Excellent touch. She did not want to give Andrea Sand or Mai any time with the ball there, because we know what they can do.
Penalty into New South Wales. Queensland offside.
So Nicholas will get a tap, 10 metres on her own side of halfway. They've got a full complement of players on the field now. They'll be able to go a direct set here and head towards Queensland's try line.
Here's O'Reilly. Perrott from half. Come back to Perrott now. Highmarsh sweeps around, turns it back infield. Donald plays it. Now Highmarsh loops it across. Still ball in possession here for New South Wales, and almost slipping through there, Maggie O'Reilly. Penalty here for Queensland. Returning the ball directly back to Queensland.
And it was a good touch there by Thomas from Queensland as she takes the ball forward. We see Mai in the same fashion.
And Sammy Jo Love feeds it to Ashurst. Skips across, a little bat on play.
Penalty to New South Wales. Forward pass there. Well defended by Hayley Crawford from New South Wales. Came in to shut down any opportunity, but ball was forward out of the hands. So New South Wales, we're already about 4 minutes into this second half. They'll get a tap 7 metres from their own try line. And the intensity is lifted, and why not? You'd expect nothing less from both these teams, the superstars of our game.
There's O'Reilly, big metres. Law, good hands. Gets away. Law, Files has to come back at her. It's the last touch of the set. Slattery, short side to Nicholas, who slings it back in field. Lucia picks it off. Queensland need a little bit of energy here.
Yeah, you can see New South Wales here pushing up in defence. They can smell blood in their water. They've got a 2-try lead. They're pushing up, so we see a drop back in there by Queensland to try and get New South Wales going backwards.
There's Rachel Walsh through the middle. Donovan from half. Yeah, tipping away in front of Walsh. New South Wales start their set. Andy Law, crossfield. Donovan there to make the touch again.
She wasn't sure whether to pass or run there, Andy, so she ended up kind of doing a little bit of both. No harm done. Her team's tracking forward now, right on halfway.
Switch in for Potts. Halliwell Quinn. Jeffs. Final touch of the set as Potts picks up. Donovan's there again. Definitely last pass forward out of the hands.
Definitely forward. Nearly worth 2 penalties, that one. It was about 2 metres forwards out of the hand. It was last touch. So Queensland will get a penalty on their 7-metre line. And again, you see New South Wales moving up in defence, trying not let this juggernaut of Queensland get to the other end of the field.
There's Battle Files. Has to come back to the mark. And Queensland have to punch forward again. Blade. Now Andreasen. Mai picks up a short ball. New South Wales jerseys there to make the touch yet again.
Was Sailor Perrott on that occasion. You can see they're just jamming in, trying to take the time and space away from Andrea Sand and Mai. They know they're danger players for their team.
They come back to Perrott now. Highmarsh, the crowd getting very vocal. They pick up again here, New South Wales. Queensland fans in front of us, they know this is a crucial moment in the game for their team. The series on the line. The State of Origin Shield is still on the line as well.
The noise in the crowd has definitely lifted in the last 30-40 seconds. They're trying to will their Queensland team into another try and get this gap back to only one.
Here's Love, the captain, Tiani. Beautiful out of the hands. Goodsall comes in and is met there from Good.
They might get a penalty here, New South Wales. No, just a roll ball. Referee was happy with the turnover. Goodsall moves up in defence there. New South Wales heading back towards their box.
Ooh, it was nice lead up there. They pushed that pass. If it hits the target there with Norman, we would have got some good flow off the back of it. But just those little moments now create half little opportunities for Queensland. Gives them that chance to get some replacements on as well. Walsh is on. Donovan is on as well. Here is Rachel Walsh. Bella Folds finds Donovan out in front. Nice hands from Murphy. They get the penalty as well here, Queensland.
So Queensland will get another set down on the line. Offside by New South Wales. So they're about to get some fresh legs on. They'll have the full complement of Secrecy. Andrea Sand back on. She'll be working with Bryce and Donovan out here on the left-hand side. Walsh on the right-hand side. We know what the try scoring. But again, an early penalty in possession for Queensland. They'll be disappointed with that. That's definitely an opportunity. And going to make the issue worse, talking back to the referee, you're never going to win that argument, Scott.
Yep. They're giving away cheap penalties here, Queensland. You're down by 2. Can't afford for that to happen. Only the one try so far here in the second half, and it has gone the way of New South Wales. Jeffs. Now Potts. Donovan holds her space nicely. She is trying absolutely everything, Britt Donovan, to lift her team. She is everywhere in this game.
She's doing a really good job. She's not happy with the ref there saying you've got to go over to the mark. She was pleading for a penalty. Suffice to say, she'll just go forward regardless. And there's going to be, they might talk to the Queensland players here. No. A little bit of frustration creeping in here. The referee's going to talk to the New South Wales player. She's going to be subbed. It's Hindmarsh, so she's sprinting off. Queensland can take a quick tap and see what advantage they can get here, but they've only got 4 on the field at the moment. I know that now they've got their full complement. Folds snuck on and back into the action.
Maimai does come back towards Lucia, throws the dummy. Emily Ward in from half, wraps around, gets it back from Maimai. Thomas will get herself into half. They take out Ward with the good contact, who's back up onto her feet now. Emily Ward on the 7, short side. Nothing there for Queensland. Are there players offside for New South Wales? I think we might get another penalty, and we do.
Definitely offside there, the New South Wales player. Couldn't get quite back on the line. Didn't give away a try, so that's better for them. A penalty they will take, a try they do not want. But for Queensland, you got Folds working with Maimai, and here's Andrea Sam with the hot hand.
Oh, it comes off the left foot. A hot hand indeed. Jeez, they needed that try, Queensland. They needed a little bit of spark, and it comes from one of their best.
And of course, that's who you would go to. Andrea Sand. I could watch her all day. Long ball out from Maimai. Looks like she's going to pass. Go straight through. She's set up so many. And has she scored a very important try in this series decider for her state?
Well, that's a huge play from Queensland. Defence needs to be on point, particularly right now after scoring points down the other end. Slattery's on. This combination between her and Law as they dive in at the line. They'll come back.
It looked forward out of the hands. Indeed, that's what they've called. Queensland defended well after scoring a try. 10 minutes to go. New South Wales 4, Queensland 3. You could not write a better script, Scotty.
Great hands now. Goodsall finds some space, cuts back infield as well. They need to get a half in place. Thomas scrambles to get across as Donovan steadies the ship now for Queensland. They're rolling down into the attacking end of the field now. The ladies in maroon. Folds picks it up. Looping ball in. Rolls just punching through a hole. It was just out in front of her.
Couldn't quite get there, Walsh, but there was a space out there for Queensland down that right-hand side. They've definitely gained the ascendancy in the last few minutes, Queensland. They might draw a penalty here, New South Wales. It's Sailor Perrott. She goes flying over the sideline, deems the touch to be too vigorous. And New South Wales just need to take a breath, calm down. They're still in front on the scoreboard, plenty of time left, but they don't need to do anything silly.
Back in field with O'Reilly. They hold their space. McDonald plays it, receives it back. Highmarsh goes back out to the left link position. Ooh, they get a penalty. Then they're tough ones to give away because Queensland were pretty comfortable defensively in the lead up to that point. As New South Wales get replacement players with Law and Slattery onto the field. Another flat ball there from half.
They're going to... Oh, no, they're just going to change over the refs there. I thought they were going to have a discussion, but as we saw, they've brought Law and Slattery back into the action, and why not? They've had such great success already in this series.
Here they are combining yet again. Slattery decides to pull the trigger. Oof. Queensland just across. Who else? Britt Donovan pulling herself off the ground yet again.
Battles within battles here. Slattery's looking, thinking it might have been a try. Played the ball on the 7, gets the ball back off Andy Law. And that was so close to being a try to New South Wales. Not to be. Queensland got the ball back. 7.5 minutes to go. And Walsh driving up the field for Queensland. This crowd...
Listen to this. The Queenslanders, they are riding their team home. They're really trying to get back behind them. They know how much this means.
It's like a strong wind here from the right-hand side. The Queensland fans, I can't hear the New South Wales fans down on the left, but this Queensland crowd is willing their team to even up the scores.
This is a home series for New South Wales. We're deep in New South Wales territory here in Coffs Harbour. And the Queenslanders have come out in force. It's been 23 years since they've had the shield. They're looking to get it back. Other players offside. Jordan Randall's got a point to the spot. Queensland have gone back to back. This crowd is right behind them, and they've gotten them back into the game.
And it was Andrea San and then My here. Those two again. This time they reversed the roles, back off the inside. Unfortunately for Andy Law, she was not onside. Well executed play off the left, played through, well called referee. Even Stevens 4-all, 6.5 minutes left on the clock.
You've got to keep composed here, New South Wales. Norman, she might be the one to direct them around the park. They just run into each other and the ball goes down. So Queensland defend their line.
Well done, Queensland. They are using this crowd noise to their advantage here. They're going straight up the field there in files. And there's been a real shift in the last couple of minutes, Scott.
Here's Lucia again. She'll take a well-deserved break. Donovan back out there. Last touch. Bellafiles picks up and looks to go. New South Wales players onside.
Good touch, Rachel Jeffs. But just all over the park, it's just like shots being fired everywhere by these Queensland players at the moment. We know they love the big moments and the close games. New South Wales need to manufacture something here to get back in this game. It's even on the scoreboard, but Queensland starting to dominate.
5.5 to go. Contact from Walsh, but she's out of play at the moment. They've got space down the left, and O'Reilly is touched there from Bella Fields. Donovan will take the first hit up again. Marama Thomas. Do they still have juice in the legs here, Queensland? Scores locked up. Series on the line. Queensland won game 1. New South Wales won game 2. Emily Ward. Andreasen from half. My receives it back. Hinney tries to get on the outside. Switches in Bryce. It's still play on at the moment. Players down everywhere. My finds Blade. Comes back inside. It comes off the hands of New South Wales. Forward pass first.
This game has everything. Everybody just stop and take a breath. never say die, that Queensland attitude out there. They look like they're going to get something on that last touch. Not to be. Forward pass. New South Wales have the ball, but they're under all sorts of pressure, Scotty.
Queensland smell blood in the water here in defence. New South Wales are fighting for every metre at the moment, and they're struggling to get forward. They're still getting players onto the park. This is the last touch here for Queensland. They need one more to make as Nicholas goes across. They're starting to get on top here, Queensland.
Nicholas had no other option there but to run from dummy half. We see Folds reel that in. There's another big moment. She dropped that. New South Wales had a chance, but it's my charging up the field. They are definitely on top here, Queensland.
Thomas plays it. Sammy Joe Love comes on. Ashurst will feed it from half. The skipper, can she get her team across the line? They bring it out to Marama Thomas. Here's Love, early relief. Thomas sends it out, flicks it back in, still play on. Ashurst finds Love, and the ball hits the ground.
Oh, I'm nervous. 3.5 minutes to go. It was a typical Queensland play there. You had to keep moving. As Billy Slater says, keep moving your feet in attack and defence because you never know when the ball's coming. And Danny Norman charging up the field for her team, trying to get them home in this series.
Well, that was the captain's run there for New South Wales, and they needed that after the pressure they had last set. Now Jeffs gets it down cleanly. Potts, they'll have one more crack here, New South Wales. Potts to Jeffs. Jeffs goes short. And they're on the outside, New South Wales. What a try with 3 minutes to go. They're back in front.
We see try up over on the signage out in the back corner. Holly Raff, you've given your team the lead on the back end of a good set. It was Jeffs and Potts, looked to go long, went short to Holly Raff hitting the hole, but there's still more to be written in this script, Scotty.
Just over 2.5 to go. There is enough time. Queensland need another hit back. There's the Blues contingent. They're down the far end of the field. They're riding their team home just as much as these Queensland fans. Andreasen goes long early. Goodsell back inside to Folds, and a great touch on the boot from Hindmarsh.
Her defence has been outstanding, Hindmarsh.
Nothing there for Walsh. Folds with the footwork, and she comes up and shuts it down again.
2 minutes to go. Queensland will definitely get another opportunity in this match. New South Wales need to get the ball as far down the other as they can. Who else but Bella Slattery marching the ball upfield?
We're under 2 minutes to go now. Look at this set here from New South Wales. They're up and about, and they get the penalty off the back of it. Halliwell Quinn.
There's boos from the crowd. It was possibly a lucky penalty there for New South Wales, but you make your own luck in these tournaments and in these big games. New South Wales can ice the game and the series here with another try. Queensland need a stop, Scott.
Jeffs, who set up the last try, has another look at them. The touches are there. Britt Donovan again. Rachel Walsh in the middle. Can they make a couple more stops here, Queensland? Jeffs wisely takes her time to get back. She has a look up, works with Potts. They sweep around. Hindmarsh to Jeffs. Andreasen was up there in the repeat set.
And we see here we've got Rachel Jeffs down. She copped a heavy knock. She'll be in no rush to get to the ball. A repeat set of 6. New South Wales, we see the replay. Hindmarsh turns it back. I'm going to say that's lucky to New South Wales because it looked like the ball potentially forward out of their hand. Not to be. New South Wales just got to hold on to the ball. 45 seconds left. 1 up on the clock. Series on the line. How's this going to play out?
Well, they just need to complete the set, or do they put the nail in the coffin? New South Wales, it is there. They've got the series, and they're keeping the state of origin alive.
What about that? It's Sailor Perrott, passes a cutout pass, game on the line, and it's Abby Good. From good to great, we see a series win to New South Wales. Hugs all round. Let's look at the replay. Sailor Perrott, I'm not putting the cue in the rack. I'm passing the ball out to Abby Good, and we have now put an exclamation mark on this series as the hooter goes in the background. Excellent game. New South Wales running onto the field, Scotty. What an epic way to finish this series.
A historic win for New South Wales in the women's, their first State of Origin series since 2014. Queensland threw everything at them, but when it mattered most, New South Wales were there to finish it off. What a win. They lost game one. They win the next two games to take the series. You can see what it means to them. There's tears out there for New South Wales. What a series.
And big congratulations to their coaches as well. We've got Peter Forrester, Matt Scarange, Joel Willoughby and Kim Solomon in their box. It's been over a decade and you can just see what it means to them. Great team effort, nothing to take away from Queensland. They'll be bitterly disappointed, but just that is a series that we will all remember. Great execution, great talent, great skill right across the board. But for the first time in 11 years, New South Wales have taken the Women's Open, and now the series is still on the line, Scotty.
Well, what about the theatre involved in this now? It had to be like this. It had to be like this. The State of Origin series this year has been amazing across all divisions, and it comes down to the final game of the tournament, the Men's Open, to decide who will be the State of Origin champions for 2025. We're going to head down on field and grab a chat with some of our New South Wales players from the Women's Open team. Short break and we'll be back with the final game. It's all on the line. Men's Open coming up next.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully.
Very excited scenes down here by the field. New South Wales Women's Open players. We've got their captain, Danny Norman. Over here, Bella Slattery. That was an epic series. I wish you girls could play again. I'm sure you disagree with me. You're happy with the win. Captain, Danny Norman, what a moment for you.
I actually cannot explain this feeling. It is unbelievable. I'm so proud of our girls. Like this one, she stepped up to the challenge. She's ready for the women's and she's just killing it. And you know what? All of our girls have just done an amazing job. I just couldn't be happier. Hey.
Koa, do you want to say something about Mum?
Say mama.
Hey. We'll go over here to Bella Slattery. You talk about individual performances, none better from you, Bella Slattery. I know you're very humble, but seriously, one-on-one, you are so hard to stop. How does that feel this afternoon?
Oh my gosh, it was so tough, and we prepared so well, and we put our heart out there, and as you can see from our reactions at the end, like, it was just so amazing to do it besides everyone, really, all of our sisters and our coaches, honestly.
It's been such a long time since New South Wales have won this series, Danny, and I know how much it means to you, the effort you put in alongside all the girls and your coaches. It's just been an all-round team effort. Does it get any better than this?
It doesn't, I literally have no words. It doesn't get any better than this. I'm so excited to party with the girls tonight.
And we just see there, husband Pete Norman, he's about to take the field for Queensland in a bizarre situation. But final words, I'm going to have to go to you, Danny. Bella, unbelievable performance, but Danny, anything left to say this afternoon?
Nothing. Go the Blues.
Yes! Well done, girls. Congratulations.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't a Mackerel, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning, not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, running around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the early 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so on.
It's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now, so I just play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it, so it's good to be here.
I've got to ask, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls' Opens Bulldogs team, and it's the only time you'll ever see me in a Bulldogs shirt, but I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for them, but Sharky's through and through.
Welcome back to KO Sky Sport New Zealand. Sky Sport Next, Coffs Harbour International Stadium is the venue, and it's as if it was written in the stars. After 18 divisions, it all comes down to this. Queensland through the tunnel, looking to claim the Men's Open Series and the Shield for the first time since 2002. New South Wales, they have come back from the brink. They were down 9-5 in the divisions. They've won 3 straight, levelling it up here at 9 divisions apiece in the 18th and final would, of course, ensure that the Shield stays this side of the border, having claimed it back in 2022. It is all to play for the Shield, for the Men's Open, the decider that we were after. Good evening, James Preston and Jason Stanton, to take you through all the action. What an occasion, Stanto.
If you love touch football, it does not get any better than this, James. It's absolute pleasure to be joining you in the box here, mate. The voice of touch, James Preston. I'm pumped because I can't believe we've got to the last game. Queensland have been so dominant, New South Wales clawing their way back, and now it's come down to one game out of 18 divisions. Very hard to pick a winner, and the best of the best on show for 40 minutes. Can't wait.
It seems unfathomable that we are actually in this position. Queensland, of course, had a 7-3 lead at the break a little earlier this afternoon, then still had that big buffer at 9-5. New South Wales, of course, the equation was pretty simple. Just keep winning. They were all live deciders. They've gone 3 from 3. Can they make it 4 from 4 in what would be a famous victory and a famous retention? We're underway. Catalano brings it forward. Flat pass here for Bazounis. Those two have been a deadly combination throughout this series. Lennon shifts it on here for Catalano. Good start here for New South Wales, playing with purpose, playing with speed now is Lennon. Linking up, finding Catalano on the spot. What a dream start for New South Wales after less than 30 seconds. 1-0 the score.
And the superstars combining. Chris Lennon, he's been the form player in the world at the moment. Just big dummy, waltzing himself into the end goal. Look at Catalano getting himself free around the back. Absolute brain in them there. Great combination there, Lennon and Catalano.
And you may have seen on the sideline as well, Luke Mansour with the arm in a sling. He's broken his collarbone in that previous match that we had a look at earlier this afternoon, Stanto. So he's out. Queensland now looking to strike back, or they could have scored themselves there through the work of Brad Russell. Instead, they send it wider still, and Bailey Assay will lock it all up. 1 try apiece after just over a minute.
And that's a great settler for Queensland, because New South Wales had a lot of energy. You see that we got the dump and the break infield there. Clever work. Ended up being a man-on-man situation. I think it was Russell there. Big right foot step into the 3-on-2 and a try for the Maroons.
So locked up here, still a long way from the end goal though. Simbolan links up here with Jones. Now Thompson waiting for his moment. Scoops it up out of acting half. Quick release here for Simbolan, who has a dive at the line. Great touch made from Jacob Hall. Back to the 7.
Great recovery there, Simbolan. He's got a great dive on him. Queensland had to pull out all stops to hold out the Blues on that occasion.
Well, it's almost a case of fortune favouring the Blues here. Of course, in the lead-up, Josh Moffat was initially named in this lineup for the Men's Open. He was ruled out with injury. So Liam Squires comes in, who does play on the wing, and now with Mansour injured, that could end up being a crucial decision to have the extra winger in the squad. Queensland now on the last. Bart's bouncing around. Can't get away from the defender of Thompson. And New South Wales holding firm. So this is a much better start to proceedings. Games 1 and 2 have been a little bit sloppy in the beginning, but this has been thick and fast.
Yeah, hopefully it can remain open. The referees have started very well as well. We've got Baggio, Calabria and Skelly out there. They've started well. They're opening the game up. Hopefully we get another 38 minutes of this.
Bazounis now for Catalano, who got the first try of the match. Straightening now. Lovely charge upfield. Bazounis off the right foot. Now the speed. Bazounis looking long. Oh, finding a pass, but somehow Bartz reels it back in. What a take that is. And then Lennon came up with a second effort. He's probably lucky he didn't get marched further.
Tim Bartz comes up with the big play. He's been great in attack, James. And on that occasion, he saved a certain try. I think Zach Bazounis, he had too many options. I noticed Catalano free again. But Zach probably didn't catch him on that occasion. And Bartz, what a play. Great speed of play from both teams.
Now head to the sideline here, New South Wales, to get those fresh troops onto the pitch. They've been out there for a while now, the likes of Lennon, Bazounis and Catalano, so they'll make way. Now meters on offer here, up through the middle for Langbridge. Thompson at speed, back to Langbridge, catch and pass. Well marked up though from Assay.
Yeah, nice little like sort of drift off their player. They came in to help out with the squeeze, and as the ball passed out, they moved off their player, back out to theirs, back out to one wider. So great defence from Queensland.
Now Russell up over halfway. Last one here for Queensland. Moffat getting involved as well. Hegedus, his first touch is not a good one. So New South Wales now has settled into the contest nicely. Working through their set up towards halfway. Oh, and then a little bobble there coming in from Squires. He's made a good start to things, but that's a moment he would like again.
Yeah, probably the first error of the game. The ball handling's been great as the lights sort of kick in and take effect here at Coffs Harbour Stadium.
And the packed grandstand as well. Nobody going early. They know what's at stake here. Not just the Men's Open Series, but the entire Shield. Bouncing around as Benbow. Norman had the chance to go quickly instead. We'll hold things up a touch. Norman taking off back for Cox. Or Cox got away from Simbolan. Tries to squeeze through. Now Jones is claiming the touch, but Cox says, I got there, don't you worry about it. Queensland hit the front.
Yeah, beautiful work there from, I think it was Cox, was it coming back on the line? He beat his opposite there. Simbolan made the touch, so he wasn't able to get back in. And his inside wasn't able to get the help that he needed from Riley Jones. Very sharp play from the Queenslanders, and just like that, they're out 2-1. They absorbed the early pressure, and 2 quick tries get them with their nose in front.
Of course, New South Wales claimed the first game, 8 tries to 6 the second one. Queensland another tight encounter, 6-5, and now New South Wales will put their noses in front once again here. Bazounis stretching out, and in fact, no, sorry, that'll level things up here. 2 tries apiece, so Bazounis on the spot.
Great work, Bazounis. Again, we're seeing that quick support from Catalano, one of the best in the game. Quick service, and look at Zach, he almost contorts his body around the outside of Russell, I think it was. This is just great one-on-one stuff. Look at that slide. You're talking about the cream of the crop there, James. This is the best our game has to offer. How good was that?
From the top shelf there from Bazounis, now Hegedus, who of course was player of the series in the mixed division for 2022, stepping up to men's on this occasion. Now for Norman, sends it wide. Cox trying to tip it on into the arms of Assay. Over the sideline it goes.
Yeah, looking for some big impact here from Hegedus as well, and Pete Norman, he looks like he's really primed for a big one here for Game 3.
So New South Wales, good metres away from their own end. However, just as they came up towards halfway, they didn't get it quite correct. Here's a turnover now in favour of Queensland. You can see the contingency of support here for the Maroons. They are looking for a famous victory here to take the shield back. It's been 23 years. Now Cox stepping around, but shut down there. Lennon with a good read. Back to the 7 they go. Cox, Benbow on the last. Picked up again, trying to squeeze through, finds Cox. Simbolan this time gets him.
It's good work by Benbow. You just half a step off. The players are so fast out there that you just take one step the wrong way, or you're a little bit hesitant, and boom, just like that, they go straight past you. Benbow there, the number 7 for Queensland, just showing how dangerous he can be.
Now a quick little charge coming in from New South Wales, nice and straight throughout this set. Thompson tries to get it on. Did Bart stick a mid out? Yes, he did. There's another set coming up for the Blues.
Yeah, it was a 50-50. That one could have gone either way. Maybe a little bit lucky for the Blues. Let's see if they could capitalise on that opportunity.
So Bazounis back out there. So too, here's Lennon. Here he is now bouncing around, taking the metres on offer, and then switching the emphasis out to that left-hand side, looking to add the extra number. Here he comes again with another sweep. Lennon, Bartz was up quickly. I think Bartz was offside. Lennon plays through, gets all the way to the try line, and once again, New South Wales hit the front. It is tit for tat here.
And again, we're seeing Lennon showing his class, and again, good service from Junior Catalano. As I said before, one of the best support plays in the world at the moment. And look at Lennon's dive. Wow. Very hard to defend that. He gets the ball in 2 hands, and he's launching straight into it. Hard work there for Queensland, and super stuff from the Blues.
So 3-2 the score. Bartz was a little too keen to get involved on that occasion. Now here for Notley. Plays it just outside the 7. Oh, then big step from Jacob Hall, then bouncing off the right. That is absolutely beautiful. It's Muhammad Ali, the left, the right, and the knockout blow over the try line.
Just seen Lennon on one end, and Queensland have just come straight back. Was that Jacob Hall? Was it? Look at the left foot there and the dive. Absolutely superb. It's a good old-fashioned smoke-up session here. Try for try, end to end. We're only about 8 minutes in, I think. 6 tries already.
It's the decider that this series deserves. It's been an engrossing couple of days here in Coffs Harbour. And of course, it all comes down to this. Simbolan, now Thompson, out to Jones. Nowhere to go on this occasion. Connor Edwards waiting and acting half. Back to the middle now for Thompson. Simbolan, just outside the 7. Pulled away from Bart's attempted touch and gets the penalty.
Yeah, clever there from Simbolan. Of course, the defence has to be moving up off the line. They've got to be active. for those new to the game. They can't just sit on their heels. They've got to come up. And Kai Simbolan catching them out on that occasion. And now a second penalty there, James.
Of course, if a third one is blown inside the 7, Queensland will have a man sat down. Thompson scoops it up. Jones with a little stutter step, trying to clear through. Well, the ruling there was play through, but if that's the case and he hasn't got to the line, surely then the third penalty gets blown.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. Might have been a...
More Simbolan then popping a pass. It looked to be forward from our angle here. Well, maybe that's a little bit of karma in favour of the Blues there.
I think so. Bartz was up for the challenge, but good recovery. The Blues have got to try and capitalise from all this possession.
Thompson now bombing long. There's pressure coming from Queensland. Great recovery, and it remains at 3 apiece.
Great resilience there from Queensland. We've been seeing a bit of a theme for these Queensland teams. They have the defence that bends, but it doesn't break, James. It looks like they're in trouble, but they don't allow the try, and very resilient and great support play from the Maroons.
You mentioned bending and not breaking. You certainly can't break the Queensland spirit. Queenslander, the chant is up here at Coffs Harbour. 3 tries apiece on the attack now. About 11 minutes gone at CEX Coffs International Stadium. Now Russell. And then on here for Benbow. Another chance wrapping around is Notley. Russell scooping it. Notley, not a great delivery. Right into the ankles of Benbow.
Pretty good matchup. Both the teams are moving the ball quite well. They're getting up and down the field well. So there's not, the midfield battle's just, it's open. It's really good footy. Mistake there coming out of trouble. So a great opportunity for the Queenslanders now.
Well, the other question I've got, Stanto, is where was this in games 1 and 2? It was a bit of a stop-starting affair with plenty of errors, certainly in the first half, but this has been all action. As now Corey Russell finds Hegedus. Cox is out there too, so this is a dangerous lineup now for Queensland. Hegedus, Russell, popped a pass for Hall. First knock on for Queensland.
Yeah, probably a bit impatient there, Queensland. They probably would like to have that set again and use the full set, putting pressure on the Blues. They had a good opportunity with the sweep around the back from Russell, but the ball's gone to ground, and now Blues with possession.
So 12 minutes gone, 8 remaining in the first half. New South Wales will swing it from right to left and pick up good metres here too. Jack Edwards on the charge forward. Now linking up, Osborne picks up another 10 or so metres. This is a great set here from New South Wales. Rolling forward, they will get a shot. Langbridge, then a floating pass. Good recovery from Queensland. It's James Courtney who makes the touch.
A good drive there from Blues. Again, they were able to go end-to-end, the full 70 metres, as well as making their changes. So good work for the Blues. Now they're trying to be a bit more active in the midfield to put pressure on Queensland. You want to see more of that if you're barracking for the Blues.
So far they've kept Moffat rather quiet. He's out there now, but won't get a chance to launch a raid. He has been one of the real standouts in this series for Queensland, Hayden Moffat. As New South Wales once again through Osborne, good metres, turns it back on the inside. Well, now would be a great time to get Catalano back out there, but at the moment he's on the bench. Jones brings it forward. Now Lennon, Simbolan. Lennon still bouncing around. Look at the footwork from Chris. Simbolan brings it forward. Chris Lennon once again takes off. Now the speed from Lennon has them worried. Finds a pass. Oh, what a ball and what a put down right in the corner for Riley Jones. That's probably the best assist so far from Chris Lennon.
Great work from Lennon, and again, look at the work here from Jones. Just watch the number 2. He gets to the in goal, realises it's not on, and then he circles around the back. There's a wrap without the ball. Watch him, look at that, and the put down. First class stuff. Quality play from the Blues. They're out by 1.
That put down is a really difficult one, and Jones did a great job with it. No room to work with, like a trapeze artist balancing on the tightrope. Last one here for Queensland. Cox once more trying to link up. Good recovery yet again, so they are marking up beautifully here. That time it was Connor Edwards, who's been very strong defensively in the opening. Now New South Wales working upfield once again.
How good is Lennon going at the moment for all our Blues fans? Like, Queensland know what he's going to do. They're watching videos of him. They're doing whiteboard sessions. They know they've got to stop him, and he still gets in the in goal.
And then Mitchell Wilson going very close to getting a 5th here for New South Wales. The ball comes free, and with just over 5 minutes, in fact, he's done better than gone close. Wilson was adamant. He got through. Queensland weren't budging, but there it is, a 5th try on the board for Mitch Wilton.
Mitchell Wilton, I don't remember calling his name much, and he's He's just snuck one by. It was not much on. The inside dummy, and then an explosion like a rocket, just boom. Accelerate. Watch here, the inside dummy, ball in 2 hands, and the finish. Great work there from Mitchell Wilton, the number 10 for the Blues.
Great evasiveness from Wilton because it looked like Russell had him covered. It's now Norman. Heads back to the middle. Hegedus there as an option, stepping up into the passing channel. Was the New South Wales defender.
Yeah, I really don't understand this. This happened a bit in game 2. I'll have to probably get someone to break it down for me. We're getting players getting hit in the head, and somehow it's 6 again. I don't... It's a tough one. Just wanted to share that with the viewers at home. I don't want you thinking headbutts are 6 agains.
See, I'm extremely pro-Falcon. Maybe the referees are anti-Falcon. That's where that's coming from.
You like a good Falcon, don't you, James?
I do love a good Falcon. Now Queensland back on this right-hand side. Moffat brings it to the line. Hall will just slow it down for a moment. Benbow. Once again, Benbow now looking long. And Squires again, just shutting down the space so quickly. Last one here for Queensland. Benbow trying to generate some pace. Oh, Norman was stuck in the mud, simply standing still. Hall keeps it alive. That was a very average end of the set there for Queensland.
Yeah, Benbow looking pretty sharp there, and really good service from Pete Norman at dummy half. The reason why we sort of labour that point, James, is, you've got the player on their feet, which is quick, but he needs to get the ball from the ground as quick as he can before the defenders can back on side. So that's why that support player is so important.
Now Lennon again has them concerned once more with the speed. Now that one, there's no question about it. It wasn't into the head. That was well and truly played out from Queensland. Another set here for New South Wales. 3.5 on the clock. If they can get another try before half-time and have that 3-point buffer, they're going a long way to claiming the series and the Shield.
Yeah, well, Blues have got the run of it for the moment. Queensland probably a little bit unlucky the last couple tries. Just lost a little bit of focus, and a couple tries sort of against the run of play, I think. If anything, the Blues are just been able to capitalise on those half opportunities.
So Norman makes the touch there to deny Bazunas. Lennon waiting for another chance. Takes off now. Hits the deck. Pops it here for Bazunas. He's looking for another opportunity now, Lennon. This time picks up. No issues with the footing. Oh, delays the pass. Chris Lennon again. Just a class above. Bazunas pushing through a hole. It's now out to 6-3. And Chris Lennon with an all-time performance in Origin.
Yeah, you'll see here on the replay that he scooped, looking like he was going to go to the short side, and then when he came back, he just waited, and Bazunas with the put down. So again, Queensland not doing a lot wrong there. It's just the class of Lennon. He's got the ball on a string.
Now Russell stepping back to the middle, and that replay up on the big screen here in Coffs Harbour, the Queensland fans weren't too happy with it. Make of it what you will. You can be the judge at home there on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. Cox. Now Russell wrapping around alongside Bartz. Oh, Bartz, great footwork again. Stepped away from a rushing defensive line. Cox setting it here. Bartz with another wrap around. Turns it back to the middle here for Brad Russell. He's turned away by Langbridge, the captain for New South Wales. Cox will drop it down. Once more, Corey Russell trying to squeeze through. And again, Daniel Langbridge has his measure. That's a massive couple of plays from Langbridge.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at the types of plays that are scoring. We spoke a little bit about it in game 2, Queensland, rather than going, trying to run around to go quite straight. New South Wales seem to be having a lot of, getting a lot of traction, just from dummying the quickie, going the other way, not running very elaborate plays. It's just a one-for-one type smoke-up. So definitely different tactics here.
Simbola now works it to within 15 metres of the Queensland line. Thompson, passive out the back, finds a good ball. And trying to put on the afterburners was Edwards, but touch is called there from Cox. And with just over a minute remaining, Queensland will be desperate to get something on the board here. The series and the Shield relies on it. Courtney, Bartz, Russell, and then Hegedus takes the metres. Now Moffat marching forward. There's a lot of pointing going on here for Simbolan, and it will result in a turnover for New South Wales. And they'll quickly try and get some fresh troops on. And look at the faces of the Queenslanders. They are sullen right now.
Yeah, just the highlight for those watching at home. Kai Simbolan didn't talk the referees into that. He heard Kim Skelly call the penalty, so he was just pointing to referee Baggio saying, Kim's calling a penalty. So these three, you won't get much by him.
Last chance here for New South Wales in the first half. Sim bowl and catch and pass. Oh, it was there for Squires. I think he'd actually done enough to get around the outside of his man. Tough one to reel in with just one hand facing the opposite direction. And with 15 seconds on the clock, that should be just about all she wrote, although Queensland now navigating through some traffic. That will be a penalty.
Yeah, there hasn't been much contact. Credit to both teams. They've really opened it up and played some good footy. Queensland will make some adjustments at half-time. They might try and tighten up a bit. I guess if I'm in their camp, I want to control that midfield a bit better. I've got to be more active. I've got to get in front when I'm making the touches. Don't let New South Wales cycle the ball as much. So I'm sure the Queenslanders have a chat about it. Coach Boyd, he'll come up with some different tactics and see if they can come back in the second half.
Yeah, some work to be done for Boyd and the Queenslanders, but Carly Banks and New South Wales, they are riding high at the moment. The series in the Men's Open, it's just about theirs, and that means the Shield, as it stands, is going to be staying in New South Wales. Will that remain the case? We'll find out in just a moment. The second half, just around the corner.
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think it's just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, just all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are reading these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour. The decider for the Men's Open has the fans up and about. They're excited. You're gosh darn right that you've got to be fixating right here where all the action is. Queensland, they're trying to get their team over the line. 6-3, New South Wales have the lead at the break, and on the very first play it comes unstuck, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, not the ideal start, but Queensland will be looking to get back in this one. 20 minutes is a long time. New South Wales are definitely going to have to be at their best, or the Maroons will be charging back into this one.
So, of course, if you are just joining us across KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next, this is not just for the Men's Open series, this decider. This will ultimately dictate who takes home the Shield. So after 17 divisions, it's 9-8 Queensland. New South Wales can square things up with 9 apiece, and having held the Shield since 2022, it would remain in the state. A lot of work for Queensland to do. What do you think would have been said at half-time?
I think from the Queensland side, they've got to go back to what worked in Game 2. They've got to go a bit straighter with their options. I think they're a bit guilty of going a little bit wide too early. They haven't been able to hurt the New South Wales middles inside. And New South Wales struggled in Games 1 and 2 when their middles got a bit in trouble. The outside players were a bit not connected. So I think if you're in the Queensland camp, let's get a bit straighter. Let's look for a few shorter options, not try and run around, and see if that can give the results like it did in Game 2.
So now New South Wales up over halfway with Catalano. Had a big first half, but none bigger than this man, Chris Lennon. Unfortunately, won't get a chance to cause a few issues for the Maroons' defence. There's the turnover on the last, and now Queensland up towards the box. However, on play number 1, they'll turn it over. Now, they can't afford those kind of errors. They need to be just about perfect from this point onwards.
Yeah, I think that's the minimum. They would have said that. I think on the other side, with the Blues, they have had, they've really taken their opportunities. It could have easily been 3-3, but every half chance they got, they converted. We spoke about some of those efforts. I think it was Riley Jones on one of them, Catalano on the other. They really took their chances. So the Blues, I think Carly would have kept them nice and composed, but also confident at the same time.
Now Lennon, short pass, and then receives it back once more, causing a few issues with the speed. They'll turn it back on the inside for Bazoonas. Tim Bartz has been absolutely everywhere, though, for Queensland. Makes the touch. One more to see off now for the Maroons. And easy pickings there for Bailey Assay, who did get the Maroons' first try of the evening here at Coffs Harbour.
Yeah, Bartz has been very strong. One of the things I wanted to share with the viewers at home with Lennon, why he's so difficult to defend, is the person's dumping for him. He's scooping, so he's into a 3-on-2 if he goes to the left, a 4-on-3 to the right. But because he's got a dive, he's got speed, he's got a long ball, Queensland, can't handle everything at once.
We'll play on here for Queensland. Question marks on the pass, but Courtney with a superb finish dives over the top of Hugh Doherty for mine. That's down. He squeezes inside the sideline, and Queensland have a much-needed hit back. That's energised the fans. It's 6-4.
Yeah, I think there was a few complaints of New South Wales in the lead-up.
It's this pass here.
Could have been forward there, but once it gets to the outside, it was the right call from Skelly in the corner. That pass there, that's the one that had the question mark, but then Queensland given the chance, getting it to the corner, and Skelly was right on board for that one and got the right call. So Queensland, just like that, get one back 6-4, probably out of nothing, to be fair. And great work from the Maroons.
It's a finish worthy of a World Cup winner. That is James Courtney, fresh off the back of a gold medal campaign for the Emus over in England. So last one now brought up for the Blues. Langbridge, Thompson, and they'll kill it well away from the Queensland box. So it's by far still up in the air here. We're nowhere near home. Queensland now working away from their own end. Hegedus for Cox. Quick release again from Hegedus. Yet to really see him put his stamp on proceedings. It's now Bartz, who's been exceptional across all 3 games. Pops it on. Russell now getting a little bit more lively in this second half. Floats it over the top. What a ball from Russell. Now the foot race is on. Oh, speed. Back on the inside. Russell's there. And Queensland are back.
I think he might have run out here. We'll check for the replay. I think the referee's going to have a chat about it. Let's see. We've got Calabria there talking to Baggio. If it's clear, it's a try. We've got a late pass there in the lead-up. It was similar to the previous one where in the lead-up there was a bit of passing going back and forward, and I thought it was definitely a flat ball. On this occasion, I thought he might have stepped out. It looked like 1 or 2 New South Wales players had actually stopped. So you'll see he's running down the outside. Let's have a look.
Oh.
A touch is called here from, I think is it Doherty? That's what Clabbery's picked up on. The wingers called the touch. So maybe that one a bit unlucky for the Queenslanders.
I was going to say, I don't think Queensland have had the rub of the green so far, and New South Wales probably getting away with one there. So it remains at 6-4. That was one of those terrific tries where you just look at it and you say, well, as a neutral, I want to see it awarded.
Don't have the neutral discussion. We already had that yesterday, James. We've got viewers all around the world. You've got to pick maroon or you've got to pick sky blue. Pick your team and stick with them. There's no neutrals in this game.
So now Hegedus, Norman, Notley. Oh, he got a little bit lost there with the touch count. He thought there was one more, and he directly engaged the defender. He actually had room to move Notley.
Well, Notley, I want to see more of Notley because he always has the Blues in trouble. We've just got to get him get that ball in his hands to show us what he can do. He's had a good tournament, Notley.
Oh, great scoop there from Bazunas. Just couldn't find a finish, though, but still, once again, New South Wales doing a really good job of killing it, one well and truly down the other end of the field, but also very far away from the Queensland box. They are making them work every set.
Yeah, one of the things that we want to try and do when we're driving here, James, is you want to try and get to your box if you are going to make changes on that second or third if you can. And New South Wales have done a good job of being active here. So that's the fourth, not at halfway. So in sort of coaching terms, they'll say New South Wales have won that set. And you'll see the change of possession in really good field position for the Blues.
Terrific read there from Liam Squires, jamming in off the wing and shutting things down. 6-4 it remains. It's going along at a very quick pace. So nearly 7 minutes of play already in this second half. Only 13 to go to decide not only the men's Open Series, but the Shield. Here comes Langbridge, the captain. Drops it back. Now Thompson takes off. Thompson had just held up for a little longer. They actually hit the deck, the Queensland defence. It was Benbow that went sliding over. Thompson, though, was dedicated to sending that ball out wide.
Yeah, and that's what New South Wales have got to look to do more of, having that scoop on the end of the drive, attacking while you've got that momentum and flow, a bit like Queensland are doing here, attacking on the end of the flow rather than slowing it up. Chance here.
Now Hegedus over the top, a pass that's left plenty to be desired. Courtney can perform a few miracles, but he couldn't reel that one back in. So Doherty is having a tough battle up here. I think Courtney's probably got the points decision between the pair of them so far. But all Doherty has to do is say, look at the scoreboard. We're in front, 6-4.
Yeah, there's been a lot of classic wingers battles over the years, and we're seeing that again here. So just about that attack, James. So generally when you drive down the field, if you stop the play and set up your move, we'd normally call that static or pulling it up. If you're able to scoop or, run your play, the sweeper or a bump and run on the back of your drive, that's a bit more dynamic or on the flow. So different ways to attack. And I think Queensland definitely look better if they can attack on the run, on the back of the drive.
Here they are now straightening up with Notley, then Russell sending it out wide. Good contingency out there for them now, led by Norman. Norman finds Bartz, who wanted to flick it on quickly. Instead, that ball goes to ground. Now, there's an issue here, too, for Squires, who's come jamming in once again. Now, they've already lost Luke Mansour, so if he's not good to continue here, Squires, that's going to cause a bit of a reshuffle for Carly Banks.
Yeah, they might be short on wingers. We'll have a look. Pete Norman, great right foot step, ripping the pass nice and flat, great work.
Oh, it's an elbow.
Yeah, it was a bit of innocuous. I don't think there was much intent in that, so I hope both players are okay.
Bartz wasn't even
looking
contact,
at him. Yeah.
But certainly it was still the elbow that collected Squires, but he looks all right to continue. New South Wales now up towards halfway. Catch and pass there from Bazunas was a good one. Lennon with a very sloppy roll ball. That's pretty much the first error in 3 games from Chris Lennon.
Yeah, and it was good work by Queensland because you just saw Bazunas coming on, Dylan Thompson, Catalano. So they wouldn't have been looking forward to seeing Lennon getting good possession on that occasion.
It's a very vocal Queensland crowd here in Coffs Harbour as Russell sends it to Benbow. Cox out there again. Brad Russell for Cox, and then stepping up in the lane was Lennon. Certainly stuck an arm out on this occasion. Another set to work with here for Queensland. Now send Corey Russell back out there. Moffat waiting for him. Now Russell picks it up quickly. Moffat back on the inside. This time they can't deny Russell. And Queensland, they are back and in a big way.
2 tries in a row for Queensland and right on cue. That's what we were talking about, being a bit more direct. Don't try and run around the Blues with long balls and lateral plays. Run at the offside player. You have a look at the replay. I think it's Moffat. You've been singing his praises. Russell gives it to him from the ground. Straight back to Moffat. Try, just like that. Queensland. Why go around the back when you can knock down the front door?
The direct option has paid dividends here for the Maroons. Now Langbridge would love a hit back here for his side. Scoops up again. Oh, great footwork from Langbridge, but Pete Norman, he's a wily customer, and there was no getting around him.
We're coming into the last 9 or 10 minutes. This is game number 84, James. 84 games between these 2 great states, and we still don't have a winner.
Notley, though, is looking to try and correct course there. Strong charge. Forced back onto the mark, though. Russell. Now Corey Russell. Oh, quick release. Now Queensland got a little tip on. I thought it was forward into Doherty, who definitely played at it. Well, they haven't really got the rub of the green up until this point in time, but I think that is a 50-50 that's well and truly favoured the Maroons.
Yeah, it's one of the things you look for is what the winger's looking at. Doherty's doesn't have eyes for the ball. Didn't even know the ball had come off him. So definitely those 6 against have been a bit of a lottery in this game. But hopefully it evens out for both teams.
There's a golden opportunity on that left-hand side just then for Queensland. They had 4 on 3 but turned away from it. So back to the 7 they go now. Around 8 minutes remaining. 6-5, and there's another restart here for Queensland. So they can set up camp now. They need to be patient. Russell waiting for it. Here's the penalty as well. So New South Wales under duress.
Yeah, I don't understand that one either. So they've just had 6 again on Luke Osborne's call. Everyone's on the try line walking forward. And then before a touch is even made, we've got a penalty. So just to let the viewers know what's going on, the defenders do need to come forward. They've got to be active. If they don't move forward, it'll be a penalty.
Now Cox wrapping around, easily picked off by Jack Edwards. Langbridge also there in support. Hegedus directing traffic here, waiting for his moment. Now it comes to Hegedus, tries to tip it on, it falls short of Courtney. Well seen off there from the Blues.
I think it was only second touch. Bit of a coach killer there for Queensland. They would love to have used the whole set. The crowd going up for off the mark. They're probably right, so I'm not going to get angry with the hostile Queensland crowd, especially when they're correct.
And they're very vocal as Simbolan now links up with Lennon. Again, great speed from him. Simbolan will charge it forward. He was looking for the quick roll ball. There was a raised knee there from Hegedus. Bounced off it. Geez, there's a lot of these 50-50s that really could go either way. You can see why they've called that one, but I'm not sure what Hegedus is meant to do in that situation.
Well, it's an absolute pressure cooker here. There's a lot of pressure on all the players. There's also pressure on the referee. That's probably a harsh one if you're a Queenslander. It doesn't look like you had good control there. So hopefully these 50-50s are exactly that and they even out. And we get our great superstar players here deciding the result. So let's see how we end up here.
So now Simbolan back to the middle again. Oh, finds a pass. Lennon with a little bobble. Did he get it back in time? The referee thinks he did. And that's a big moment for New South Wales and Chris Lennon. The margin back out to 2.
Chris Lennon, he seems to have the full bag of tricks. Look at Simbolan here with the short ball. Lennon juggled it and put it down. But look at the hole here. He's moved up nice and flat. He hasn't gone deep. Chris Lennon showing the full bag of tricks.
Well, in the end, he made it look easy. I thought it was a little bit closer than that, but he got it down well and truly before the ball hit the deck. So 7-5 to New South Wales. Approaching the final 6 minutes. Moffat wants a quick roll ball. Gets it, sends it wide for Bartz. Well, how good was that from Catalano, who got there so quickly? Now floated out in front. Russell didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, good defence there from Blues, but pretty much the whole theme of this 3-game series has been the dominance of Chris Lennon. I think if the Blues get up here, I think Dean Russell may give him the keys to the city. He'll be ringing the Lord Mayor, telling him the Chris Lennon story. He's been amazing, but Queensland not done just yet.
Oh, quick release there from New South Wales back on that right-hand side. Next try is absolutely crucial here. If Queensland score it, it's still game on, but I'm willing to call it. If New South Wales take that 3-try lead inside the final 5 minutes, I think that's game, series and shield.
Yeah, you would think Blues are 1 try away from a historic victory, a bit of a fairy tale. As we mentioned, Queensland won 13 game ones of the 18 in the overall series, and then from that point, it's just been all hands on deck for the Blues to try and claw their way back. And now we're down to the last 5 or 6 minutes. Queensland need to conjure up 2 tries. New South Wales probably 1 away from winning it all.
So now Norman navigating to the 7. Cox always threatening to link up. Langbridge, well, of all the ones that they have called as being played at, that was probably the most obvious one, and they'll say play on.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned before I was hoping they even out. The 6 against is definitely an area of the game that our referee's got to work hard in. They've had a really good game here opening it up, I think, to be fair. But, yeah, some of the 6 against, it's been hard, isn't it? Hopefully it evens up.
Well, here's Jones taking advantage of a man that slipped over. Now a catch and pass, or great recovery out wide there from Malcolm Kenny, who we really haven't seen too much of in this match, but that's an important moment for the Queenslander. Now Thompson sends it for Simbolan. Simbolan changing gears, trying to link up. Touch pass will be called. And with just over 4 minutes remaining. Queensland need points on the board.
Yeah, Queensland, very good scramble there. Kyson Bowen so quick, got his nose through there, but great chase there from Pete Norman, and a good call there from referee Skelly as well to get that one right. That was another close one. And Queensland now, you've got a scoreboard pressure now. We're coming into the last 3-4 minutes. They need 2 tries.
And a very awkward set there for Queensland. They weren't quite sure if they were trying to get fresh players on the field or simply go for the drive up through the middle. Now, Hegedus was away very quickly. They'll say he was offside again. That's one of those ones that could probably be let go.
Yeah, Calabria, it's a bit hard for Clabs on that point because Hegedus was up like a rocket. He probably was onside, but then he got a good jump. So I think in the end he was penalised for leaving early. The defenders can't move forward until the ball is rolled. And if there's an acting half, not till the acting half touches the ball. So I think Clab's got that one right.
Bazunas now sends it out wide. Oh, Squires had half an opportunity, but the ball comes free. Then he's collected by Bailey Assay. He has been in the wards in this one, Liam Squires, but with just 3 minutes on the clock, Queensland pretty much need to score, if not this set, then the very next. Otherwise, it is all over Red Rover.
Yeah, Liam Squires has been huge because Luke Mansour...
Oh, here we go, Chris Lennon. That is the intercept. That is the series. That is the shield for New South Wales. And it had to be that man. He's been in everything in all 3 matches, and he will ensure that the shield stays this side of the border. What a performance from Chris Lennon.
Chris Lennon has got the Blues. He's put them on his shoulder and he's marched them all the way through to the promised land. There wasn't a lot on here. Queensland scoreboard pressure trying to drive, and Lennon just plucked it out of the sky. I said he's got the keys to the city. I think he might have a lifetime New South Wales Touch membership.
Forget keys to the city. They'll name him as Deputy Premier. Where's Chris Minns? Put him on the phone. Now New South Wales working away from their own end here, but they're just about home. 8-5. I don't think there's any way back here for Queensland. They need an intercept themselves. Simple plays will do it. And you could hear a pin drop here now on the Queensland side of the ground. They're not making a noise. Simbolan drops it down. Jones looking for it. And Coxey, well, he had to try it. The hand comes out. And they're starting to go up on the bench. You can see the high fives and the slaps. They know it's won. Queensland can't believe it. They were up 7-3 earlier this afternoon. 9-5 when we hit the Opens division. And New South Wales, having to win all 4 deciders, have done exactly that. What a turnaround.
Yeah, definitely against the odds. This Queensland men's team, they have been strong. They've been solid for the 3 games. But New South Wales, lots of debutants there for New South Wales as well, so they have performed well, but I think to be fair, it's probably been Lennon has been the difference. There has been strong performers. Pete Norman's been big. Kyson Boland, Catalano, Edwards. There's been some really good performances there. Bart's, Notley. But in the end, I think Lennon has been the difference between these 2 great teams. So shout out to Carly Banks and the crew. They've done a great job. And the Blues will be the champions in 2025.
That's 2 penalties here inside the 7. They'll soak up every precious moment with the ball. It's going to be one heck of a party here in Coffs Harbour for New South Wales. Thompson, short pass, Jones to finish and rubber stamp the result. There it is for New South Wales. It just gets better and better.
And it's good to see the Blues kick on this way and put the result, beyond doubt. As you mentioned, lots of close calls early, and we wanted to get the best team to really, power on and, make it a nice, clean game, and that's what's been delivered here. And the Blues have done it. The impossible has happened.
The siren goes, the celebrations begin. The men's side, they have won the series. They have won the shield for their state. They had to push until the very final whistle. Queensland were coming for them in that second half, but the class of Lennon, the class of this brilliant Blues team could not be denied, and the shield will remain in New South Wales. It has been a very long wait for Queensland, and they're going to have to wait another couple of years. 2002, the last time it headed north of the border. What a comeback from New South Wales.
A lot of those games across the the 18 divisions, 84 games, a lot of them extra time, or there's one try in it. This year more than ever, it's been dead even right across all the divisions. So very good performance from both these states for giving us such a spectacle. And I think to finish with the women's, winning, they haven't won in a long time, New South Wales. The men's haven't won in 7 or 8 years as well. So bit of a fairy tale for the Blues. And hopefully the Queenslanders won't mind me wrapping them up, because I think they've done a great job to take the Shield coming back from behind.
Full time here in the men's decider. New South Wales victorious 9-5. We'll take a very short break and then we'll catch up with the man of the moment, Chris Lennon, down on the pitch, and wrap things up for the 2025 Touch State of Origin Series.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully. So.
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore hidden, obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think it's just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, you just all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are reading these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call, just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
Welcome back to Coffs Harbour on KO Sports, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. What an incredible finish to an awesome 2 days of touch State of Origin action. Let's catch up with the man of the moment, victorious in the Men's Open decider, Chris Lennon. It had to be you. It's been a massive tournament. What was going through your head when you took the intercept? Did you know you had it then and there?
Oh, no, I don't know. Just kind of popped up in my hand and I just took it, and then, yeah, I don't know, just our boys are unreal, man. It's not me. The boys laid the platform, and full credit to them. This playing group's unreal, man, and yeah, couldn't do it without them. And full credit to Queensland. They were strong all series. So yeah, it's been an unbelievable series, and one I'll never forget for sure. So it's been unreal.
Now, you're spot on. It's an extremely hard-fought encounter, all three of those games, and it really did come down to a team performance. What was said at halftime? You had that lead there, and obviously you probably knew the gravity of the situation, the shield on the line, the series on the line. Did any of that play a part in things, or was it just stick to the process, stick to the protocols?
Yeah, pretty much, man. Just stick to the process. We knew, if we kept doing what we were doing in the first half, we knew we'd have it in the end, and just stuck to what we knew, what we had to do, and at the end of the day, we ran over the top of them, and yeah, we believed in that the whole series, so yeah, pretty much just stuck to our game plan.
It's a very strong finish. Let's catch up with the coach of the moment, Carly Banks. Now, obviously, it's a big step up here, taking over the helms here of the Men's Open side in State of Origin, and you've come away with a massive performance. What were you saying to the team at halftime?
Yeah, we just wanted to keep doing what we were sort of doing for the whole sort of game. It was all about our mind being full of getting it exactly right, and we hadn't got it exactly right for the whole series. So that was a performance that we're really proud to own. Asked them to sort of put in a performance they were proud to own, and they definitely did that and more. With 10 guys on debut, it was just a wonderful effort from the boys, and like Nick, Scott, Jeff. Truddy, everybody in the background that's done so much to support, us and all our families at home. So yeah, we're super excited, and best part is New South Wales retains the shield. So what an effort. We said before the game that you don't get chances like this to create history, and we wanted to write our own page. So hopefully we've done that now. But as Chris said, full credit to Queensland. They just kept coming and they never go away. And fantastic between the two teams, and State of Origin's alive and well, isn't it, James?
Oh, it certainly is. It's a wonderful contest. Now, just on the subject of that history-making moment here, getting the victory, it's been a little bit of time since the Men's Open have claimed it for New South Wales.
Yeah, it's been 7 long years, a few series in between there, but everybody was just so good. We started this process in last September. All the boys have been a part of it, not just the guys that have taken the field, but the injured guys like Jesse Jenkins, who couldn't be here, and Sauce, who got hurt before the final. Lots of guys, Will Hickey, people who turned up and just made up numbers for us and helped us get here. So that standard reflects a pretty good sort of level in New South Wales touch. So yeah, we're stoked. Couldn't be happier.
Banksy, Chris, you've earned it. Go enjoy it. Congratulations once again.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, James.
Cheers.
Thanks, mate.
Well, there you've heard it from Chris Lennon and Coach Carly Banks. A massive performance here from New South Wales to close out not just the men's series in a terrific decider, but indeed retain the shield. It has been a wonderful 2 days here in Coffs Harbour. Thank you very much to the Coffs Council for hosting us. A big thank you to the New South Wales and Queensland administration staff for getting this all together. We hope you've enjoyed all the action, but that is a wrap here from CX Coffs International Stadium. New South Wales retaining the shield for 2025.